Perish. With a flick of his tail, Yunjie sent his venomous stinger arcing around, plunging it deep into the saber-toothed tiger's posterior. While formidable in its attacks, the saber-toothed tiger's defenses were inferior to those of a pangolin. The stinger effortlessly pierced its hide, penetrating the muscle beneath. Upon injection, the venom triggered a violent reaction with the tiger's blood. The encounter was akin to a spark igniting gunpowder, causing an immediate explosion. The blood began to churn, accelerating its flow as neurotoxins rapidly spread throughout the tiger's body. Arc. The moment the stinger struck, the saber-toothed tiger released Yunjie from its jaws, its head thrown skyward in a mournful cry. But that single cry was its last, as the neurotoxins swiftly paralyzed its body. With a forceful twist, Yunjie sent the saber-toothed tiger crashing to the ground, stiff as a wooden statue. Rising to his feet, blood gushing from his damaged throat, he glared at the tiger and, in a fit of pique, delivered several kicks. Insolent beast, you dare provoke your donkey overlord? Now you know the consequences. Standing upright caused his blood pressure to surge, resulting in a torrent of blood. Yunjie was forced to crouch again to lower his blood pressure and staunch the bleeding, waiting for his self-healing ability to fully mend the wound before moving again. His first-level self-healing ability proved effective against the physical wound. After half an hour, Yunjie's damaged throat was completely healed, leaving only the external wound and torn donkey hide unrepaired. Though the bleeding had stopped, movement was still somewhat restricted. He stood up and approached the rigid saber-toothed tiger. Its eyes were now devoid of pupils, replaced by crimson bubbles. Its muscles were taut, revealing the contours beneath its striped hide. You came seeking death. I cannot be held accountable. Yunjie circled behind the tiger's head, opened his donkey jaws, and tore at the skin on the back of its skull. The moment the hide was breached, a fountain of blood erupted as the overpressurized vessels released their contents. Clamping his incisors onto the edge of the tiger's skull, he leveraged it open with ease. Within the bloody mass of brain matter lay a pale, purple magic core, like a pearl nestled in an oyster. He retrieved the core, crushing it in his mouth to unleash its radiant energy. Congratulations! You have gained 5,000 experience points and 7,000 Bite Force Evolution points. Current status: Tier 3 latest stage alloy donkey hooves 61, 300100000. Bite Force level 17, 7411000. The system announced. As the system spoke, Yunjie felt a profound change in his gums and jaw muscles. Muscles grew rapidly, as if teeming with crawling insects, generating a sensation of both itchiness and burgeoning power. Within his gums, each tooth underwent a transformation. As a herbivore, Yunjie's teeth had been flat and ridged, but after the Bite Force evolution, his donkey teeth began to sharpen. His incisors, in particular, now possessed sharp edges. Excellent. A free 7,000 Bite Force. Yunjie smacked his lips and glanced at the saber-toothed tiger's corpse. I can't eat anymore. I haven't even digested the human-faced spider yet. Besides, this thing has no defense points. Eating it would be pointless. To prevent further attacks from magical beasts, it's best to leave quickly. Guided by his sensory radar map, he set off toward the location of the flower petal. The recent battle had made him acutely aware of the shortcomings of his low sensory perception. The saber-toothed tiger had been within 10 meters before he noticed it, nearly costing him his life. Whether the flower petal could enhance his sensory perception or not, he was determined to investigate. If it could, excellent. If not, it would surely serve some other purpose. Walking across the grassland without the protection of the bullet ant army, Yunjie dared not flaunt himself. Tail tucked between his legs, he stuck to the main paths, constantly scanning the roadside for lurking predators. He proceeded with trepidation. Several hours later, he arrived at a grove of trees. The sky was now overcast, and light rain began to fall, threatening a downpour. Yunjie glanced at the sky, feeling a sense of oppression. He needed to find shelter, or he would surely perish in the wilderness. In nature, the only options for shelter were beneath a large tree or inside a cave. Yunjie immediately entered the forest, taking refuge under a tree with luxuriant foliage. As he did so, rain began to fall in torrents. Perhaps due to the prolonged drought, the ground temperature was exceptionally high. The raindrops, carrying cold air, caused wisps of steam to rise from the cracked earth. The rising steam distorted the space, creating an extraordinary and surreal spectacle. Yunjie lay beneath the tree, feeling the heat waves rising from the ground while the rain cooled him from above. As the rain intensified and the wind subsided, Yunjia felt uneasy. It seemed that the rain might continue for days. Thwack! Suddenly, something struck his back. He turned to look, but saw nothing. When he turned back, he was struck again. On the ground, a half-eaten fruit rolled. Yunjia understood immediately. He turned to face the canopy and saw a dark brown monkey baring its teeth at him. The monkey was small but fierce-looking, with blue skin. He used his sensory perception to scan it. It was a Tier 3 mid-stage blue-eared macaque with only 3,000 experience points and no special skills. A mere trifle. Get lost. Provoke me again, and it'll kick you to death. Yunjia brayed loudly and ignored the monkey. But the monkey persisted, plucking fruits from the tree and throwing them at Yunjia. Enraged, Yunjia raised his hind leg and delivered a powerful kick to the tree trunk. Crash! The tree shook violently. The monkey, caught off guard, tumbled head first from the tree. Seeing the blue-eared macaque upside down and covered in rain, Yunjia grinned. Insolent creature, you dare provoke your donkey overlord? The statement was ironic in this forest. Few dared to provoke the blue-eared macaques, for this was their territory. Blue-eared macaques were social animals, and the entire grove was their territory, spanning hundreds of hectares. With 7 monkeys per tree and hundreds of thousands of trees, the population was immense. The blue-eared macaque scrambled to its feet, stood on its hind legs, and screeched at Yunjia, baring its teeth. Though he did not understand monkey language, Yunjia knew it was nothing complimentary. He still did not realize the danger he was in, and he kicked the blue-eared macaque away. Serves you right, Yunjia muttered. Screech, screech, screeched as the blue-eared macaque was kicked away. The other blue-eared macaques in the canopy began to shriek, shaking the branches and making threatening gestures. Yunjia was startled. He had not realized there were so many monkeys in the trees. The shaking branches caused a deluge of raindrops to fall on him. Enraged, he kicked out with his alloyed donkey hooves. If there are 7 monkeys in a tree, how many are left if you kill one? The answer was many monkeys. As the tree was kicked down by Yunjia, the monkeys tumbled to the ground. Before Yunjia could close his gaping maw, the entire forest came alive. The canopy shook violently as blue-eared macaques emerged from the treetops, covering the landscape. Oh, crap. Yunjia now realized he was in trouble, but he still did not fully grasp the gravity of the situation. He thought they're just monkeys, Tier 3 at that. They're not very strong. Monkeys may not be strong, but they are destructive and difficult to tame. In the pouring rain, the monkeys swarmed in from all directions like celestial soldiers. Yunjia immediately tried to escape the forest, but the monkey army changed direction, cutting off his escape and forcing him back into the trees. Only a fool would run into the forest. Yunjia lowered his head and invoked Wild Donkey's Fury, charging straight into the monkey horde. Tier 3 monkeys, small in stature, were no match for his Wild Donkey's Fury. The blue-eared macaques are remarkably intelligent. They are acutely aware of their strengths and would never foolishly confront Yunjia Hiden. Relying on their agility, they leap high to evade his charges. As Yunjia revels in the emptiness before him, he suddenly feels something clutching his hind legs, causing him to stumble and fall. This tumble spells trouble. Waves of monkeys descend upon him, piling him beneath their weight. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The troop screeches in anger, their claws raking at Yunjia's body like iron hooks. Although his skin offers little defense, the monkey's grip is insufficient to inflict harm. Yet, their malicious intent escalates. Unable to pierce his skin, they resort to gouging at his eyes, probing his ears, and even attempting to invade his most private areas. Good heavens, Yunjia springs up, shaking off the monkeys and making a dash for freedom. However, the monkeys are swiftly encircling him once more. Yunjia spins in desperation, his tail spikes erect. Realizing he has stirred a hornet's nest, he understands that escaping has become increasingly difficult. The troop excels in coordinated assaults, with some attracting his attention, while others launch surprise attacks from behind, grabbing his tail, clawing at his legs, and incessantly harassing him. Whenever he turns, the monkeys in front leap onto his head, viciously gouging at his eyes. After several rounds of this torment, Yunjia finds himself utterly flustered, powerless against the unruly troop. Achoo! He unleashes a fiery web. Sizzle! But the torrential rain douses the flames before they can ensnare the monkeys, who exhibit remarkable agility in their retreat. As soon as the web descends, they scamper back, for the rain renders it utterly non-adhesive. Roar! One monkey seizes his 5th leg, gnawing furiously. In a fit of rage, Yunjia retaliates, thrusting his tail spike downwards. Thud! The spike pierces the monkey's skull with ease, injecting venom that causes the creature to stiffen and collapse. Yet its claws remain firmly latched on. What does it feel like to be grasped in such a manner? It's excruciating. Yunjie shakes vigorously, but to no avail. Meanwhile, several monkeys cling to their comrade and pull with all their might. Crack! Without strength, Yunjie finds himself pinned to the ground by the overwhelming troop. Squeak! 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 The monkeys shriek in triumph, leaping onto him once more, pressing him down. Their mischievous tactics escalate. They no longer merely gouge and poke, but also pry open his mouth to seize his tongue, while others urinate from above and gnaw on his fifth leg. Yunjie is thoroughly subdued, pleading, "Oh dear monkeys, I was wrong. Please spare me." But the blued macaques pay no heed to his pleas, continuing their relentless assault. Yunjie laments his fate had it not rained. He could have unleashed his fire web to deal with these rascals. But alas, it remains a mere what-if. Suddenly, an agonizing pain radiates from his abdomen, as if something has been wrenched from him. A chilling realization dawns: the monkeys have extracted his intestines. In their inherent mischief, the monkeys are oblivious to the consequences once provoked. They resort to the most extreme measures against their foes. Yunjie finds himself quite unlucky, having enraged the entire troop. Dragging Yunjie's intestines, the monkeys scamper off, while others rush in to bite and claw at him. What is this sensation? It is a pain tenfold worse than being pierced by 1,000 arrows. I shall surely flay your skins. Yunjie trembles with agony. Self-healing engaged as the monkeys feast upon his intestines, fragments scatter in the air. With fewer monkeys now, Yunjie feels a slight relief and rises to his feet. The remaining monkeys stare at him, seemingly aware that his days are numbered. Little do they know, Yunjie possesses a remarkable healing ability. Trembling in pain, he takes 2 faltering steps forward. Squeak! Gurgle! A monkey resembling a king screeches out. Immediately, a dozen blued macaques rush forward, grasping his hind legs and tail, toppling him once more. Yunjie is utterly exhausted. Facing such overwhelming numbers, only the revival of the bullet ant army could save him now. With a command from the Monkey King, the troop resumes their attack. The onslaught intensifies, doubling his agony. What began as revenge has morphed into a game. They unleash a flurry of attacks, only to release him, beckoning him to flee. Yet, the moment he stirs, they pounce again. After enduring this torment repeatedly, Yunjie is left utterly drained, collapsing to the ground, surrendering to the mad monkeys who refuse to let him rise. Seeing him incapacitated, the troop loses interest, observing him for a moment before dispersing to seek shelter from the rain in the trees. At last, tranquility descends. Yunjie exhales in relief, but darkness soon envelopes him as he loses consciousness. Time passes, and he awakens again. The rain still falls, yet his body has nearly recovered. Stealthily, he glances around, finding no monkeys in sight. An opportunity presents itself. He springs up and bolts toward the forest's edge. The blued macaques have not vanished. They are merely sheltering from the rain in the trees. Unbeknownst to him, countless eyes are watching his every move. The instant he dashes forward, the entire troop emerges, screeching as they rush to block his escape. Now, the monkeys are devoid of anger. They are merely playing. And Yunjie is their chosen toy. Due to their sheer numbers and their mischievous nature, most magical beasts avoid this forest. Having found such an entertaining diversion, the monkeys are determined not to let it slip away. Yunjie resigns to his fate. The downpour is torrential, and before him stands a vast expanse of monkeys, each pair of eyes sparkling with excitement. Let the games begin. Yunjie unleashes his fiery web, kicks, and tail spikes in succession. These skills suffice against individual monkeys, but against a horde, they are utterly ineffective. For each one that falls, another takes its place, the cycle endless. Before long, he can no longer endure, panting heavily as he comes to a halt. And at that moment, the monkeys launch their assault. They claw at his ears, probe his most intimate areas, and gnaw at his fifth leg. The inhumane onslaught resumes. Hours later, Yunjie finds himself once more prostrate on the ground. Night falls, and the blued macaques, having played enough, retreat to the trees. Yunjie fades into unconsciousness once again. Days later, he awakens. The rain continues, and the atmosphere remains tense. This time, he refrains from fleeing, for the monkey's speed is unparalleled, and being in the heart of the forest makes escape nearly impossible. He decides to feign death once the rain ceases and the sun emerges, His fire web will surely allow him to deal with these rascally creatures. Yet, the monkeys are not so easily deterred. After a day of rest, eager for amusement, they leap from the trees, encircling him, baring their teeth, and screeching for him to rise. After much ado, Yunjie reluctantly stands, facing the troop, bracing for their merciless treatment. To his surprise, the monkeys do not attack. Instead, they wave their paws excitedly. Confused, he notices one monkey has leaped onto his back, playfully slapping his rear. "What is this? Do you wish to ride me? Very well, as long as you find joy in it." Yunjie bolts forward, and the monkey rides along, joyously screeching. The monkeys, clever as they are, ensure he cannot escape the forest one rides after another, until a multitude of them are atop him, leaving him utterly exhausted. In the ensuing days, the rain diminishes, though it continues to fall. Yunjie no longer endures beatings. Instead, he becomes a mode of transport for the monkeys. One day, while carrying a pregnant female, she loses her grip and tumbles off, prompting the troop to unleash a furious beating upon him. Only later does he realize that this female was the princess. Having had their fill of riding, the monkeys begin to introduce new games. They teach Yunjie to climb trees. You claim that a donkey can climb trees, so what need is there for monkeys? Yet, the troop of monkeys disregarded this and seized the donkey by its ears, dragging it upwards. To their surprise, they managed to get it atop a branch, only to subsequently push it down amid a chorus of mockery. "I shall endure." Even Gojian once tasted humiliation. Who hasn't been the subject of ridicule at some point? When the sky is clear, just wait and see how I shall deal with you all. After a day filled with playful antics both above and beneath the tree, the monkeys, fatigued from their frolics, yearned for new amusements. The sparkle in their eyes sent a chill coursing down Yunjie's spine. Through days of acquaintance, he had come to comprehend the whimsical disposition of these little scamps. What cunning scheme were they concocting now? The subsequent day, the rain abated. The heavens remained shrouded in clouds, yet Yunjie at last perceived a glimmer of hope. The Monkey King drew near, accompanied by the queen, chattering and gesturing with his hand. Comprehending the signal, Yunjie mirrored the action. A sizable troop of monkeys guided a donkey to the rear of the forest. Beyond the woods, a waterfall tumbled gracefully between two mountains, creating a hollowed cliff. On one side of the cliff stood a majestic banyan tree, its branches reaching across to the opposing platform. The Monkey King whispered sweetly to the queen, occasionally caressing her belly, while she responded with shy chirps. Yunjie rolled his eyes in exasperation, pondering their antics. Suddenly, with a shrill cry, the Monkey King summoned a courageous monkey, which seized a vine from the banyan tree and swung across to the opposite cliff. The troop erupted in jubilant cheers. The Monkey King beamed at the queen, as if he himself had achieved the daring leap. What a curious sense of rivalry this ignites. I, Chenpingen, possess but a solitary sword. Alas, how ludicrous it is to be distracted by such musings at this moment. One by one, the monkeys leapt across, and the queen's smile widened. In that instant, Yunjie comprehended their intentions for bringing him here. Surely, they did not mean to. Indeed. The Monkey King pointed at him and gestured towards the waterfall, while the monkeys roared with fervor, as if urging, "Jump, donkey, jump." Instinctively, Yunjie recoiled, but the throng of monkeys relentlessly propelled him towards the precipice. He found himself teetering on the edge. Peering down, he gasped. The height was staggering. The incessant rains had swollen the river, and the thunderous roar of the waterfall, accompanied by the crashing waters, threatened to engulf him. Resolute in his defiance, Yunjie's resistance ignited the Monkey King's wrath. Before his queen, he could not afford to lose face. Push him down, he commanded, with a united effort. The monkeys seized Yunjie and hurled him over the cliff's edge. He felt the world whirl as the roar of the waterfall drowned out all sound, followed by the sensation of plunging into the water, as if a mountain were pressing down upon him. Bubbles erupted from his nostrils as the water pressure crushed his lungs, compelling his alveoli to collapse as he struggled to breathe. Despite the presence of self-healing, the sensation of suffocation was unbearable. Yunjie felt as though he were on the precipice of death. The immense pressure constrained him to the riverbed, while the unrelenting torrent stirred the sediment surrounding him. The current, capable of overcoming obstacles, surged over him, gradually entombing him beneath a mound of silt. Sensing the weight intensifying, Yunjie understood he must resist or risk becoming a lifeless figure at the lake's depths. He battled against the suffocating pressure within his lungs, summoning every ounce of strength to kick upward, liberating himself from the sandy embrace, and then propelling himself harder to evade the most formidable currents. Breaking free from the vertical onslaught of water, he was swept downstream by the current, which dispersed with tremendous force. After being carried for several kilometers, the flow finally abated, and Yunjie breached the surface, gasping for air as his lungs expanded once more. Though he had been thrown into despair, a wave of relief washed over him as he had finally extricated himself from the grasp of the monkeys. Yet, the tranquil moment was swiftly interrupted by the cacophony of chirps and screeches. Within mere moments, however, his relief dissipated entirely as he glanced upward to behold the blue-eared macaques fervently trailing him along the riverbank. To his utter dismay, they had indeed pursued him. Yunjie muttered curses beneath his breath, quickening his stride to elude the unyielding primates. The monkeys, leaping along the shoreline, became infuriated as they beheld the donkey's accelerated pace, prompting them to hurl stones in his direction. A rock struck his head, igniting a surge of fury within him. "You wretched creatures, just wait. You shall pay for this." The monkey that had hurled the stone displayed its teeth in a triumphant grin. Its victorious cry ignited a surge of envy among the others, inciting a fresh wave of competition as they slowed their pace, striving to surpass one another in precision. Yunjie found himself in a precarious situation, encircled by a multitude of monkeys, each wielding stones. The cumulative effect was staggering. It felt as if they were obstructing the flow of the river. After enduring countless blows to his head, he could withstand no more. Drawing a deep breath, he submerged beneath the surface and did not reemerge. The moment he submerged, the monkeys stood in confusion, uncertain of where to cast their stones. After a prolonged interval, they comprehended that their prey had vanished and hastily discarded their projectiles. Scanning the river for their lost donkey, Yunjie dared not emerge for air, even as his lungs clamored for oxygen. He found himself ensnared in a cycle of suffocation and revival. He remained submerged, acutely aware of the monkeys' unyielding nature. They would not relent until their game reached its bitter conclusion. After what felt like an eternity, the current began to abate, and the sediment thickened. Believing the monkeys had finally surrendered, he cautiously resurfaced, only to discover that the sky had darkened and the moon was ascending, casting an eerie glow over the transformed landscape, a desolate expanse of black mud interspersed with peculiar mounds of green aquatic grass. At last, he had eluded those wretched monkeys. Yet, as he assessed the distance to the petal he had been pursuing, he was horrified to find it had increased exponentially. He was now nearly 30 kilometers away. Cursed be those infernal monkeys. Fuming, Yunjie lamented the arduous journey he had undertaken, only to find himself further from his objective. By the time he reached the petal, if it bore no relation to his sense of perception, it would indeed be absurd. Casting a glance toward the shore, he determined a direction in which to swim. However, an unforeseen development transpired. The riverbed's mud thickened ominously, instigating a sinking sensation. Realizing the peril, he understood he must alter his course, lest he become ensnared. As the moon ascended to a remarkable height, its silvery light illuminated the water's surface, rendering the scene as bright as day. A thunderous bellow echoed from the depths, startling Yunjie. What on earth was that sound? It bore a resemblance to the call of a water buffalo. He scanned his surroundings, but apart from the aquatic vegetation and strange hillocks, there was nothing else to be seen. Activating his perception revealed an empty map. Another bellow reverberated through the air, clearer this time. Yet, the perceptual map remained devoid of life. Could this creature evade his sensing abilities? Suddenly, a series of large bubbles erupted nearby, and black murky water surged upward like a geyser. In an instant, Yunjie understood the reason behind his failed detection. The creature was concealed beneath the mud, obscuring its presence from his perception. Beneath the silvery glow of the moonlight, a monumental horn emerged from the abyss, radiating an otherworldly blue luminescence, presenting an utterly surreal tableau. With a resounding splash, a torrent of murky water erupted into the air, accompanied by a roar reminiscent of a primordial beast. Here it comes. Yunjie, consumed by trepidation, shuffled backward in a futile attempt to distance himself from the monstrous entity. Yet, he soon discovered that the mire beneath his feet had transformed into a treacherous quagmire, rendering him immobile. With a splash, water rippled outward beneath the cerulean horn as a gargantuan, mud-encrusted head emerged from the depths. Clang, clang, clang. His instincts finally stirred. But alas, it was too late. The creature had already surfaced, revealing its true form. It was an enormous rhinoceros. Mission issued. Level 4, 4-star moonlit rhinoceros. Formidable impact. Bestows 10,000 experience points and 3,000 defense points. Chapter 50, Confrontation with the Beast. Yunjie licked his lips, a wave of hunger crashing over him like a tempest. If only he could savor the flesh of a late-stage level 4 brown bear. As night descended, the moonlit rhinoceros appeared as if on cue, bellowing at the moon. Yunjie assessed his vitality. It stood at 85%. His forehooves were agile, yet the venomous spines upon his tail had yet to manifest. Tomorrow, he would be liberated from this swamp. The moonlit rhinoceros pivoted with the moon, its colossal silhouette facing the forest behind. Suddenly, a cacophony of splashes erupted, causing the entire swamp to tremble. Yunjie was taken aback. He turned to witness the brown bear from earlier charging toward him from the shore. What? Is it commencing already? Yunjie was utterly astonished. The brown bear, colossal in stature, moved with astonishing swiftness. With water cascading around it, it swiftly approached the moonlit rhinoceros. The rhinoceros hesitated momentarily, then unleashed a thunderous roar and charged forward. Seizing the opportunity, the bear swung its massive paw with force. With a resounding crash, the rhinoceros's horn barely grazed the bear's belly before being met with the bear's formidable paw. Its head twisted as its body staggered back. Caught off guard by a successful ambush, the brown bear lunged forward, and within the brutal clash of nature's titans, each movement became a perilous gamble for survival. As one could meet their demise in the blink of an eye, the moonlit rhinoceros, unsteady and taken by surprise, found itself increasingly on the defensive. The bear, relentless in its assault, seized the rhino's head and savagely clamped down, leaving it gasping for breath. There were no fearsome roars or unnecessary gestures. The late-stage brown bear employed its sharp teeth to rend the flesh of the moonlit rhinoceros, inflicting deep, bloody gashes. Though the bear's frenzied onslaught brought the rhinoceros to the brink of death, it managed to tuck its neck tightly, protecting its throat and vital areas, causing the bear's strikes to land only on less critical points. Aware of this, the bear continued to seek openings to attack the rhinoceros's throat. As the bear pressed down, the rhinoceros retreated, cunningly luring its adversary closer. When the distance was just right, the bear's hind legs faltered, and the rhinoceros seized the moment to counterattack. With a sudden surge of power from its hind legs, the rhinoceros thrust its sharp horn upward, striking the bear squarely on the chin. A mighty roar erupted as blood flowed from the bear's mouth, the blow nearly piercing its jaw. Sensing the rhinoceros charging once more, the bear quickly dropped to all fours to evade the assault. In that instant, its side lay fully exposed beneath the rhinoceros's horn. Seizing the opportunity, the rhinoceros overturned the bear, its horn penetrating through its jaw and protruding from its mouth. With a thunderous roar, the rhinoceros hoisted the bear's head, shaking it violently from side to side, lifting and dropping it repeatedly. Gradually succumbing to the pain, the bear clung to the rhinoceros's head, attempting to pull down and deplete the rhinoceros's stamina. It gradually maneuvered its hind legs to draw the rhinoceros forward, striving to position itself beneath the magnificent creature. The rhinoceros, utterly exhausted, was dragged forward step by step. With a thunderous roar, the bear instigated a counteroffensive, thrusting the rhinoceros's head upward, liberating its jaw from the formidable horn. Subsequently, it coiled its hind legs around the rhinoceros's belly, curling its body and placing its head beneath the rhinoceros's neck. The bear then opened its colossal jaws and sank its teeth into the rhinoceros's throat. Its formidable fangs penetrated the thick hide of the rhinoceros, clashing against one another. The moonlit rhinoceros found itself in grave danger. Yunjie pondered to himself. At that moment, the moon hung high in the sky, casting its most brilliant light. Moo! The rhinoceros lifted its head to behold the moon, emitting a cry that seemed to beseech for assistance. A blue luminescence flickered at the tip of its horn, gradually illuminating its entire length. As the azure glow blossomed, the weary moonlit rhinoceros unexpectedly regained its vigor, leaping forth and charging wildly with the brown bear in tow. Yunjie was taken aback. He recalled a saying, "In the name of the moon, I shall mete out justice." The revitalized moonlit rhinoceros was more ferocious than ever. Bounding with the massive brown bear, the bear could no longer withstand the onslaught. After enduring for hours, it had begun to glimpse hope, only to be confronted by this unforeseen turn of events. With each leap of the rhinoceros, it nearly toppled the bear. Whoosh! One of the bear's paws faltered, sinking into the mud. It was the first to relinquish its grip on the rhinoceros's neck. Had it conceded? Yunjie was astounded. The bear released its hold and scrambled away in a panic, retreating toward the shore. Yunjie immediately comprehended. The creature realized that the swamp was sinking, and it could not overpower the rhinoceros within the mire. Clearly, the moonlit rhinoceros possessed a greater awareness of the urgency of the situation than Yunjie. Once the bear loosened its grip, it launched a swift counterattack, rapidly closing the distance, pressing its horn against the bear's flank and forcefully thrusting upward. With a whoosh, the bear lay toppled, having lost all the ferocity it once commanded, its visage now a mask of sheer panic. Ignoring the pain, it desperately scrambled to escape. The moonlit rhinoceros, sensing its advantage, drove the bear further into the water with its formidable horn. The bear roared in defiance, but such resistance was in vain. The rhinoceros escalated its assault, gradually submerging the bear deeper into the mire. As the moonlight began to wane and the swamp grew increasingly treacherous, the rhinoceros plunged downward, fully submerging the bear. Then, seizing the fleeting moment before dawn, it vanished into the depths of the swamp. Bubbles erupted on the water's surface, the thick, black mud roiling as if signaling the bear's final struggle. Restoration of vitality surged to 91%. Yunjie felt an exhilarating rush of joy. He was now capable of movement. He kicked his hooves, turning sideways, and slowly extricated himself from the swamp. Suddenly, a roar resonated, and the mud-covered bear erupted from beneath the water, akin to a whale breaching the surface. Yunjie was taken aback, halting his movements instantly. The bear emerged halfway, only to be dragged back beneath the mud. Undoubtedly, the moonlit rhinoceros lurked below. The bear thrashed violently, its colossal paws striking the surface in a desperate bid for escape. Yet, in the swamp, the more it struggled, the more rapidly it sank. The mud enveloped its chest, arms, then its neck, head, and nostrils. As time passed, Yunjie dared not move, fearing the bear might resurface. Blub blub. A series of bubbles ascended to the surface, followed by the immense head of the bear breaking through the water. It had truly perished. Yunjie blinked, gazing up at the gradually rising sun. As sunlight bathed the land, glistening enticingly upon the bear's massive head. In this moment, the moonlit rhinoceros remained concealed. Could he seize this opportunity? Chapter 51. Seizing the Opportunity Splash. A droplet of saliva fell upon the water's surface, and Yunjie's anticipation had coalesced into a singular thread. The allure of 15,000 experience points and 500 critical evolution points for a wild donkey was undeniably captivating. Ever since the demise of the bullet ant army, he had not encountered such a fortuitous opportunity, and he harbored little hope of discovering another. To hell with it, he would indulge himself first. Putting aside the haunting recollections of the formidable brown bear and the moon-watching rhino, he pivoted and swam cautiously towards his objective. The 9-meter-tall brown bear rested upon the water's surface like a diminutive hillock. Even in death, its formidable presence persisted, evoking waves of panic and an overwhelming sense of suffocation within Yunjie as he drew closer. Summoning his courage, he approached the bear's head, only to discover that he had miscalculated its position. The bear lay sprawled with its head submerged. He dared not make a sound, for it was here that the moon-watching rhino had stealthily entered the marsh. Should he disrupt the tranquility, he risked being ensnared in the mire. With a firm grasp on the fur of the bear's shoulder, he stealthily ascended. The bear's head was immense, almost capable of bearing the entirety of Yunjie's form. He deftly maneuvered his hooves to locate the profound hollow beneath the bear's occiput and subsequently lowered his head to deliver a bite. With the exception of arthropods, formidable predators, including humans, bear a susceptible region at the base of the skull where the occipital bone resides. Yunjie initially gnawed through the fur behind the bear's neck, revealing the hide before assaulting the robust bear skin that lay beneath. The defensive attributes of a late-stage earth-brown bear were indeed formidable, and as it had only recently succumbed, its defenses remained robust. Despite his incessant biting, he succeeded only in creating a minor puncture. Were it not for the extraordinary biting power bestowed upon him by the saber-toothed tiger, which honed his teeth, he would likely have been incapable of breaching the bear's hide. After laboriously establishing a small opening, exhaustion enveloped his jaw, necessitating a brief respite before resuming his endeavors. He meticulously gnawed at the aperture, gradually expanding it. The bear's blood surged forth from the subcutaneous fat. Employing his teeth to scrape the flesh from the bear's occipital bone, the contour of the bone became discernible. He seized the edge with his incisors, straining with all his might to elevate it. Yet, it remained immovable. The musculature encasing the bear's occiput was remarkably sturdy, and the bone itself possessed extraordinary density. With a strenuous effort, he nearly fractured his incisors. After repeated, fruitless attempts, he conceded that the bear's flesh was not only inherently resilient, but its bones were as well. Would he truly abandon this undertaking? Assuredly not. A grasping individual such as Yunjie would never yield. If he could not elevate it, then he would shatter it. He lifted his donkey hoof and struck with unrestrained power. The occipital bone, though unyielding, ultimately yielded after several hundred blows. Exhilarated, he commenced tearing through the bear's hide, accessing the fractured region of the occiput, revealing the bear's blood-drenched cranial vault before him. The bear's head was so immense that he could easily recline within it like a vessel. Gulping audibly, Yunjie swallowed hard. The bloodied cerebral matter was rather repulsive. He employed his tongue to separate the brain, uncovering a pale yellow magic core nestled amidst the white matter. A late-stage magic core. He opened his mouth and carefully extracted it with a bite. The magic core retained a gentle warmth against his fingertips. Yunjie tasted it with his tongue before shattering it with fervor. A soft, golden luminescence emanated, and the sweet essence of the magic core cascaded down his throat. Congratulations. You have acquired 15,000 experience points and 500 wild donkey critical evolution points. You presently stand at late stage 3, with your alloy donkey hoof at 75,300 out of 100,000. Self-healing level 1, 0 out of 100. Sensory ability level 1, 345 out of 1000. Biting power level 1, 7741 out of 10,000. Wild donkey critical level 5, 2 out of 500. Defense level 1, 228 out of 10,000. Web level 1, 2 out of 10. Donkey humanoid form reserve, 1,380 out of 10,000. Yunjie surveyed his attribute panel, recognizing that he was a mere 20,000 experience points shy of ascending to the pinnacle of Stage 3. Additionally, the wild donkey critical had ascended to level 5 following its fusion with the earth power of the brown bear, a truly transformative leap. With the surge in evolution points, he could distinctly perceive the energy pulsating within his forehead and a newfound vigor coursing through his limbs. With his current level 5 wild donkey critical, he felt assured of his capacity to withstand a confrontation with the moon-watching rhino. Naturally, he would not be so reckless as to seek out the moon-watching rhino for a trial. That would be an invitation to demise. Casting his gaze upon the carcass of the brown bear beneath him, a wave of nausea surged in his throat. The remains of the human-faced spider had granted him defensive points, and this late-stage earth brown bear should yield similar rewards, given its superior tier. He would soon ascertain this by sampling it. Yunjie commenced the task of removing the bear's hide, reaching toward its back. The thick layer of subcutaneous fat was unveiled, and he sank his teeth into it. Greasy and acrid, it was far from appetizing. Yet for Yunjie, who had languished in the marsh for days, any sustenance was a profound blessing. The flavor was inconsequential, it merely needed to quell his hunger. He consumed the fat from the bear's back before gnawing on the flesh beneath. You have gained 1 point of defense. Indeed, there it was. Yunjie was filled with exuberance as he continued to indulge in the remains of the bear. He relished every bite, from its back to its hindquarters. Completely immersed in his feast, oblivious to the passage of nearly an entire day, he only lifted his gaze in astonishment as nightfall approached. Realizing that darkness was once again enveloping the land, panic surged within him. He must flee. Yunjie sprang from the bear's carcass and swam with fervor towards the shore. By this time, the moon had ascended, replacing the setting sun. He leaped and paddled through the murky waters with all his might, yearning to reach the bank. The memory of being battered by the moon-watching rhino haunted him. Moved from the marshland behind, the thunderous roar of the moon-watching rhino echoed. A shiver coursed down Yunjie's spine as he swam with desperation towards the shore, scrambling up with a few swift movements. Splash! The sound of the moon-watching rhino emerging from the water reverberated behind him. Instinctively, he turned to behold the creature's head breaking the surface. Run! Yunjie immediately bolted into the woods. In the marsh, the moon-watching rhino directed its gaze toward the shadowy trees, observing in silence for a fleeting moment before gradually turning away, dismissing the disturbance. As Yunjie plunged into the forest, he sprinted up the slope. Realizing that the moon-watching rhino had not pursued him, he glanced back instinctively and confirmed that it had indeed not followed. He paused, lowering his gaze toward the marsh below, where the moon-watching rhino was gazing upward, entranced by the moonlight. At that moment, a thought struck him. The moon-watching rhino had seemingly never left the marsh. What could be the reason for this? Could it be that it could not survive outside the marsh? Yunjie furrowed his brow. Mission prompt: design a trap to eliminate the moon-watching rhino. Successful completion will yield 500 points for the evolution of the donkey humanoid form. Failure will result in no rewards. Design a trap? Yunjie was perplexed. How could one possibly devise a trap? Dig a pit? This place was entirely marshland. It was impossible to excavate a pit, let alone a mud hole. What kind of trap could possibly ensnare such a colossal creature as the moon-watching rhino? Oh, did it not just mention evolution points for the donkey humanoid form? Chapter 49. The earth-brown bear, the moon-watching rhino's form began to ascend gradually, its movements betraying neither intention nor agency, but rather as if an unseen force from beneath the water was elevating it. As it surfaced, the marsh's waters grew denser, beginning to congeal around it. Its horns arched towards the moon, their tips shimmering with the cerulean luminescence that spread, enveloping the entire horn in a shade reminiscent of blue jade. In due course, both of the moon-watching rhino's horns radiated in a brilliant azure. It opened its maw and unleashed a colossal roar, its presence seemingly magnifying. Yunjie awaited, albeit in vain, the anticipated onslaught from the creature, cautiously parting his eyelids to witness the transformations unfolding around him. The moon-watching rhino appeared captivated by the silvery glow of the moonlight, as if spellbound by its enchanting radiance. Was it absorbing the very essence of lunar illumination? Yunjie found this utterly bewildering. Moonlight was but a mere illumination, devoid of any intrinsic energy. Suddenly, the moon-watching rhino shifted its gaze towards him. Yunjie's heart raced, and he swiftly closed his eyes, pretending to be lifeless. The sound of trickling water and the quaking of silt heralded the awakening of the moon-gazing rhino. conjuring the vivid imagery of the previous night's spectacle in Yunjia's mind. Overcome with dread, his vitality lingered below 20. Another attack could prove fatal. Huff, huff. The feeling of warm air brushing against his nose rendered him immobile with trepidation. The moon-gazing rhino gently prodded Yunjia's head with its horn, then withdrew, scrutinizing his response. Yielding to the pull of gravity, Yunjia inhaled deeply and submerged his face in the water. A sudden, resounding thud echoed as the moon-gazing rhino brought its foot down with considerable force. Yunjia's recently healed skull fractured anew, unleashing a torrent of agonizing pain. He managed to stifle a scream. Thud, thud. Several more concussive blows followed in quick succession. Crimson rivulets trickled from his nostrils. The shattered skull had ruptured the delicate membranes within the cranial cavity, causing them to seep out through his nose. Upon observing the sanguinary discharge, the moon-gazing rhino ceased its assault, regarding Yunjia in contemplative silence before lumbering away, its immense form disappearing into the distance. Through a narrow opening in his eyelids, Yunjia beheld the receding silhouette of the colossal rhinoceros, silently pledging to fracture its bones upon his restoration. The moon-gazing rhino vanished, the moon diminished, and dawn broke. As sunlight penetrated the shadows, the swamp returned to its primordial state. The moon-gazing rhino gradually sank beneath the mire, as though it had never been. Yunjia breathed a sigh of relief, having narrowly evaded death once more. During daylight, his regenerative powers appeared to flourish in comparison to the night. After a sunlit day, his vitality surged by 8 points. As the sun descended beyond the horizon and the moon ascended once more, the moon-gazing rhino reemerged. As in previous instances, the swamp's mire thickened and solidified upon the rhino's reappearance. The moment the moon-gazing rhino emerged, Yunjia pretended to be lifeless. The rhino adhered to its established routine, directing its horn towards the moon, absorbing its celestial essence as if partaking in a feast. This time, it refrained from attacking Yunjia, convinced it had already vanquished the donkey, concentrating solely on imbibing the moon's ethereal energy. Observing the moon-gazing rhino, Yunjia noted its sunflower-like demeanor, perpetually adjusting its stance to harmonize with the moon's trajectory. As the moon ascended to its zenith, the lunar rays reached their zenith, transforming the rhino's horn into a resplendent azure beacon. When the moon descended and dawn broke, the moon-gazing rhino retreated into the mire once more. Having survived the night unscathed, Yunjia exhaled a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, questions began to surface. Why did the moon-gazing rhino reside beneath the mire? Did it not require respiration? Was there an alternate realm beneath the mire? Moreover, why did the swamp undergo such transformations? A plethora of inquiries besieged him. Fortunately, sunlight graced the land anew, enhancing his regenerative capabilities. A day later, Yunjia's vitality had recuperated to 40%. He regained sensation below his neck, indicating the healing of his cervical vertebrae. However, his limbs remained unresponsive, necessitating additional time for recovery. As the moon ascended, the moon-gazing rhino emerged from the mire once again, as if rising from an elevator below, absorbing the moonlight, bellowing at the celestial body, and tracing its path. The moon-gazing rhino's routine persisted unwaveringly. Yunjia observed that the rhino consistently surfaced at the same spot, exhibiting minimal variation. With the dawn of another day, Yunjia could sense his heartbeat and the functioning of his intestines, signifying the restoration of his abdominal functions. His vitality had surged to 51%, and the regenerative process had markedly accelerated compared to preceding days. With the primary organs restored, his regenerative abilities no longer operated in isolation. This dual approach propelled his vitality forward at a discernible rate. By nightfall, his vitality had ascended to 63%. He could now feel his lower limbs. Yunjia felt a surge of joy within, eagerly anticipating his forthcoming restoration of movement. As the moon rose high in the sky, the moon-gazing rhino reemerged. True to form, it inclined its head towards the luminous orb, imbibing its ethereal essence. Yunjia continued to feign his demise, and the two existed in serene harmony. Abruptly, the moon-gazing rhino, captivated by the moonlight, lowered its head. Startled by an unexpected sound, Yunjia was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether the rhino had uncovered his deceit. The moon-gazing rhino pivoted, directing its attention towards a point behind it. Yunjia squinted, meticulously scrutinizing its every motion. Is it not aimed at me? Confounded, Yunjia traced the direction of the rhino's gaze. The edge of the swamp was flanked by a shadowy forest, shrouding all within its depths. What was the moon-gazing rhino intently observing? Suddenly, a figure appeared to flicker. Something lurks there. Yunjia activated his perception to investigate the area where the dark silhouette had shifted. A large, brown dot shimmered in that location, signifying that the creature concealed within the forest possessed a power level of no less than Tier 4. A magical beast seeks to hunt the moon-gazing rhino. Yunjia was taken aback. After the moon-gazing rhino's unyielding onslaught, he had come to regard it as an invincible force. What manner of beast would dare challenge this colossal entity? On the perception map, the brown dot gradually retreated, having determined that there was no immediate danger. The moon-gazing rhino resumed its absorption of lunar essence. The night unfolded without incident, and as dawn approached, the moon-gazing rhino nestled deep within the mire. Yunjie beheld the brilliant sunlight, his spirits rising with each passing moment. With his vitality restored to 77%, he anticipated the return of his agility. Rustle. The gentle sound of rustling leaves emanated from the distant forest, piquing his curiosity. As he turned his gaze, he beheld a formidable head peering into the swamp. A bear. A magnificent brown bear loomed before him. Yunjie, taken aback, swiftly activated his perception to delve deeper into the matter. It was the very same large brown figure he had encountered the previous night. A mission was proclaimed. Tier 4 late-stage Earth Brown Bear, awarding 15,000 experience points. And the potential to acquire 500 evolution points for Donkey Rampage, the system announced. Tier 4 late stage, 500 evolution points for Donkey Rampage. Yunjie's thoughts spiraled in exhilaration. His current Donkey Rampage level was a mere 2 points, and the prospect of amassing 500 points could elevate him by several tiers. The Earth Brown Bear before him was notably more colossal than the Tier 4 early-stage Earth Brown Bear he had previously encountered. Its head was almost as immense as that of the Fire Ant King, and its physique was akin to that of the moon-gazing rhino. The creature cautiously emerged from the depths of the forest, sniffing the surface of the swamp before plunging headfirst into the water. The bear's colossal figure caused the water level to rise perceptibly. As it swam, its vast paws stirred the water as it navigated toward the spot where the moon-gazing rhino had appeared. Its prominent nose scenting the air as if in pursuit of the elusive creature. Yunjie swallowed hard, coming to the realization that this behemoth possessed a formidable appetite. After a period of careful sniffing, the brown bear appeared to have discerned the location. It lowered its immense paws before leaping upward and plunging into the water. The bear's upper body succumbed to the mire, its exposed hind legs thrashing downward. Soon, its entire form vanished into the quagmire. Yunjie beheld this spectacle in astonishment, captivated by the creature's ingenuity. Aware that the moon-gazing rhino emerged only after dusk, when the swamp solidified most remarkably. The bear had strategically opted to execute a surprise assault in broad daylight. The water swirled, and a multitude of bubbles ascended to the surface. An eternity seemed to pass. Yet the brown bear remained submerged. Yunjie grew increasingly apprehensive, pondering whether the moon-gazing rhino had ensnared the bear within the mire, suffocating it. Suddenly, with a resounding splash, water cascaded in all directions as the brown bear emerged from the depths. Its head and body were enshrouded in dark muck, and its paws were devoid of any prize. Had it not succeeded in its quest? Yunjie was astounded. In theory, the moon-gazing rhino lay directly beneath the sludge, and the bear had diligently searched the correct vicinity. How could it have faltered? Had it failed to dig deep enough? Unthinkable. The bear had been submerged for nearly an hour, excavating dozens of meters. Yunjie sensed the enigma surrounding the moon-gazing rhino intensifying. The brown bear vigorously shook its head, casting off the muck, then paddled through the water before departing with a sense of despondency. The evolutionary advantages associated with the donkey-human transformation are considerably more substantial than those pertaining to skills. They are also exceedingly rare and invaluable, not readily accessible at all times. In pivotal moments, they can signify a matter of life and death. Embodying Yunjie's aspiration of attaining human form. To enhance his donkey-human form, he must diligently adhere to the task prompts. Yunjie surveyed the moon-watching rhinoceros in the swamp, contemplating the most effective means to eliminate this formidable creature. The prospect of digging a pit could only be realized at night, when the moon-watching rhinoceros emerged, as the swamp would solidify, rendering it suitable for excavation. However, during this time, the rhinoceros would also be present. Would it permit him to excavate a hole directly beneath its nose? Certainly not, even if such an endeavor were feasible. How long would it take to excavate a pit for such a colossal beast? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Yunjie. It was sheer folly to consider digging a pit. The moon-watching rhinoceros inherently resides beneath the swamp. By digging, was he not merely facilitating its descent into deeper waters? Shaking his head, he resolutely dismissed the notion of excavation. But what alternative traps remained at his disposal? Yunjie mused while squatting atop a slope, comforted by the belief that the rhinoceros would not venture beyond the swamp, thus alleviating his concerns regarding danger. Reflecting further, he concluded that a trap, in a more expansive sense, was intended to deceive the adversary rather than merely creating a hole. He needed to contemplate the creature's habits. It was irrefutable that the moon-watching rhinoceros would not abandon the swamp or emerge during daylight, relying solely on moonlight for sustenance. What if the moonlight were to be obscured? This revelation illuminated his thoughts. He rose and gazed at the moon above. What might transpire if the moonlight were to be obscured? Would this magnificent creature succumb to starvation as a consequence? A breakthrough. Yunjie felt an exhilarating surge as he finally identified the vulnerability of the moon-watching rhinoceros. However, his fervor diminished when he contemplated the vastness of the swamp and the extensive reach of the moonlight. Obstructing it appeared nearly insurmountable unless he cloaked the entire swamp. He directed his gaze towards the sprawling river, which stretched across thousands of square meters. Entirely covering it would necessitate an enormous piece of fabric, extending from one bank to the other, not to mention the formidable task of transporting such a sizable material. Had the Bullet Ant army still been present, they could have offered their assistance. But now, alone, navigating the swamp to reach the opposite shore was an arduous undertaking. Perhaps my spider silk could extend from this side of the forest to the trees on the far bank. Yunjie raised an eyebrow, regarding it as a plausible option. Although launching individual strands of silk was laborious, it remained the sole viable approach. He could spray the silk and then, akin to a spider, weave a grand web, layering leaves atop it to obscure the moonlight. So be it. If it requires a day or two, if 2 days prove futile, then a month. I refuse to accept that I cannot achieve this. At dawn, as the moon-watching rhinoceros submerged back into the swamp, Yunjie initiated his first series of experiments. He chose the highest point just outside the forest, pinched one nostril, tilted his head back, and forcefully sprayed towards the distant trees. The silk darted forth but swiftly diminished in momentum after a mere few dozen meters, softly alighting upon the surface of the water. At this juncture, he remained several hundred meters distant from the trees on the opposite shore. This is inadequate. The silk is far too delicate to traverse such a considerable distance. Yunjie deftly severed the silk and scanned his surroundings for materials to augment its weight. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a tree by the water's edge, robust as a bowl. An idea ignited within him. He hastened towards the tree, pivoted, and with a mighty kick from his hind leg, shattered it in two. The resilience of his third-tier alloy donkey hooves proved more than adequate to manage the weight of a tree. The trunk fractured violently upon impact, disintegrating into shards. Yunjie seized the trunk and meticulously divided it into shorter, uniform segments. He then identified 2 relatively tall trees in proximity to serve as sturdy supports. After entwining their canopies with silk, he forcefully pulled them down and secured them in position with additional strands. Upon completion, he positioned the severed segments atop the 2 towering trees and, with a decisive kick, severed the silk that bound them together. Whoosh! The silk fractured, and the 2 majestic trees shuddered, propelling the segments into the heavens like artillery shells. The diminutive trunk, propelled by silken threads, ascended into the heavens, leaving a trail of smoke in its wake as it soared. The segment traced a graceful parabolic arc before descending into the opposite thicket. Triumphantly, Yunjie seized the silk and drew it back. On the other side of the forest, the segment nestled perfectly within the fork of a tree. As he tugged, the silk tightened. With a modicum more effort, the silk became taut. This surpasses my expectations. Now I shall not need to traverse back and forth. Employing this method, Yunjie systematically cast trunk segments into the distant forest. Though labor-intensive, it remained the most effective approach at present. A day elapsed, and dozens of spider webs now spanned above the swamp. As night descended, it was time to repose. He needed to remain discreet to avoid alerting the moon-watching rhinoceros. As the moon ascended high, the moon-watching rhinoceros emerged from the swamp, as was its custom, meditating beneath the moonlight, its resplendent blue horn shimmering. Yunjie rested beneath the roots of a tree, preparing to resume his endeavors the following day. 3 days hence, the swamp had become embellished with countless interwoven strands of silk. An imperfect, yet grandiose spider's web had been meticulously woven. Next, he sought to overlay it with leaves to shroud the moonlight. He had formulated a strategy for this endeavor as well. Once more, he would employ a throwing technique, albeit this time utilizing the web rather than discrete strands. The fire net cascaded down, cooling as it descended, while he sprinted through the foliage-clad forest, rapidly gathering an impressive array of leaves upon the net, shaking it out akin to a sniper's ghillie suit. He deftly unraveled the web and cast it onto several drooping tree canopies. By the close of the afternoon, a somber veil hung ominously over the swamp. The curtain permitted a gentle illumination to seep through, thus it was not entirely veiled yet. Nonetheless, the hour was late, and the moon-watching rhinoceros was poised to make its appearance. Yunjie experienced a pang of anxiety, apprehensive that the creature might perceive his intentions. That evening, the moon-watching rhinoceros made its appearance. With a significant portion of the moonlight obscured, it exhibited an unusual restlessness, perpetually adjusting its stance in pursuit of the most illuminated spot. Hidden upon the hillside, Yunjie observed with bated breath, anxious that this magnificent creature might unveil his scheme. Fortuitously, the moon-watching rhinoceros remained unaware, misinterpreting the conditions as a mere cloudy night. After a night fraught with unease and devoid of adequate moonlight, it begrudgingly retreated into the depths of the swamp. This was the last chance. He must finish the curtain tonight. As soon as the moon-watching rhinoceros submerged, Yunjie sprang into action, unleashing dozens of fiery nets, allowing them to cool before gathering leaves. This significantly improved his efficiency. One by one, the nets heavy with leaves ascended toward the curtain. By dusk, Yunjie had accomplished all his tasks. Beneath the swamp, it was now as dark as night. The fruition of his scheme depended upon this very evening. Seizing the opportunity presented by the moon's absence, Yunjie withdrew to a hidden sanctuary. The sun disappeared entirely beyond the western horizon, making way for the moon to ascend in its stead. Bubbles began to emerge from the depths of the swamp. The moon-watching rhinoceros was on the verge of surfacing. Yunjie held his breath, eagerly anticipating the creature's emergence from the depths. As before, the azure horn breached the surface, followed by the rhinoceros's imposing head, and then its entire form. The moon-watching rhinoceros lifted its head towards the heavens as the swamp beneath it swiftly divided water from mud. Such a remarkable distinction. Water and mud. From his vantage point on the shore, Yunjie observed intently. Since the moon-watching rhinoceros had surfaced, the water had rapidly segregated from the viscous sludge, while the mud beneath had lost its moisture, transforming into a substance akin to a non-Newtonian fluid, smooth and seamless. What manner of ability is this? Is it the manipulation of water or the control of mud? Yunjie furrowed his brow in contemplation. The newly awakened moon-watching rhinoceros lifted its head, momentarily shutting its eyes. In an instant, it opened them wide, inquisitively surveying its environment. Yet, there was no moonlight. Yunjie could not suppress a smile. Was it bewildered? Moo! The moonlight rhinoceros let out a roar, markedly different from its earlier calls. This time, the sound possessed a tender quality, reminiscent of a child seeking its mother. Yunjie felt a quiver in his heart. The moonlight rhinoceros, deprived of the sight of the moon and ensnared in the abyss, found itself enveloped in profound darkness. It became agitated, twisting its colossal form in pursuit of the moonlight's gentle embrace. Yunjie's anxiety heightened. What if this formidable creature discerned the ruse and descended to bask in the moonlight? All his endeavors of the preceding days would be rendered futile. The moonlight rhinoceros revolved in place for an interminable duration, its gaze becoming increasingly desperate as the azure luminescence atop its horn waned. Suddenly, it ceased its movement, standing still for what felt like an eternity, as though succumbing to despair, before gradually sinking until the swamp enveloped its head. Was this the end? Reality diverged from Yunjie's anticipations. He cast a glance at his rudimentary trap, contemplating its simplicity. As night descended on the second day, the moonlight rhinoceros emerged slowly from the water, appearing more agitated, desperately searching for remnants of moonlight even before its feet were fully exposed. Yet, with Yunjie's trap set in place, it remained oblivious to the light. After a period of impatient waiting, the moonlight rhinoceros began to roam in pursuit of the moon's glow. Yunjie's fears materialized. Should the moonlight rhinoceros escape the swamp, it would spell catastrophe. The creature meandered through the marsh, retreating each time it approached the edge, as though an unseen barrier had been established to prevent its passage. Yunjie's trap enveloped the entirety of the swamp, ensuring the creature would never catch a glimpse of the moonlight. Gradually, Yunjie's anxiety diminished. His deductions were astute. The moonlight rhinoceros would not venture beyond the confines of the swamp. After a restless night of wandering, the moonlight rhinoceros, seemingly fatigued, emitted a series of mournful howls before submerging once more. This time, the cerulean luminescence atop its horn was even more subdued, and its form appeared to have withered. Following that night, Yunjie felt a renewed sense of confidence in his trap. On the third night, the moonlight rhinoceros resurfaced, this time leaping from the mire, desperately searching for the moonlight again. It would not behold the light without forsaking the swamp. After several frantic laps, it succumbed to despair, resembling an abandoned child as it rammed its horn into the marsh, thrashing wildly. When its fury subsided, it collapsed into the mud, wailing in sorrow, a sound that compelled Yunjie to reevaluate his choice of trap. Another night passed. Yunjie felt himself growing weak from hunger. Yet he remained vigilant by the trap. When the moonlight rhinoceros emerged for the fourth time, it stood silently, its head drooping, seemingly on the verge of despair. Yunjie sighed as the creature's immense silhouette in the mud exuded a profound sense of desolation. Days trickled by, and Yunjie's resolve began to falter. Starving, he resorted to nibbling on grass for sustenance. The fat on his body had been entirely consumed, leaving him significantly leaner. The moonlight rhinoceros, too, was not faring any better. Its appearance became erratic, sometimes surfacing during the day. Its body had visibly deteriorated, becoming gaunt, while the azure hue of its horn faded into a muted gray. It appeared to age dramatically, moving sluggishly, and on several occasions, it collapsed into the mud. As the glow of its horn diminished, so did its capacity to command the swamp, causing water and muck to merge, further impeding its movement. Soon, it would be over. Yunjie urged himself to persevere. Each time he closed his eyes, he sank into a deep slumber, only to awaken when the sun blazed into the sky. The moonlight rhinoceros. Yunjie leapt to his feet, filled with relief upon discovering that it was indeed daybreak. Surely, the elusive creature had sought refuge in the depths of the swamp. Instinctively, he cast his gaze upon the murky waters beneath the trap, only to be rendered speechless. The moonlight rhinoceros lay serenely upon the swamp. Yet its demeanor was strikingly altered. It remained utterly still upon the murky surface. Was it lifeless? Yunjie blinked in astonishment. After a period of observation, he discerned that the creature exhibited no signs of vitality, not even the gentle rise and fall of its abdomen. With trepidation, he approached the water's edge, straining to catch a glimpse of the moonlight rhinoceros. Even in the light of day, the swamp retained an air of obscurity. The colossal figure of the moonlight rhinoceros loomed like a diminutive mountain. A few birds flitted from their nests, alighting upon its vast belly, pecking at it with their sharp beaks. It was undeniably deceased. At this moment, Yunjie found himself utterly convinced. Summoning his courage, he waded through the water, drawing near to the moonlight rhinoceros, a mere few meters away, and scrutinizing it intently. Half of its head lay submerged, its eyes closed, cheeks hollow, and mouth slightly agape, exposing cracked lips stained with blood, besieged by swarming flies, as if it had succumbed to death long ago. Ah, triumph! Yunjie exulted, marveling at the ease with which he had subdued such a magnificent creature. With no defenses in sight, he ascended the beast's immense belly, applying pressure firmly. The abdomen exhibited remarkable resilience, suggesting that decomposition had yet to take its toll. He navigated across its form towards the head, poised to extract its magical core. Just then, he witnessed the moonlight rhinoceros's eyes snap open. Good heavens! Yunjie retreated cautiously, his heart racing, as his donkey's fur bristled, seemingly prepared for flight. Chapter 54, The Swamp Battle. It stirred. The immense head of the moonlight rhinoceros slowly ascended. This creature was indeed alive. Yunjie was engulfed in terror as he braced himself for the ferocious assault that had nearly obliterated him that night. With a resounding splash, the moonlight rhinoceros lifted its forelegs, shedding mud and water as though a torrential rain had just passed. Yunjie tumbled off the creature and sprinted frantically toward the shore. With a mighty roar, the moonlight rhinoceros reared up, standing tall. Its eyes glowed crimson, and the azure hue of its horn reignited with fervor. The blue light emanated as the gaunt moonlight rhinoceros appeared to reclaim all its vigor, kicking back before charging relentlessly after Yunjie. In that instant, Yunjie felt as though his very soul had fled. He heard the thunderous thuds behind him, and the swamp, which was typically only solid at night, began to congeal. His forelegs sprang upward, while his hind legs became ensnared by the solidifying mire. Thud! He plunged forward into the mire, his teeth sinking into the dark soil. Disregarding the muck that clung to his lips, he exerted every ounce of strength to advance, striving to liberate his hind legs. Yet, they felt as if encased in lead, stubbornly refusing to move. Just as the tendrils of panic threatened to engulf him, his back legs were liberated, not by his own efforts, but by the force of the moonlight rhinoceros's horn, which launched him into the air. Whoosh! Thud! Yunjie somersaulted through the air before plummeting into the murky water. The moonlight rhinoceros bellowed, charging at him with astonishing swiftness. Its crimson eyes gleamed with a particularly sinister intensity. From the creature's countenance, Yunjie inferred that it had concluded he was the culprit behind the disappearance of the moon. In that instant, he had no opportunity to retreat. He rose to his feet and launched himself directly at the formidable beast. Boom! The two beings, one grand and the other diminutive, collided with an extraordinary force. Yunjie experienced a sharp pang in his forehead as he was propelled backward. The wild donkey critical strike skill was activated. Much like an ice skater, Yunjie glided several meters before regaining his balance. This time, rather than trepidation, he was engulfed by a wave of exhilaration. Having consumed the magical core of the earth brown bear, his wild donkey critical strike had ascended to level 5, and this latest encounter proved to be exhilarating. Although he had not directly collided with the moonlight rhinoceros, he had at least managed to remain grounded. With a resounding moo, the moonlight rhinoceros charged at him once more. After a considerable reduction in weight, the moon-watching rhinoceros had shed numerous pounds, enabling it to sprint at double its former speed. Yunjie inhaled deeply, summoned strength through his forehooves, and surged forward. Bang! The two entities collided once again. The wild donkey's collision prowess has ascended to level 2. A crackling sound echoed as Yunjie was hurled back once more, this time with augmented force. Despite the throbbing ache in his forehead, the exhilarating sensation of the impact invigorated him. Once again, Yunjie opened his mouth wide and let out a fierce roar. The moon-watching rhinoceros released a deep sigh, evidently astonished by the unexpected surge of strength displayed by the donkey before it. Recognizing that this was no ordinary adversary, Yunjie deftly flicked his hooves, easing his joints, perpetually poised for another confrontation. At that moment, the azure horn adorning the moon-watching rhinoceros began to radiate a luminous glow. As the horn shimmered, an unusual phenomenon unfolded. The mud beneath its feet began to dissipate. Water slowly permeated the mire, transforming it into an exceedingly viscous substance. That azure horn must be connected to the marshland. In an instant, Yunjie comprehended the unfolding situation. Observing the horn's flickering illumination, the moon-watching rhinoceros grew increasingly restless, bellowing as it steadied its horn and charged anew. Yunjie yearned to advance and confront it once more, yet the terrain no longer permitted such a maneuver. The swamp beneath him had transformed into a soft and adhesive quagmire, rendering him incapable of maintaining his footing, much less harnessing the swamp's reactive force. As the moon-watching rhinoceros barreled toward him, Yunjie could do naught but close his eyes and surrender his fate to the whims of chance. With a resounding crash, it felt as though the very earth trembled within his skull. Yunjie's head throbbed agonizingly, and he was cast aside like a mere blade of grass. Subsequently, his body spun and tumbled, landing with a splash in the murky water. The surface tension intermingled with sludge, intensifying, leaving his internal organs in a state of numbness. Moo! The moon-watching rhinoceros emitted a formidable roar, lowering its head to charge at Yunjie with its formidable horn. Sensing imminent peril, Yunjie hastily extricated himself from the mire and turned to flee towards the shore. A sagacious individual recognizes the opportune moment to withdraw. A self-preserving donkey is indeed a hero. The moon-watching rhinoceros refrained from pursuit, choosing instead to lower its head into the murky water, emitting a subdued roar. The azure horn gleamed resplendently, and the marsh before it transformed into an impenetrable quagmire, unable to sustain any living being. Whoosh! The viscous sludge emanated from the horn of the moon-watching rhinoceros, creating a triangular pattern as the inky water swirled. Yunjie, who had been hastily forging ahead, abruptly found himself engulfed in the mire, submerged to the level of his head. This is dire. Yunjie struggled against the oppressive mass. Yet the viscous mire drained all his upward drive, pulling him further into its depths. Moo! The moon-watching rhinoceros bellowed as it plunged into the hardened mire. In the murky depths, Yunjie caught a fleeting glimpse of the cerulean horn's silhouette, swiftly followed by a tremendous impact akin to an avalanche, which propelled his entire being deeper into the swamp's abyss. Despair enveloped him. A surge of panic coursed through Yunjie as he lashed out at the moon-watching rhinoceros. Yet his efforts proved futile. He quickly resorted to wielding the stinger at the end of his tail, aiming for the creature's throat. Striking blindly, he relied solely on instinct. To his astonishment, the stinger rebounded, failing to pierce the hide of the moon-watching rhinoceros. Once more, summoning every ounce of strength, he thrust the stinger upward and charged recklessly. As if breaching 10 layers of steel, the stinger finally penetrated the skin of the moon-watching rhinoceros. Injecting his venom, Yunjie became attuned to the creature's movements. Had the stinger truly penetrated? Indeed, but it had merely breached the external layer of skin, puncturing a thin layer of fat without reaching any blood vessels. Realizing that the moon-watching rhinoceros remained unfazed, Yunjie feared he was doomed to become a fossilized relic of the past. A faint orange red seeped from beneath the creature's skin, expanding into an egg-shaped mark. Had Yunjie possessed only the neurotoxin of a bullet ant, his fate would have been sealed. Nevertheless, his stinger bore the magma toxin from fire ants, capable of eliciting a poisoning response in the formidable 4th-tier, 4-star moon-watching rhinoceros. The excruciating agony compelled the moon-watching rhinoceros to cease its relentless charge. Its neck pulsated with pain as it relinquished Yunjie, anxiously redirecting its gaze upstream. Seizing this fleeting moment, Yunjie grasped the creature's tail, liberating himself from the murky depths of the swamp. With a resonant moo, the moon-watching rhinoceros emerged from the water, violently thrashing its head, a large crimson blister swiftly manifesting upon its neck. Concurrently, the azure luminescence of its horn began to diminish. Yunjie clung tenaciously to the tail of the moon-watching rhinoceros, striving to ascend. Perceiving Yunjie's presence, the moon-watching rhinoceros retaliated with ferocious kicks. Sizzle! Yunjie was sent sprawling away. The excruciating agony ignited the nerves of the moon-watching rhinoceros, which bellowed and inclined its head to launch another charge at Yunjie, propelling him forcefully aloft. Chapter 55. The lethal sunlight towering at over 4 meters, the moon-watching rhinoceros hurled Yunjie as though he were but a trifling mouse. Splash! Yunjie collided with his own intricate web, the silken threads recoiling and swiftly propelling him back. The force of the rebound was immense, rendering him nearly incapable of standing. Witnessing Yunjie fall once more, the furious moon-watching rhinoceros charged again, utilizing its horn to propel him skyward. Splash bang! Yunjie collided with the intricate web array once more, this time with such force that he shattered the leaves above him. He descended into the murky water, unable to rise. The agony from the horn's impact beneath his ribs was unbearable. This area was the epicenter of his strength, and if it sustained damage, he could not summon his full power. Moo! Enraged, the moon-watching rhinoceros charged once more. Yunjie shut his eyes and fervently prayed, "May God protect me." It felt as though an eternity had elapsed, leading Yunjie to believe he had met his demise. When he finally opened his eyes, he beheld the moon-watching rhinoceros standing before him, huffing and puffing yet not advancing. Could it be that divine intervention had occurred? Yunjie was left in astonishment. The moon-watching rhinoceros pivoted its form, shifting its sturdy legs to the opposite side of Yunjie. Yunjie arched an eyebrow, perceiving a subtle detail. Earlier, he had meticulously cleared the foliage overhead, permitting the golden sunlight to cascade down like a radiant pillar. Remarkably, he found himself right beside that luminous beam. The moon-watching rhinoceros harbors a profound dread of sunlight. In an instant, Yunjie comprehended the reason behind the creature's reluctance to assail him. Swiftly, he navigated to the opposite side of the luminous beam, utilizing it as a shield for his safety. This strategy proved to be remarkably effective. The moon-watching rhinoceros, perceiving that Yunjie had stepped into the beam of light, turned to seek a suitable angle for its assault. Just as I surmised. Yunjie chuckled, filled with relief at his continued existence. In that instant, the azure horn atop the moon-watching rhinoceros began to lose its luster. As the horn dulled, the creature seemed to age by decades, its skin becoming creased and reminiscent of a colossal Shar-Pei. Moo! 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 The moon-watching rhinoceros let out a thunderous roar 3 times, its azure horn rekindling with a flicker, though this time it appeared significantly diminished. It was approaching its limit. Yunjie perceived the ominous signs, with the cerulean luminescence stabilizing upon its horn. The moon-watching rhinoceros seemed acutely aware that its time was fleeting. It emitted a low growl and surged forward, undeterred by the blinding radiance. Yunjie cast a glance at the trap suspended above, inhaled deeply, and crouched low, meticulously counting the steps of the moon-watching rhinoceros. As it drew closer, he propelled himself with great vigor, landing upon the creature's head. The moon-watching rhinoceros bellowed in fury, raising its head, and Yunjie harnessed the momentum to leap once more. He ascended through the air toward the trap, opening his mouth wide to seize a strand of silk. The silk remained unbroken, and Yunjie deftly extended his long legs to seize several strands trailing behind him. The moon-watching rhinoceros came to a halt, meticulously searching for Yunjie's location. "Come, everyone, revel in the delights of a sunbath." Yunjie clenched the silk tightly and plunged downward, severing the thread. His donkey hooves followed suit, snapping 3 or 4 additional strands. Splash! The sound of rustling leaves filled the air as a colossal rift, spanning 5 to 6 meters in width and extending for hundreds of meters, tore through the expansive canopy above. With the emergence of this opening, a torrent of sunlight poured forth, illuminating the previously shadowy depths of the pit with unparalleled brilliance. Moo! The moon-horn rhino roared in torment, violently tossing its colossal head in a frantic effort to escape the advancing light. The scarlet glow that had previously enveloped its diminutive eyes was swiftly diminishing. "No cause for concern. This is merely the beginning," Yunjie murmured, his tone imbued with somber resolve. Seizing a vertical filament of spider silk, he applied a powerful tug, resulting in an even larger rift to emerge. The moonhorn rhino found itself directly beneath the freshly created aperture, instantly enveloped in a torrent of solar brilliance. Sizzle! The rhinoceros's hide began to release tendrils of acrid smoke beneath the sun's unyielding onslaught. Its skin swiftly desiccated, as though subjected to a searing cauterization, and grotesque, charred patterns manifested. It bellowed in agony, instinctively lowering its head in an attempt to plunge into the mire. Can sunlight truly conquer a moonhorn rhino? A revelation washed over Yunjie, and he wasted not a moment. Observing the rhino's desperate bid for sanctuary in the swamp, he charged boldly into the fray. The wild donkey strike skill attained 3 points. Thud! In this instance, he stood resolutely, his forceful presence compelling the rhinoceros to stagger and waver. The azure horn atop the moonhorn rhino's head swiftly metamorphosed into a pallid, ashen hue. Its delicate eyelashes and fine hairs likewise turned white, bestowing upon it the semblance of an albino creature. Enveloped in swirling smoke, the moonhorn rhino writhed in the throes of excruciating agony, abandoning its pursuit of Yunjie. It desperately endeavored to burrow into the depths of the swamp. After days of relentless exertion, victory was tantalizingly within reach. Could Yunjie afford to let it slip away? Absolutely not. Summoning every ounce of strength, he lunged forward, delivering a devastating blow to the rhino's head. Thwack! A conical object spiraled through the air before landing with a thud upon the marshy terrain. It was the moonhorn rhino's horn. The wild donkey strike skill garnered 4 points. Crimson blood gushed forth from the fractured base of the severed horn. Deprived of its primary defense, the moonhorn rhino was rendered incapable of further resistance, its breath coming in ragged gasps as it collapsed into the murky water. Yunjie turned his head, relishing the gratifying impact of his recent strikes. Crackle! Suddenly, a conflagration erupted along the moonhorn rhino's abdomen. The flames danced and writhed, rapidly escalating into an inferno. As the blaze raged, the moonhorn rhino's body gradually transformed into a charred husk, shrinking and collapsing upon itself. Yunjie retreated, shielding himself from the intense heat. Just as the rhino's scorched remains crumbled, a dark, lustrous magic core tumbled from the wreckage. Gleaming amidst the embers, the moonhorn rhino's magic core. Yunjie swiftly extracted the core from the flames. Any hesitation, and it might have been reduced to ashes. Once the core had sufficiently cooled, Yunjie crushed it between his teeth. Unlike the core of the brown bear, the moonhorn rhinos exuded a pungent, swampy aroma, and its essence was exceedingly distasteful. He stifled the urge to retch, compelling himself to swallow it. His tumultuous, ravenous stomach was instantaneously calmed, settling into a state of tranquility. Congratulations, you have acquired 10,000 experience points and 3,000 defense evolution points. Congratulations, the trap quest is complete. You have received 500 Donkey Man evolution points. Current Tier 3 Late Stage Alloy Donkey Hoof, 85, 300 100, 000. Self-Healing Level 1, 0 100. Perception Level 1, 345 1, 000. Bite Force Level 1, 7, 741 10, 000. Wild Donkey Strike Level 5, 6 500. Defense Level 1, 3, 228 10, 000. Spider Web Level 1, 210. Donkey Man Form Reserve Value, 1, 880 10, 000. Yunjie surveyed his attribute panel, reassured that his endeavors had not been in vain. He required merely 15,000 additional points to ascend to Tier 3 peak. Moreover, his bite force was the second closest to attaining a higher level, needing just over 2,000 more points to reach level 2. Most significantly, his defense had exceeded 3,000. As he scrutinized his defense stat, Yunjie observed a transformation in his skin. The individual donkey hairs appeared to have thickened remarkably, resembling steel needles that remained unyielding against the wind. Concurrently, he felt his pores constricting, rendering his donkey hide firmer and more resilient. Even his most vulnerable openings felt sturdier than before, capable of severing steel with sufficient force. Excellent, excellent. The defense points exceeding 3,000 have not been squandered. Haha. You simians, just wait until I return to settle accounts. Chapter 57. The Hunt for the New Monkey King. The vast expanse of grassland resonated with the unrelenting din of battle for several hours, leaving nearly every male monkey marked by the scars of conflict. Yunjie shifted his gaze to the queen consort, who stood resolutely amidst the tumultuous battlefield, silently witnessing the devastation that unfolded before her. Clutched in her hand was the lifeless paw of the fallen Monkey King, her grip unwavering. Yunjie was profoundly touched. The monkey troop, in its own distinct manner, reflected a dynasty, a miniature representation of human society. The queen consort, positioned upon the battleground, was powerless to influence the events surrounding her. She was acutely aware that her husband was lost, and the path ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty. Within the primitive realm of the monkey troop, females existed merely as extensions of the males, and the queen consort was no exception. Her destiny intertwined with the whims of others. How reminiscent this is of the feudal dynasties of yore. Yet, there lay a distinction. Humans and monkeys were not identical. Monkeys exhibited a lesser degree of cruelty than humans. The first act of Emperor Yang of Sui upon slaying his father was to violate consort Xianhua. Likewise, Emperor Xuanzong of Tang shamelessly seized his son's wife, transforming it into a tale of glory. Yunjie felt as though he had traversed through millennia of history. Initially, he harbored intentions to eradicate all the monkeys, but upon witnessing this poignant scene, he reconsidered. He resolved to spare the female monkeys and the feeble, while vanquishing the rest. The conflict among the monkeys gradually approached its zenith, culminating in the triumph of an unassuming monkey who bested all competitors. Yunjie had observed this particular creature. From the very beginning of the skirmish, it skillfully navigated between the diverse factions, launching surprise attacks on the larger, more formidable monkeys that appeared ready to seize the crown. After joining forces with other monkeys to vanquish all adversaries, it unveiled its true ambitions, a remarkably astute individual. Yunjie reflected silently. Regrettably, your timing is most inopportune. The remaining monkeys fatigued and acquiescent to their destiny, beheld the victor as he ascended to the throne, assuming the mantle of the new Monkey King, who was met with the reverence of his subjects. The tribute offered by the monkeys was unpretentious. They merely knelt upon the earth, their eyes steadfastly fixed upon their new sovereign. The inaugural act of the new Monkey King was to seize the lifeless body of the former king from the queen consort's hold and cast it into the depths of the jungle. His subsequent act was to impose himself upon the queen consort before the eyes of all the monkeys, disregarding her delicate condition. The queen consort lay beneath the new Monkey King, her gaze still fixed upon the spot where the old king had fallen, as if the violation was a mere specter that did not touch her. With these acts fulfilled, the ceremony reached its conclusion. How reminiscent of the emperors of yore, Yunjie remarked with a tone of disdain. In the third act of the new Monkey King, he toyed with Yunjie. He approached with an air of arrogance. Standing tall and screeching, baring his teeth, Yunjie suddenly sprang to his feet. The newly ascended Monkey King flinched in terror, subsequently unleashing a resounding cry. The monkeys, who had been entangled in fierce conflict mere moments prior, instantly reacted. Such was the unity of the troop. Once the new Monkey King was recognized, a fresh chapter would commence. Yunjie smiled with a chilling demeanor. Did you not observe the destiny that befell the former Monkey King? The newly emerged Monkey King let out a piercing shriek and brandished its claws, inciting the entire troop of monkeys to surge forward. The same tactics were employed: ear-pulling, eye-gouging, nostril stabbing, attempts to bite Yunjie's fifth leg, and probing of his orifice. The moment for retribution has arrived. Yunjie exerted force, and with a swift motion, the monkey attempting to invade his orifice had its arms severed, releasing a piercing shriek. A gratifying sensation. He retracted his fifth leg into his abdomen, and his hind hooves whirled like a tempest. He did not need to behold. The alloy hooves of the donkey were fearsome. Wherever the golden hooves made contact, be it a monkey's head or any other part of its anatomy, it was annihilated. The monkeys' bodies erupted like blood-filled balloons, enveloping Yunjie's hindquarters in layers of crimson mist. The newly appointed Monkey King beheld Yunjie's formidable power for the first time. However, having recently ascended to the throne, it was reluctant to submit. It sought to utilize Yunjie's essence to demonstrate its own strength. Attack! Persist in your assault. The freshly crowned Monkey King unleashed a tumultuous cacophony of shrieks as it commanded wave after wave of its monkey subjects. The monkeys, now acutely aware of Yunjie's formidable hind legs, began to converge upon his head in a frenzied attack. A disastrous outcome was imminent. Unlike the previous instance when rain had quelled the blazing net, granting the monkeys a momentary respite, this time they marched willingly towards their own annihilation. Poof! Yunjie instantly released a fiery net. The incandescent net ascended, emanating searing heat. The monkeys, driven by a fervent bloodlust, abandoned all thoughts of retreat and leapt towards the net, their claws and jaws seemingly prepared to rend it apart. They would have found it arduous to tear apart a mere level 1 spiderweb, much less Yunjie's formidable level 2 fiery net, augmented by the fire elemental stone. With a single incantation, it ensnared a wide swath of monkeys. Witness the astonishing scene of live monkeys being roasted. The primates exhibited neither formidable defenses nor noteworthy offensive prowess, depending solely on their overwhelming numbers. However, this net ensnared a multitude, its scorching tendrils searing through their fur and embedding themselves deep within their flesh. As ever, the monkey horde was an uncontrollable force. Regardless of the situation, they remained perpetually frenzied. Even when enveloped by the blazing net, their bodies marred by burns, they continued to shriek maniacally, clawing and gnashing at the entangling net with fervor. The blazing net functioned as a razor, slicing through their upper lips and severing their arms and claws. In the end, the monkeys surrendered to their tormenting wails, their forms twisting into scorched, motionless remnants. The newly appointed Monkey King finally grasped the seriousness of his predicament, yet he remained resolute. He continued to send his monkeys forth while simultaneously grasping his queen's delicate paw and fleeing for his life. Despite the indirect nature of his affection, he remained captivated by his beloved. Human society is rife with such occurrences. Enchanting women inherently wield a form of currency, allowing them to traverse the internal strife of patriarchal societies unscathed. Why is this so? Because nearly every male, irrespective of status or age, harbors an admiration for beauty. Who would dare to inflict harm upon them? Had it not been for the Chow sisters, Cao Cao might not have instigated the Battle of Red Cliffs. Those sisters, too, were indirectly involved. Of course, had Cao Cao triumphed, he would have confined the two beauties within his lavish bronze sparrow terrace. Witnessing the new Monkey King's retreat, Yunjie was engulfed by an uncontrollable rage. If you flee, how will the monkey horde be governed? He unleashed a torrent of fiery nets, forging a bloody path in pursuit. While a donkey may not match the speed of leopards or other mystical creatures, it was more than capable of outpacing monkeys. In mere moments, He had closed the distance on the fleeing new Monkey King. Realizing Yunjie was gaining on him, the simian monarch chose self-preservation, shoving his queen aside and scrambling up the tree trunk toward the lofty canopy. Yunjie reached the base of the immense tree, where the new Monkey King perched precariously on a swaying branch, baring his fangs in a futile display of bravado. "You wretch, had you begged for mercy, I might have shown you leniency. But if you persist in your defiance, you shall regret this day. You believe yourself safe among the branches? Just wait." Yunjie turned his donkey's rear and delivered a powerful kick. Crack! The colossal tree splintered in response, sending a cascade of fruit tumbling to the ground. The arboreal monarch was momentarily astonished. He trod upon a branch, harnessing the momentum to propel himself towards another treetop. Chapter 58. The predation of a saber-toothed tiger. The new Monkey King sprang from one tree to another, alighting atop the canopy, and bellowed triumphantly at Yunjie, all the while shaking the branch beneath him in a frenzy of provocation. Yunjie, now thoroughly incensed, cast his gaze upon the trees encircling the Monkey King's perch and charged forth. Rather than directly confronting the Monkey King, he chose to topple all the nearby trees. Once his arboreal demolition was accomplished, he strolled back to the base of the Monkey King's tree, regarding his simian adversary with a mocking sense of amusement. Perched atop the tree, the new Monkey King clawed at the branches in a state of utter bewilderment, clearly unprepared for such a dramatic turn of events. "So much for your prowess. I was causing mischief long before you were even born." Yunjie then turned and delivered a forceful kick, felling the tree. As the colossal tree crashed to the ground, the new Monkey King flailed atop the treetop momentarily before plummeting earthward. Upon witnessing this, Yunjie charged forward. And before the Monkey King could make contact with the ground, he executed a powerful kick. With a peculiar cry, the new Monkey King crashed to the earth and rolled a considerable distance. He struggled to regain his footing, only to find himself utterly devoid of sensation from the waist down. As he observed Yunjie approach, he thrashed about frantically, dragging his body in a desperate attempt to flee. Yunjie noted the protruding spinal column on the new Monkey King's back, a clear indication of its severance. Just as he was about to reach the simian monarch, the queen monkey appeared seemingly from nowhere, positioning herself protectively in front of him. Her diminutive frame stood resolute, her youthful visage etched with unwavering determination. Upon witnessing this, Yunjie hesitated, uncertain of how to proceed, as she was, after all, a defenseless female monkey. The newly appointed Monkey King, perceiving a flicker of hope, forcefully propelled his queen towards Yunjie. "You scoundrel!" Yunjie roared in wrath. The Monkey King's desperate actions not only failed to preserve his own existence, but also fortified Yunjie's determination to bring it to an end. The queen monkey gazed vacantly at the newly appointed Monkey King positioned behind her before pivoting to confront Yunjie, her countenance reflecting sheer despair. Yunjie approached, grasping the female monkey by the nape of her neck and casting her aside with disregard. Subsequently, with a decisive stomp, he obliterated the new Monkey King's chest, impaling it completely. Squeak. The troop of monkeys abruptly emerged from its daze, comprehending that their demise was imminent. Disregarding the presence of the queen monkey, they dispersed in every direction, shrieking in fright. The troop of monkeys had vanished, abandoning a tableau of devastation and mangled corpses. The queen monkey's countenance was devoid of emotion, as though she had observed Ian slip through her fingers. She coiled her tail and took her leave. The newly crowned Monkey King, though impaled by Yunjie, clung to life. With ferocity, he gnawed at Yunjie's hoof. Yunjie, devoid of any semblance of mercy, bit down and crushed the creature's skull. "Congratulations, you have accrued 3,000 experience points. No evolution points. Not bad," Yunjie murmured. He cast a glance at the lifeless bodies of the blue-eared macaques scattered across the ground. Some belonged to the third tier, while others were of the second. Though scant and lacking in evolution points, they were ample for his ascent towards the zenith of the third tier. A mere 10,000 evolution points and 2 additional third-tier blue-eared macaque magic cores would suffice. At that moment, the forest was enveloped in silence. The monkey horde had fled in abject terror, granting him the freedom to indulge without interruption. As he sifted through the pile of simians, he finally unearthed a third-tier blue-eared macaque corpse. Just as he was poised to commence his feast, his heightened senses emitted a swift warning. He detected the heavy panting of an approaching predator. Startled, he looked up to see a robust saber-toothed tiger leaping from a tree trunk, a mere few dozen meters away. Yunjie remained unperturbed. He now possessed the magic core of the moon-gazing rhino, bestowing upon him a defense nearing 4,000. The saber-toothed tiger's ferocity was unlikely to breach his donkey hide. However, upon hearing the system's announcement, a pang of regret washed over him for his earlier complacency. Quest issued. Mid-4th tier, saber-toothed tiger. 15,000 experience points. 11,000 bite, force evolution points. Oh dear, he thought. This beast is of mid-4th tier, surpassing even the moon-gazing rhino of the swamp. Instinctively sensing danger, Yunjie began to retreat cautiously. The saber-toothed tiger approached with deliberate strides, scarcely acknowledging Yunjie with a glance. It lowered its head, grasped the lifeless form of the third-tier blue-eared macaque that Yunjie had chosen, and commenced its feast. Witnessing this, Yunjie was filled with fury. I am aware of your superiority, yet must you flaunt such audacity while consuming my quarry? Do you genuinely believe I am incapable of besting you? What do you possess beyond a pair of grotesquely elongated fangs? With a thunderous roar, Yunjie voiced his discontent towards the saber-toothed tiger. The saber-toothed tiger was taken aback that a donkey would not only refrain from fleeing, but would also audaciously roar in response. Infuriated, it unfurled its jaws and roared in retaliation. The roar of the tiger, though not powerful enough to summon a tempest, remained awe-inspiring. Yunjie found himself bespattered by a cascade of saliva. Under typical circumstances, he might have harbored fear for the saber-toothed tiger. However, with his legion of bullet ants at his command, it was the magnificent feline that ought to be apprehensive. The saber-toothed tiger had anticipated instilling fear in Yunjie. Yet it was met with unexpected resolve, as the donkey bore an expression of disdain. Its pride bruised, the creature emitted a low growl and lunged with remarkable swiftness. As a mid-tier rank 4 magical beast, the saber-toothed tiger boasted a superior star rating compared to the moonhorn rhino. Nevertheless, in the throes of actual combat, it might not emerge victorious. The moonhorn rhino could leverage its colossal stature and the advantages of the swamp to overpower the saber-toothed tiger. This scenario illustrates that within the same rank, a heightened star rating does not assure triumph. With astonishing agility, the saber-toothed tiger's formidable claws slashed, leaving a burning sensation on Yunjie's face as blood trickled down his cheek. Indeed, as a mid-tier rank 4 magical beast, it effortlessly tore through his protective hide. Fire net. Anticipating the saber-toothed tiger's imminent assault, Yunjie swiftly unleashed a fire net as a defensive measure. Uncertain if the rank 2 fire net would effectively deter the saber-toothed tiger, he had no option but to test its efficacy. Relying on its formidable offensive prowess, the saber-toothed tiger dismissed the fire net. With a thunderous roar, it pressed on in its relentless charge. Whoosh! Sizzle! As anticipated, the fire net ensnared the saber-toothed tiger, swiftly singeing its fur. It then coalesced into a tightly woven net. Within its confines, the saber-toothed tiger writhed in torment as the flames voraciously consumed its hide, burrowing deeper into its flesh, mercilessly incinerating muscle and bone. The agonizing torment of being engulfed in flames compelled the saber-toothed tiger to unleash frenzied howls and thrash about in desperation. Oh, it appears to be effective. It must have undergone a transformation through the fire elemental stone. Chirp. With a resounding crack, the saber-toothed tiger broke free from the infernal entanglement. Startled, Yunjie promptly countered with a venomous sting before the creature could fully escape. The defense of the saber-toothed tiger was not exceptionally robust. Had it been so, it might have withstood the onslaught of the fire net. Instead, the venomous sting effortlessly penetrated its flesh, and the venom rapidly triggered a deleterious reaction within its system. The saber-toothed tiger gradually succumbed, its limbs extended and rigid, a clear testament to the neurotoxic repercussions of the bullet ant venom. Simultaneously, its eyes became bloodshot and inflamed as the magma poison ravaged its internal organs, inciting a surge in blood pressure that manifested in its gaze. Overcoming the saber-toothed tiger, Yunjie reveled in his triumph. He had been anxious about locating another rank 3 blue-eared macaque, yet this formidable creature had fortuitously appeared in its stead. A reward of 15,000 experience points, and significantly, 11,000 bite force points, vastly superior to that of the blue-eared macaque. Chapter 48. Moonhorn Rhino. The Moonhorn Rhino? A staggering 10,000 experience points. Yunjie was entranced, as this represented the first occasion since the loss of the bullet ant army that he had encountered a magical beast with such an exalted experience value. 3,000 defense points, 10 times that of the pangolin. Gulp. Yunjie swallowed with difficulty. The submerged moonhorn rhino gradually ascended, unveiling its titanic form. To date, the most formidable magical creature he had encountered was the wyvern. However, the wyvern merely possessed an elongated physique, creating an illusion of grandeur. In contrast, this moonhorn rhino was vast in every aspect, towering like a diminutive mountain and emanating an overwhelming aura of dominance. Its shovel-like head was positioned beneath its shoulders, with scarcely any semblance of a neck. Its prominent, muscular shoulders exuded a sense of colossal strength, and its enormous limbs overshadowed ordinary columns. In stark juxtaposition to its immense stature, its eyes were diminutive, nearly infinitesimal, resembling mere green beans. As the moonhorn rhino emerged from the depths, the water level noticeably receded by several centimeters, and Yunjie could perceive the sediment settling beneath. Moo. The moonhorn rhino unfurled its colossal jaws and roared at the moon. The cerulean glow of its longest horn deepened, and it gazed skyward, its formidable head still, as if it were absorbing the moon's ethereal energy. Yunjie was utterly astonished. He had only heard tales of wolves harnessing the moon's power, never of rhinoceroses engaging in such a phenomenon. He cast a glance at the moonhorn rhino's robust hide, which boasted an impressive 3,000 defense points. Should he manage to acquire it, he would stand fearless against monkeys and saber-toothed tigers, impervious to their assaults. A true treasure indeed. Yunjie swallowed hard once more, yet he understood that confronting such a titanic magical beast, a rank 4-star entity, with his frail physique would be nothing short of miraculous. Reluctantly, he cast one final glance at the moonhorn rhino, resolving to take his leave. Victory was beyond his grasp. Retreat was his sole recourse. As his have stirred the water, creating ripples, the moonhorn rhino, previously absorbed in its lunar reverie, gradually turned its head. Proceed. I shall take my leave. I would not wish to interrupt your celestial communion, Yunjie muttered under his breath, turning on his heels and hastily kicking his hooves to flee. Suddenly, the blue-horned moonhorn rhino pivoted its massive form and ambled towards him. Yunjie's heart raced in his chest as he desperately quickened his pace. Unexpectedly, the water beneath him thickened, resembling a morass. After a series of frantic struggles, he found himself sinking deeper into the quagmire, making no headway. Thump, thump, thump. The blue-horned rhino surged forward, its immense form akin to a diminutive mountain, churning the waters around it. In an unexpected twist, the formidable moonhorn rhino, which ought to have been ensnared in the mire, grappling to take even a single step, defied all odds. Instead, the muck beneath its substantial hooves displayed characteristics of a non-Newtonian fluid. The more force exerted by the rhino's powerful hooves, the greater the resistance from the mud beneath the water's surface. Not only did it evade sinking, but it also achieved remarkable stability. The blue-horned rhino surged ahead, creating merely a gentle splash, with nary a trace of mud clinging to its physique. In sharp juxtaposition, Yunjie became ensnared in the mire, water and sediment infiltrating every fissure of his being, even weaving through his hair. Beneath his neck, an utter vacuum emerged. The act of moving, let alone sprinting, transformed into a monumental endeavor. Here it comes. Like an unbridled locomotive, the blue-horned moonhorn rhino lowered its head and charged forth. Yunjie could already perceive the shimmer of its horn. Thud. The cerulean horn of the rhinoceros struck Yunjie's neck, the sheer force propelling his head towards the water's surface. At the instant of impact, Yunjie heard a distinct fracture within his neck, and his body submerged beneath the water was immediately deprived of sensation. My neck is broken. Yunjie's head lolled listlessly on the water's surface, his gaze fixed in terror upon the moonhorn rhino, which had pivoted to confront him. The moonhorn rhino remained still, gazing intently at the donkey's head gently rising and falling in the water. It was perplexed, for the strike had not cleaved the donkey's neck, merely leaving a superficial injury. The moonhorn rhino, an extraordinary creature of formidable strength and a fiery disposition, esteemed its power above all else. It harbored no tolerance for failure, as failure signified a diminishment of its might. In its wrath, it would unleash a tumultuous onslaught upon its adversary, employing the defeat of others to reaffirm its capacity to annihilate all. Moo. The moonhorn rhino roared at the moon, its horn radiating an even more brilliant azure hue. Lowering its head, it charged once more. Oh, the almighty! Yunjie's neck was fractured, leaving him completely powerless. He could only shut his eyes and implore the divine. Thud. Another thunderous collision echoed. Yunjie's head was tossed from side to side, his thoughts disordered like a shattered egg, rendering him entirely incapacitated. The moonhorn rhino charged forward with tremendous force, suddenly coming to a halt and pivoting to confront Yunjie. He stood frozen in place, believing it had vanquished Yunjie. The moonhorn rhino let out a triumphant roar. Whoosh. As his thoughts slowly crystallized, Yunjie exhaled a breath of relief. He was still alive. The moonhorn rhino hesitated briefly, engulfed in a profound sense of humiliation, before launching itself forward once again. This time, rather than a mere collision, it wielded its formidable horn to pierce, aiming with fierce precision at Yunjie's head and neck. Amidst the unrelenting barrage, Yunjie felt his head flung about like a forsaken weed, battered mercilessly in every conceivable direction by the force of the rhino's assault. Moo. After several excruciating minutes of aggression, the moonhorn rhino let out a thunderous roar and lowered its head to scrutinize Yunjie, who lay ensnared in the mud. Yunjie's bleary eyes blinked in disbelief. Still alive? The moonhorn rhino quivered with fury, its eyes swollen and bloodshot, its entire gaze a deep shade of crimson. Moo. The lunar horn rhino spiraled into a violent frenzy, its horn a relentless weapon aimed not only at Yunjie's neck but his entire being. It began to excavate the earth beneath him, gradually freeing him from the mud's grasp, before launching him skyward with a forceful thrust into his abdomen. Thud. His body plummeted earthward. Yunjie was in the throes of agony. Though bereft of sensation, He could feel the shattering of his ribs and the splintering of his leg bones under the moon-gazing rhino's assault. He was akin to a crushed confection, its wrapper intact but its contents utterly pulverized. Scarcely had he sunk a short distance when the moon-gazing rhino charged once more. A thrust, a heave. Yunjie was sent hurtling through the air. No sooner had he landed than the moon-gazing rhino was upon him again, goring him with its horn and trampling him with its immense hoofs. Under its brutal onslaught, Yunjie's internal organs were rendered unrecognizable. A gruesome effusion of blood and viscera spewing forth for yards. His limbs were twisted into grotesque shapes, like water-filled bladders contorted into bizarre forms. Splintered fragments of his skull pierced his brain, extinguishing his consciousness as blood and cerebral matter oozed from his ears and nostrils. Vitality at 9%. Commencing self-repair protocols. Alas, Yunjie was beyond the reach of such measures. The moon-gazing rhino continued its relentless trampling, despite being bloodied. Yunjie's body remained defiantly intact, inciting the beast's fury. Its onslaught persisted from dusk until dawn, as the moon waned and its azure luminescence diminished from the rhino's horn. The swampy ground gradually resumed its sinking. The colossal form of the moon-gazing rhino became ensnared in the mire, the frigid waters enveloping its body, ultimately sobering it from its rage. Casting a glance at Yunjie's floating figure, it emitted a muted snort, flicked its diminutive tail, and slowly descended into the depths of the swamp, vanishing from sight. He appeared to drift in the cosmos, surrounded by stars, streaked by shooting meteors. Yunjie gazed vacantly at the celestial display, his consciousness returning sluggishly, devoid of a corporeal form, stripped of sensation. It felt as though he had transformed into a star in death. Then, a tingling sensation commenced, as if innumerable ants were feasting upon him. After an unmeasurable duration, the celestial panorama dissipated, supplanted by profound darkness. He found himself immobilized, unable to alter his viewpoint. He descended into a lethargic slumber. Again, an epoch elapsed before he abruptly perceived the sun's searing rays upon his eyelids. His eyelids fluttered open, revealing a landscape drenched in sunlight, the murky waters teeming with insects, and lush reeds swaying gently in the zephyr. I am alive. The epiphany illuminated Yunjie's mind. Vitality rejuvenated to 19%. The system proclaimed 19. Instinctively, Yunjie tensed his facial muscles. He could sense it. A yearning to examine his own body surged within him, yet his head and neck felt disjointed, rendering him unable to turn. The self-repair gauge advanced cautiously. As time stretched on, the sun gradually dipped below the horizon, yielding to the ascent of the moon. When the moon attained its apex, the terrified roar of the moon-gazing rhino resonated once more from beneath the surface of the water. The water surged, and the colossal rhino horn broke through the surface, followed by its head and body. Yunjie recoiled in fear, his eyes snapping shut. Chapter 56. Retribution. With nothing left to retrieve, Yunjie departed from the swamp, making his way upstream along the riverbank. The source of the petal-like luminescence lay beyond the forest inhabited by the blue-eared macaques, flanked by towering cliffs on the left and the rushing river on the right, allowing passage solely through the woodland. He resolved that, should the simian horde refrain from provocation, he would leave them undisturbed, but should they dare to challenge him, he would repay their affronts in full measure. 2 hours later, Yunjie found himself once more at the forest's edge. Unsurprisingly, the monkeys within had already sensed his presence, descending from the trees and rushing toward him in a frenzied throng. Yunjie snorted derisively, remarking, "Monkeys, you court your own destruction. Do not hold me accountable." Contrary to his expectations, the monkeys, upon gathering before him, erupted in excited shrieks, refraining from any attack or humiliation. Instead, they tenderly caressed his donkey's fur, as if rekindling their affection for a cherished toy. Yunjie was a man who met force with greater force, yet the monkey's lack of aggression disarmed him. The troop dispersed, and the Monkey King, waddling on his crooked legs, approached alongside his queen. In the king's view, all who ventured into this forest were his possessions. He greeted Yunjie's return with exuberance, exposing his teeth and gesturing for Yunjie to display his triumph to his queen. Yunjie cast a glance at the queen. Despite their differing species, he could perceive her youthful essence. Her cerulean visage emanated an air of innocent naivety and adoration. The two monkeys stood in proximity, resembling a diminutive maiden accompanied by a flamboyantly adorned rogue, the latter gesturing and proclaiming, "Behold, this is my realm." Screech! Screech! The Monkey King unleashed ferocious cries directed at Yunjie, gesturing emphatically towards the ground. Having endured the relentless mockery of the monkeys for an extended period, Yunjie had become proficient in interpreting their intentions. The Monkey King was commanding him to bow his head and bear the queen in a procession. Humph. It appears you are oblivious to the adage, "Absence makes the heart grow fonder." Yunjie mused. I have evolved into version 2.0. No longer a mere donkey to be trifled with. Henceforth, refrain from provoking me or obstructing my pursuits, lest I annihilate you without hesitation. Yunjie elevated his donkey head, cast a scornful glance at the Monkey King, disregarded him, and turned to venture into the forest. Only by traversing the woods could he reach the luminous petal. As Yunjie departed, the Monkey King, still pointing at the ground, stared blankly at Yunjie's swaying hindquarters, his anger escalating. Does he dare to slight the Monkey King? Does he court death? He immediately lunged towards Yunjie, clawing at his donkey face with frantic shrieks. The actions of the Monkey King ignited a fervor within the troop, compelling them to encircle Yunjie. The Monkey King's talons, though sharp, were to Yunjie, now fortified with the moon-gazing rhino's formidable 3,000 points of defense, no more than trivial abrasions, entirely devoid of sensation. He quelled his rising ire, cognizant that the blue-eared macaques possessed a meager few thousand points of evolutionary worth, thus rendering a fatal altercation imprudent. Yet, monkeys are by nature impish and unreserved. The Monkey King, with unbridled insolence, bounded atop Yunjie's donkey head, clawing and gnawing with abandon. Curse it, this I cannot abide. Yunjie bellowed, his composure shattered, as he violently shook his head, casting the Monkey King to the earth. Seizing the fleeting moment as the simian monarch regained his footing, Yunjie opened his cavernous maw and clamped down. A resounding crack echoed as the Monkey King's head was pulverized with the ease of snapping a radish, the entirety of its cranial structure vanishing into Yunjie's capacious gullet. With a dismissive toss of his head, Yunjie regarded the Monkey King's headless cadaver, which remained standing, a macabre fountain of blood erupting from its torso. Upon ingesting the crushed head, Yunjie was taken aback to discover its rather agreeable taste, smooth, delicate, and tender, akin to the sensation of consuming silken tofu. Congratulations, you have gained 3,000 experience points, but no evolution points. The abrupt turn of events left all the monkeys in a state of astonishment, exchanging perplexed glances. Yunjie, however, remained resolute, poised for confrontation. The venomous stinger on his tail standing erect, his muscles taut, and his nostrils flared, prepared to unleash a formidable barrage of flames. A piercing screech pierced the air, prompting Yunjie to turn. It was the Monkey Queen. Upon witnessing the tragic fall of her king, she clutched her head with her elongated arms, emitting terrified wails. A male monkey promptly approached to console her, his paws tenderly caressing her form. Yet, another male monkey, unable to endure the sight of the queen being comforted by another, forcefully shoved the first aside, baring his teeth and screeching ferociously. Infuriated by the shove, the first male monkey lunged at his opponent, igniting a fierce brawl. Meanwhile, the remaining monkeys were not idle. Emulating the turmoil, they each took turns lavishing attention upon the queen, inciting jealousy and chaos within the troop. Yunjie found himself taken aback. Should they not be mounting an assault against him? Why were they embroiled in internal conflict? He remained oblivious to the fact that, according to the historical customs of the monkey tribe, upon the demise of the reigning Monkey King, the first to claim the queen would invariably ascend as the next sovereign. The queen, renowned for her captivating beauty, though only in the eyes of her kind, was coveted by all, each aspiring to elevate themselves to the throne of the tribe. Consequently, the first monkey to approach her emerged as a contender, compelled to conquer all the formidable male monkeys to secure her and lead the tribe. Essentially, it was a struggle for supremacy, fueled by the primal desire for a mate. Humanity, having evolved over countless ages, has likewise engaged in such trivial pursuits. Yunjie's vengeful fury was momentarily interrupted as he witnessed the escalating tumult of the fray, prompting him to withdraw to the periphery to evade entanglement in the melee. Initially, the monkey tribe presented a chaotic amalgamation of combatants, indistinguishable in strength and potential for kingship, a realm of utter disorder. Gradually, the skirmish transformed, splintering the tribe into several smaller factions, each ferociously assailing one another, a stark departure from the unity that had once flourished under the previous king. The skirmishes intensified into a brutal spectacle, with groups of monkeys often numbering in the dozens besieging a solitary, robust male. Bloodied and battered, he would retreat, snapping in defiance. Some males, unable to endure the relentless assault, would flee to the treetops, thereby relinquishing their claim to kingship, while others, undeterred, met a grim fate beneath the collective onslaught. Their necks savagely bitten through, skulls crushed, a truly harrowing demise. Once the challengers had been vanquished, the smaller factions would succumb to internal strife until a final victor emerged. Notably, only young males were considered eligible to contend for the throne. Elder monkeys, cognizant of their waning prowess, would be swiftly dispatched should they dare to compete. After all, even if they triumphed over all adversaries, their vitality would scarcely suffice to meet the queen's needs, who was in the prime of her youth. Chapter 61. The Ambush of the Devouring Python. To his astonishment, misfortune had metamorphosed into fortune. Yunjie's stomach rumbled once more. compelling him to indulge in the remnants of the skull before him. Congratulations, you have acquired 3,000 experience points and 1,000 evolution points for your bite force. Congratulations, you have attained 15,000 experience points and 500 evolution points for your defense. With each morsel he consumed, the system's notifications echoed relentlessly. To his amazement, after devouring several hundred, he unearthed not only monkeys but also the magical cores of saber-toothed tigers and colossal brown bears among the spoils. His experience points surged, nearing the 100,000 threshold. Congratulations, you have ascended to the pinnacle of Tier 3. Congratulations, your bite force has been elevated to Level 2. Current Tier 3 late-stage alloy donkey hoof, 51, 300 200, 000. Self-healing Level 1, 100. Perception Level 1, 345, 1000. Bite force Level 2, 510 20, 000. Wild donkey critical hit Level 5, 6500. Defense Level 1, 5, 110, 000. Spider web Level 1, 210. Donkey humanoid form reserve value, 1, 880 000. Ah, indeed, no suffering was in vain, nor was there unmerited fortune. All was truly worthwhile. As the data on his attribute panel refreshed, Yunjie distinctly felt his teeth sharpen, and his jaw and bite muscles fortify, rendering the act of crushing stones almost effortless. His defense had also been significantly enhanced, his skin radiating a lustrous sheen, pulsating with energy beneath the surface. Yet, he could no longer consume more. The immense form of the devouring python left no space for such an abundance of magical cores within him. After a brief respite, he contemplated the presence of such copious gastric acid in this place. Shouldn't the intestines be filled with digestive villi rather than gastric acid? Did the python possess only a stomach, devoid of intestines? Yunjie was mistaken. Serpentine creatures possess only intestines, lacking a stomach. Suddenly, the python's intestines began to twist and constrict, as if a colossal rod were kneading its belly. Through this compression and distortion, the skeletal remains accumulated within the intestines began to disintegrate, with even the magical cores shattering, casting a vibrant spectrum of colors that illuminated the entire space. Yunjie found himself ensnared, the bony structure squeezing him mercilessly, nearly piercing his eyes. The bones, long marinated in acid, had lost their calcium content, and under the intense pressure, most were completely pulverized. Phosphorescent glimmers danced along the fractured bones as the acid withdrew, a potent vacuum tugging Yunjie backward amidst the debris. In contrast to the preceding section of the intestines, the latter proved significantly narrower, with the remnants compacted, leaving Yunjie trapped within the refuse, immobile. Just as he felt the onset of suffocation, the pressure around him suddenly eased, unveiling a brilliant expanse before him, followed by a disorienting descent. Thud. He descended heavily upon the earth, momentarily dazed before he regained his faculties. As he looked upward, he discovered himself beneath a ridge, where the colossal figure of the devouring python basked in the sunlight, directly above the very spot it frequently chose to relieve itself. Ugh! The pervasive odor was intolerable, and Yunjie was on the verge of vomiting. The sound of scales scraping against the mountainside reverberated as the colossal head of the python pivoted, drawn by the commotion. In a state of alarm, Yunjie instinctively concealed himself within the foul refuse. After what felt like an eternity, the python resumed its prior position, suppressing his revulsion. Yunjie emerged from the repugnant pile, searching for a path down the mountain. Suddenly, he perceived a peculiarity beneath his feet. Ordinarily, the ground would be firm, especially on a ridge, yet the surface felt inexplicably soft. Could it be that this was merely the python's waste, rendering the ground malleable? He shook his head in disbelief. If it were merely excrement, he would have sunk into it. Beneath the softness lay an unexpected elasticity, hinting at something entirely different. At that moment, the entire mound began to rise slowly. Yunjie was taken aback, sensing something pushing upward from below. As it ascended to a certain height, the pile gradually descended once more, accompanied by a faint exhalation. Turning towards the sound, he beheld two enormous nostrils. Good heavens! Something even larger than the python lay concealed beneath. The nostrils resembled wells, vast enough to completely encompass Yunjie. Estimating the dimensions of this concealed beast based on its nostrils indicated that it was not significantly smaller than the devouring python above. Yunjie lamented his ill fate, rooted to the spot and reluctant to advance. A question emerged in his mind. Why would such a gargantuan creature dwell beneath the python's lair? Was it scheming to ambush the python? He swiftly dismissed the notion. The python's size was simply too formidable for any creature to consume it. Cursed be this lack of insight. It would ultimately herald his doom. Deepening his frown, Yunjie meticulously surveyed his surroundings. Behind him lay a sloped mound of excrement, a series of diminutive peaks resembling hills. At first glance, This appeared unremarkable, yet it carried an ominous weight. Having just emerged from the python's belly, which feasted solely upon the remains of magical beasts, the waste produced was dry and grayish-white. In stark contrast, these small hills were brown, adorned with only a thin veneer of white residue, a clear indication that they were not mere droppings. Furthermore, the python's excrement was not uniform, incapable of manifesting such orderly mounds. These modest hills were part of the form of that elusive creature. Yunjie harbored uncertainty regarding what resided below. Yet the mere presence of the devouring python indicated that it held the power to tame the formidable serpent. Should he unwittingly disturb this equilibrium, he would be the first to encounter a dire destiny. Nevertheless, he could not afford to remain idle. The expression walking with difficulty poignantly encapsulated Yunjie's present plight. Abruptly, the earth beneath him trembled imperceptibly, resulting in the accumulated refuse of the enigmatic beast cascading down the mountainside. Taken by surprise, Yunjie lost his balance and tumbled onto the creature's form. The uproar once more captivated the attention of the Titan python, whose colossal head rose from the mountain ridge. Fixating intently on its dung heap, Yunjie remained utterly still, pretending to be lifeless amidst the filth. He understood that serpents have difficulty discerning stationary forms, and as long as he persisted in his immobility, the Titan python would likely disregard his presence. Unfortunately, fate took a turn for the worse as his body slowly descended the slick excrement. The Titan python appeared to have detected this unusual lump of dung, and its immense head pursued him with unyielding determination. This is the moment, Yunjie reflected with a heavy heart. The Titan python unhinged its jaw, choosing to bite rather than draw in breath. The immense quantity of excrement rendered the latter impossible, as it would inevitably inundate its mouth with repugnant substance. Chapter 60. Survival within the serpent's belly. Darkness engulfed Yunjie as he sensed an insurmountable pressure. He was descended as though in a luxurious lift, directly into the Titan python's gullet. The Titan python straightened after indulging in its feast, causing Yunjie to plummet as though into an abyss, landing among a heap of simian remains. Despite the Titan python's colossal stature, the combined weight of the monkeys and saber-toothed tigers rendered immediate digestion unfeasible. As a result, a considerable accumulation of corpses had gathered near the entrance to its stomach, hindering Yunjie from descending directly into the gastric chamber. Upon regaining his footing, Yunjie promptly expelled the contents of his stomach. The serpent's belly was permeated by the acrid scent of gastric acid intertwined with the foul odor of monkey fur. An utterly repugnant amalgamation. Narrowing his eyes, he discerned objects within the otherwise impenetrable darkness. A faint, ethereal blue glow emanated from the shadowy recesses of the snake's belly, casting light upon the monkey carcasses and the distended walls of its stomach. This phosphorescence, a result of fermentation, signified the presence of undigested bones within the Titan python's abdomen. The melodious sound of flowing water intertwined with the bubbling effervescence, accompanied by a sharp, acrid scent. Upon closer examination, Yunjie was horrified to discover a pool of corrosive acid seeping from beneath the thick layer of monkey carcasses, causing the fur of the submerged creatures to slough off and their skin to erode. Gastric acid, Yunjie exclaimed, his hair bristling with dread. Serpents possess extraordinary digestive powers, and at his current size, he would swiftly be reduced to nothing more than skeletal remains. He cast his gaze upward at the python's throat, a formidable 15 meters above him, making any attempt to escape utterly hopeless. Splash! The fur of a blue-eared macaque disintegrated in the caustic liquid, expanding the void beneath. And Yunjie lost his balance, plummeting into the abyss. Envision a washing machine agitating its contents. This was the spectacle unfurling beneath him. The corrosive fluid swirled, causing the macaque carcasses to whirl and bob like garments in a tumultuous wash cycle. With each revolution, their flesh further succumbed to dissolution. Yunjie pressed his hooves against the stomach wall adjacent to the esophagus, beads of perspiration forming upon his brow. He had narrowly evaded a horrific fate. Splash, splash. The gastric acid churned with the force of a washing machine impeller, and after several rotations, the macaque carcasses were a gruesome spectacle, denuded of their fur. They bore a striking resemblance to newborn infants. Their lips were the first to dissolve, exposing their stark white teeth, while their eyes had long since decomposed, with blood and brain matter seeping from their dark sockets. Yunjie recoiled with a guttural sound of disgust. Abruptly, the python's stomach convulsed violently. The stomach contracted and expanded, propelling the gastric acid and simian remains upward. Yunjie, barely able to grasp the stomach wall near the esophagus, fought to maintain his hold amidst the contractions, narrowly averting a plunge into the corrosive liquid below. An extraordinary phenomenon began to manifest. The python's stomach movements grew increasingly spasmodic, as if attempting to dislodge an obstruction. A sudden realization dawned upon Yunjie. What sensation does one experience with a bone lodged in their throat? Coughing and retching. One would resort to any measure to dislodge it. And he, Yunjia, was the bone obstructing the python's throat. The gastric acid solution surged upward like a mighty tidal wave, bearing with it the remnants of partially digested monkey corpses. Yunjia found himself drenched in this noxious mixture, which emanated wisps of smoke from his form. A tumultuous blend of stinging, numbing, and itching sensations assailed him. Yet, amidst this torment, he observed an intriguing anomaly. Despite the smoke swirling around him and the considerable loss of his fur, his skin remained unscathed, neither corroded nor dissolved. This predicament arose from his consumption of the magical cores of the moon-gazing rhinoceros and the earth brown bear, two formidable magical beasts that conferred a measure of defensive enhancement. The mid-level, fourth-order python was unable to fully digest him. Yunjia clung desperately to the esophagus, spared from the immediate corrosive assault of the gastric acid, yet his situation remained dire. The more he resisted, the more tumultuous the stomach's reaction became. Relentless waves of increasingly forceful impacts assailed him. Had the onslaught consisted solely of liquid, he might have withstood it, however. The concoction was rife with the remnants of countless monkey and saber-toothed tiger corpses, which struck him with the ferocity of a Gatling gun. His body could endure, yet his host began to falter. A single wave caused his host to slip, sending him plunging into the acidic abyss. Hiss. From above the esophagus came the sound of the python exhaling, as if finally finding relief. As Yunjia descended into the gastric acid, he initially fared well, but his condition rapidly deteriorated. His skin felt as though it were pierced by 1,000 needles, and the most delicate areas, such as his lips and eyelids, began to burn and corrode. Gastric acid infiltrated his ears, inducing excruciating pain and rendering him deaf. He had to devise an escape, or the acid would seep into his cranial cavity through his ears, heralding his demise. Yet, he found himself ensnared within the titan python's stomach. An escape through the throat was impossible. The python's lower jaw bore reverse barbs and spines that would thwart any attempt to exit. Only the digestive tract remained. Having resolved to proceed, Yunjia shuttered his eyes and immersed himself in the corrosive liquid. Vision was superfluous. The inherent buoyancy would serve as his guide. He stretched out his extremities, seizing the simian cadavers as he descended, until the upward force transitioned from his posterior to his cranium. He surmised that he had traversed the serpent's stomach and now occupied its intestines, presuming he was at the point where the python's form met the earth. The gastric fluids would be in a horizontal plane. Obeying the upward thrust, he was fortunate that the gastric juices did not entirely fill the cavity, leaving a modicum of space near the upper confines of the python's intestinal tract. Yunjia surfaced from the corrosive bath, wedged amidst the simian remains, and inhaled deeply. A trickle of gastric fluid seeped into his mouth, igniting a searing sensation in his throat. He deglutenated repeatedly to dilute the acid before resubmerging into the caustic solution. He swam for an extended duration with his eyes sealed, yet he remained within the domain of the gastric fluids. Impatience began to consume him, as his entire physique began to lose sensation, and the areas unprotected by fur were severely ulcerated. Should he fail to escape the gastric fluids imminently, his demise was all but assured. The deeper he ventured, the scarcer the monkey carcasses became, yet the abundance of bones increased. Yunjia found his journey growing ever more arduous. At that moment, the environment abruptly transformed. He sensed as though he were ensconced within a tanker, swaying rhythmically with the undulation of gastric acid. What could possibly be unfolding? The titan python was in motion, crawling forward with a deliberate grace. Yunjia felt the tremors beneath his hooves and discerned the cause. As the python advanced, the bones within stirred restlessly. The amassed bones were swiftly dispersed, and Yunjia seized the moment to tread upon them, ascending to newfound heights. At last, he liberated himself from the corrosive grip of the gastric acid. He shook off the remnants of the acid and reclined upon the bones for several hours. With the intervention of his self-healing abilities, his eardrums mended, and his fur gradually regrew. The searing discomfort in his eyes subsided, allowing him to reopen them. A series of clattering sounds resonated around him, and as Yunjia cast his gaze downward, he encountered an unexpected treasure. What could it be? Magic cores. It appeared that the devouring python was incapable of digesting these remnants, the remains of the magical beasts left behind their cores among the skeletal debris after consumption. Each core rattled within the skull, reminiscent of a melodic chime. Chapter 62, The Golden Toad's Assault Croak. Suddenly, a sound reverberated through the very fabric of his being, and Yunjia felt himself launched through the air. Dislodging the detritus that clung to him, a colossal golden toad ascended towards the gaping maw of the devouring python. While the python was indeed vast, the golden toad was not insignificant in stature. It opened its cavernous mouth and unleashed a projectile from its tongue. In comparison to the python's formidable jaws, this strike appeared trivial. Yet, It was precisely this seemingly inconsequential action that instilled fear in the heart of the python. It recoiled, hastily retreating as though it dreaded the toad's tongue. Although the assault fell short of its target, the toad seized the moment to spring onto the mountain ridge, initiating a direct confrontation with the serpent. Yunjie, having been cast down beneath the ridge, looked up in disbelief, witnessing a gigantic python embroiled in a standoff with a formidable toad. "Good heavens," he exclaimed, "is the toad truly confronting the devouring python? Has it lost its wits?" The devouring python was palpably infuriated by the presence of the toad. It elevated its head, hissing ominously, attempting to instill fear in the toad and compel it to withdraw. Yet, the toad stood undeterred, seemingly exhilarated. Its forelimbs were positioned in an inward-facing posture, while its hind legs were fully extended, creating an impression of readiness for a significant confrontation. The devouring python, consumed by fury, surged forward with the intent to seize the toad's head. As anticipated, the python's jaws snapped shut upon the toad's cranium. Instead of resisting, the toad commenced to swell its body, burgeoning to more than twice its original girth. The devouring python possessed a cunning countermeasure. Upon seizing the toad's head, it employed the sharp teeth of its upper jaw to pierce the toad's air sacs. Should these sacs be ruptured, the toad's body would swiftly diminish in size. Perceiving the imminent threat, the toad thrashed its forelimbs in a desperate attempt to thwart the python's advance. Concurrently, the prominent protuberances adorning its back commenced the secretion of venom. This venom was a milky white, exceedingly lethal, and specifically aimed at the heart. The devouring python was acutely aware that the venom of the toad would spell its doom, prompting it to swiftly relinquish its grip. The two immense magical beasts faced one another for nearly half an hour. The devouring python initiated yet another assault, entwining its head multiple times before locating the toad's head and savagely tearing at it with its formidable jaws. The toad, as before, valiantly defended itself. Its body approaching its limits, its mouth rendered incapable of opening, and it could merely endure the python's colossal fangs. Before long, the toad's head was drenched in blood and gore. There is invariably a cost to bear. The devouring python, in its fervor to strike at the toad's head, loosened its constricting hold on the toad's body. This was the moment the toad had been anticipating. It propelled its forelimbs forward, dislodging the serpent's body from its head, and then sprang forth with all its strength. It had evaded the lethal embrace of the devouring python, and upon landing, it swiftly pivoted and sank its teeth into the python's head. The metamorphosis transpired in a fleeting moment, before Yunjie could fully grasp the unfolding events. The colossal head of the devouring python was already ensconced within the toad's maw. Overwhelmed with astonishment, he exclaimed, "This is inconceivable." The toad employed its formidable maw to seize control of the devouring python's vital point, incessantly pressing down to obstruct its breath. The devouring python thrashed violently, coiling its serpentine form in an attempt to escape, yet soon found itself rendered immobile. The toad paused momentarily, then utilized its forelimbs to grasp the python's body and draw it into its cavernous mouth, reminiscent of indulging in a bowl of spicy noodles. A shiver coursed down Yunjie's spine as he suddenly recognized that he had lingered too long, neglecting his own escape. Once the toad completed its meal, would he not become the next course? Flee. He propelled himself forward with all his strength, galloping up the mountain with fervent urgency. The sudden eruption of gravel startled the toad, which was foraging on the mountainside. In the realm of magical creatures, the act of feeding renders them particularly susceptible. The devouring python, immense in size, posed a formidable challenge for the toothless toad, which could only resort to consuming it whole. Engaging in such a substantial meal was not merely a physical strain but also a mental one. Once it had ingested the entirety of its prey, it would find itself immobilized, leaving it vulnerable to potential assaults from other magical beasts, thus facing a grim fate. Consequently, it remained exceedingly cautious. Upon hearing the disturbance, it promptly regurgitated the devouring python and turned to behold a donkey leaping up the hillside. To the toad, a donkey resembled an insignificant ant, posing no threat. However, the noise it produced incited its ire. It let out a thunderous roar and propelled itself with its powerful hind legs, pursuing the donkey like a colossal kite. Yunjie, taken aback, stretched his neck and leaped up the slope in a frenzied dash. With a resounding crash, the toad descended to the ground and immediately unleashed a formidable lash of its tongue. Even the devouring python quailed at the sight of it. Sensing a sudden rush of wind behind him, Yunjie, struck by a moment of clarity, realized the peril he was in and promptly lay flat on the ground, shielding his head with his donkey hooves. As he did so, he heard a swift whoosh, as if something had zipped past him, followed by the sound of a boulder being splintered before him. Cautiously, Yunjie opened his eyes to see a crimson muscle arcing above his head, while the protruding rock directly in front of him had been pulverized by the toad's tongue. Dust and debris swirled around him, as if a missile had struck. Whoosh! The toad drew back its tongue and ascended from the base of the slope to its summit. Yunjia's heart raced uncontrollably. He dared not stir. In the presence of such a formidable creature, fleeing would prove futile. The wisest course of action was to feign death. For frogs are incapable of perceiving that which remains still. The toad's chin was swollen and protruding, its bulging eyes rolling about as if it were utterly unable to perceive Yunjia. Suddenly, an unforeseen event transpired. On the mountain ridge, the once unconscious devouring python had astonishingly regained consciousness. The toad swiftly pivoted its head to gaze intently. The devouring python, with its formidable form, coiled its immense body and elevated its head, its enchanting yet frigid gaze fixed upon the toad nestled beneath the mountain. The toad pivoted, its four formidable limbs sustaining its robust form, and its chin swelled as it braced for confrontation. To the toad's astonishment, the devouring python exhibited no desire to launch another assault. Instead, it cast a fleeting glance at the toad, contorted its immense body, ascended the mountain ridge, and vanished from sight. Croak. The toad bellowed in fury. The morsel it had clutched in its grasp had fled, inciting its profound ire. It swiftly redirected its wrath towards the donkey that had intruded upon its peace, only to find that the donkey had already dashed into the depths of the forest. Yunjia had unwittingly spared the life of the devouring python, just as the devouring python had, by chance, preserved his own existence. He raced headlong into the woods, lowering his head, convinced that the formidable toad would be unable to pursue him through the intricate terrain. Yet, he was mistaken. The toad not only closed the distance but did so with remarkable swiftness. The colossal trees could not hinder the toad's relentless pursuit. Before the toad, the towering giants appeared but marginally loftier than the commonplace grass. With a powerful thrust of its four limbs, its form tumbled over the verdant canopy as it pursued Yunjia, advancing steadily, its maw agape as it unleashed its long, flickering tongue. This time, the aim of the toad was remarkably precise. Yunjia, who was sprinting wildly, experienced a tingling sensation in his posterior, as though he were seated upon a stool adorned with countless barbs, and then his body was propelled backward. It was over. I had just escaped the belly of the snake, only to find myself on the brink of entering the belly of the toad. Chapter 59. The devouring python prepares to feast. Yunjia severed the spider web and liberated the corpse of the saber-toothed tiger, his saliva flowing uncontrollably. At that moment, his instincts suddenly alerted him. He lifted his gaze and surveyed his surroundings, only to be astonished to discover that a dozen saber-toothed tigers had encircled him, gradually converging closer. This cursed perception, Yunjia inwardly lamented its dire implications. Had the distance been greater, he might have found an avenue for escape. However, now that the encirclement had materialized, evasion would prove to be a formidable challenge. There existed more than a dozen saber-toothed tigers, each notably large in stature. Yunjia swiftly assessed the situation and discerned that the weakest among them was of Tier 3, while the strongest boasted the formidable prowess of Tier 4, 6-star. Such an imposing assembly would undoubtedly be more than capable of confronting him, let alone vanquishing the moon-gazing rhinoceros. What course of action could he possibly take? As the tiger pack drew nearer, Yunjia found himself devoid of any viable strategies. The saber-toothed tigers advanced, their massive heads lowered and bodies coiled, signaling their readiness to pounce. Realizing that escape was an exercise in futility, he steeled himself, raising the venomous stinger at his tail, flaring his nostrils, and preparing for a desperate confrontation with these formidable creatures. At that very moment, the lead saber-toothed tiger abruptly stood upright, turning its gaze towards the fringes of the forest, its nostrils flaring as it inhaled deeply, seemingly sensing an imminent threat. Yunjia, alerted by this unusual behavior, cautiously shifted his stance, following the tiger's line of sight into the engulfing darkness of the forest, where any visible menace remained concealed. Suddenly, the saber-toothed tiger pivoted entirely, anxiously directing its attention elsewhere in the woods. Yunjia observed that the tiger had turned its back to him, a decidedly peculiar action in the realm of magical beasts. For even in retreat, carnivorous predators would never expose their vulnerable flanks to an adversary. This behavior hinted that whatever approach was formidable enough to instill trepidation within the ranks of the tiger pack. A plume of yellow smoke ascended from the forest floor. Deep within the dense thickets, something elongated appeared to have passed. The observing saber-toothed tigers abruptly dispersed in a frenzy of panic. Taken aback, Yunjia pondered their unexpected withdrawal. He activated his perception to scrutinize the vicinity that the tigers had been fixated upon, yet discovered naught. The yellow smoke continued to billow from the forest, instilling a sense of dread within him. Despite the limited range of his perception, it had never faltered him. The smoke thickened, coalescing into a cloud, akin to a speeding train colliding with a sand dune. Before long, the yellow smoke formed a circle, encircling Yunjia, and at last, his perception emitted a warning. On the radar map, a substantial grayish-white dot was advancing swiftly. Resolute in his desire to amplify his perception, Yunjie readied himself to depart. However, the lifeless body of a mid-stage fourth-tier saber-toothed tiger obstructed his path. 15,000 experience points and 11,000 superbite force points beckoned him. Suddenly, the sound of scraping against the ground reverberated, echoing in a circular motion. Time was of the essence. Yunjie made the resolute decision to forsake the carcass of the saber-toothed tiger and swiftly propelled himself forward. Yet, shortly into his flight, the formidable tiger pack reappeared, surging towards him, compelling him to come to an abrupt stop and retreat in the opposite direction. The saber-toothed tigers exhibited remarkable swiftness. Before he could take more than a few strides, the sound of their padded feet reverberated behind him. Realizing he was being pursued, a wave of dread washed over him. An astonishing scene unfolded. The saber-toothed tigers raced past him, not in aggression but in a desperate flight for survival. As they vanished into the depths of the woods, seemingly safe, a thunderous crash echoed, followed by the heart-wrenching cries of the saber-toothed tigers. Looking upwards, Yunjie beheld a saber-toothed tiger soaring through the air. Beneath it a massive, elongated form. It was the tail of a serpent. Sunlight glimmered off its scales, each one as large as a shield, revealing the creature's colossal size. A shiver coursed down Yunjie's spine. It was an immense serpent. The saber-toothed tiger descended, tumbling several times before coming to a halt, blood streaming from its nostrils, ears, and mouth to a grotesque tableau. Yunjie quaked. This saber-toothed tiger was a formidable third-tier magical beast in its prime, and it had been vanquished with a singular blow? As one saber-toothed tiger succumbed, the remaining few swiftly altered their trajectory and fled in disarray. With a resounding crack, the colossal serpent's tail descended, uprooting trees and sending the panicked saber-toothed tigers crashing to the ground as if a deluge of tigers were falling from the sky, a breathtaking spectacle. Yunjie swallowed anxiously, relinquishing any thoughts of escape. If the tigers could not evade their fate, neither could he, a mere donkey. The treetops stirred, and he turned to witness a crimson tongue sweeping through the expansive canopy, followed by a colossal head emerging. Yunjie gazed upward, nearly gasping at the sight. The head of this serpent, no, this gargantuan python, was as immense as a tank. Each scale shimmered like a shield, and its elongated maw appeared capable of consuming anything, while its vertical pupils instilled an overwhelming sense of dread. Quest initiated. 4th tier 5-star sky-devouring python. Rewards include 4,000 defense evolution points. Yunjie was taken aback. The sky-devouring python, which had instilled fear in the 4th tier 6-star saber-toothed tigers, was merely a 4th tier 5-star creature? Surely, he must have misheard. Nevertheless, its defensive value was indeed extraordinarily high, surpassing even that of the Moonwatch rhinoceros by 1,000 points. The sky-devouring python turned its colossal head, and Yunjie stood frozen, paralyzed by sheer terror, unable even to blink. Ignoring him, the python's gaze surveyed the lifeless forms of the blue-eared macaque and the saber-toothed tiger, its tongue flicking in a display of insatiable hunger. It coiled downward, positioning its head parallel to the earth, and unhinged its gargantuan jaws. Yunjie's eyes widened in the dreadful realization of the creature's name. Its mouth expanded to more than double its previous size, crimson and towering above him like a 5-story edifice. The air was filled with a hissing sound, and dust erupted as the remains of the blue-eared macaque and saber-toothed tiger were consumed by its cavernous maw. In a frantic bid for survival, Yunjie turned and fled, fully aware of the python's intent to devour him alongside the carcasses. With all four hooves pounding furiously, he lowered his head and sprinted. Yet it felt as if he were ensnared in a slow-motion nightmare, unable to gain any distance. The entire donkey appeared to engage in a surreal dance, stumbling repeatedly. With a hiss, the sky-devouring python amplified its pull, a fierce wind swirling around him. Yunjie lost his balance, realizing the gravity of his situation too late. His body was yanked through the air. In an instant, darkness enveloped him, a foul stench assailing his nostrils as the world faded into oblivion. Chapter 65. Torn apart by lightning. Ha ha ha. 5,000 perception evolution points. What a fortuitous windfall. Yunjie was elated, nearly losing his grip on the mountainside. Thunder rumbled with an ominous resonance, and the crackling sound startled him. It was alarmingly proximate, as if it emanated from the nearby beehive. He gazed upward at the hive, densely packed and aglow like a crimson light, pulsating with enigmatic hues. Suddenly, slender strands of lightning appeared along the hexagonal edges of the hive, swiftly coalescing into robust white bolts. In less than half a second, thunderclaps followed in rapid succession. Yunjie stood astounded. Could this entity truly generate electricity? It appeared capable of delivering shocks to living beings. Crack. Indeed, a bolt of lightning descended, illuminating the surroundings, as a root-like network of electricity ripped through the very fabric of reality, striking Yunjie directly. Ah! In an instant, Yunjie felt as though his very essence had been electrified, his entire form disintegrating into disparate entities. The skin was distinct from the muscle, which in turn was separate from the bones, all sizzling as if roasted over an electric flame. Following his evolution through the Fire Force stone, he had seldom encountered such sensations. As the lightning waned, Yunjie emitted a plume of smoke, plummeting straight down from the mountaintop. Boom, swoosh. The present instance diverged from its antecedents. Yunjie's carbonized cadaver cascaded down the precipice, shedding fragments with each successive impact. Swiftly, all quadrupedal appendages were severed, leaving naught but a rotund abdomen and a solitary head in their wake. Commencing autonomous restoration protocols, Yunjie bewailed his fate, fervently imploring that he not be rotated into an upright posture, for should that transpire, his cranium would assuredly be dislodged. The more he dreaded it, the more it unfolded before him. A jutting rock collided with him, inadvertently altering his trajectory, indeed propelling him to roll upright. Swoosh bang. His head was severed, and Yunjie experienced the world whirling chaotically before he tumbled into a bed of flowers, succumbing to unconsciousness. After a passage of time, the system notification resounded. System reboot complete. Defensive capabilities diminished by 5,000. The alloyed donkey hoof, which once stood at the zenith of the third tier, has diminished by 14,000. Current status: late stage third tier alloy donkey hoof 0100000. Self-healing ability, level 10100. Perceptive ability, level 1345 1000. Bite force, level 2 2500 and 20,000. Wild donkey critical strike, level 56500. Defensive power, level 1 110,000. Spiderweb, level 1 210. Donkeyman form reserve, 1880 10,000. Good heavens. It is, indeed, declining. Following that fall, Yunjie regressed from the pinnacle of the third tier to its late stages. His defensive power plummeted to a mere 100, rendering all the consumed magic cores utterly futile. A calamity, an utter calamity. Yunjie lamented, recognizing that he should have never provoked that beehive. Self-healing process initiated, currently restoring 3%. Alas, how tragic. Nothing remained but a head. A sight more harrowing than the swamp incident. As the process of self-healing commenced, the charred exterior of Yunjie's head began to peel away, revealing layers of crimson cells that initiated the restoration of the damaged skin. The regeneration of his body, however, would require considerable time. At the severed juncture of his neck, tendril-like crimson strands emerged, coiling and solidifying. These strands subsequently bifurcated into new tendrils. Through this iterative process, Yunjie's neck gradually and painstakingly began to reconstitute itself. Resigned to his fate, Yunjie resolved to wait, hoping that within a month, he would be fully restored. He could only wish that during this period, no magical beasts would seek to devour him. As the days unfolded, Yunjie's donkey neck extended by 2 inches, a pace that could only be described as glacial. Had his abdomen, heart, and intestines remained intact to provide a source of energy, perhaps the process would have been expedited. Alas, nothing remained but a large donkey head. On the second day, the donkey neck recovered by 3 inches, seemingly quicker than the previous day. However, this was merely due to the fall occurring in the morning. On the third day, Yunjie's worst fears came to fruition. A colossal figure lumbered into the valley. A disaster, a magical beast. As he discerned the creature's identity, he inhaled sharply. It was the scarred brown bear of the 5th tier. Misfortune upon misfortune, Yunjie was engulfed by trepidation. Even with all 4 limbs intact, he would have stood no chance against this behemoth, a near 5th tier magical beast. The bear trespassed into the valley, its labored respiration echoing profoundly. It ascended the incline, sniffing inquisitively in quest of sustenance. Abruptly, it discerned the shattered cadaver of Yunjie's donkey form. Inexorably, it lumbered forth, squatted, and commenced to devour Yunjie's carbonized remains. What sensations arose from beholding one's own corporeal form being consumed? Yunjie shuddered as his bones audibly crunched, as if he were enduring a live evisceration. His singular entreaty was for the creature to depart expeditiously after consuming his body, lest it unearth his head. Otherwise, he would truly be compelled to undergo reincarnation. For the 10-meter-tall 5th-tier brown bear, devouring a donkey was akin to merely nibbling on a mouse, an endeavor unlikely to quench its voracious appetite. Having consumed Yunjie's form, the colossal bear smacked its lips, its discontent palpable. It commenced its foraging, following the tantalizing scent. Yunjie was engulfed in despair. Unexpectedly, the bear did not advance toward Yunjie, but rather began to ascend the slope, where one of Yunjie's donkey legs remained precariously suspended. A near escape. Yunjie exhaled in relief. The bear approached the donkey's leg, grasped it with its formidable claws, and swiftly reduced it to fragments. As it devoured the leg, it cast its gaze upward, spotted another, and continued its climb. Yunjie's donkey legs had tumbled down the mountainside, while the bear had scaled the entire distance. Now at the midpoint, having finished the last leg, it stumbled upon something even more enticing: the extreme beehive. It is widely acknowledged that bears harbor an intrinsic fondness for honey. As it inhaled the saccharine fragrance wafting through the air, its mouth began to salivate. Following the path carved by Yunjie, it commenced its ascent. Yunjie was filled with wrath. Should the bear consume the beehive, he would incur a tremendous loss. He had sacrificed his body and regressed a level, all for naught. The bear's ascent was rapid, showcasing its innate climbing abilities. When it was merely a dozen meters from the extreme beehive, the lightning patterns re-emerged, accompanied by a menacing rumble. Yunjie felt uncertain about the defensive strength of a fifth-tier magical beast. He anxiously observed the beehive, silently beseeching the lightning to strike and annihilate the ursine threat. Crash. Boom. As Yunjie had anticipated, lightning descended, casting an eerie glow upon the mountaintop. The brilliant light enveloped the bear, seemingly rendering it immobile. "Serves you right. May you choke on my possessions," Yunjie muttered under his breath. The lightning faded, and the mountaintop regained its serene composure. The bear remained steadfast upon the steep mountainside, seemingly unscathed. "Ah, so you intend to resort to trickery?" Chapter 66, The Advancing Bear. No sooner had Yunjie uttered these words than the bear gradually extricated itself from the cliff face and plummeted downward. Given the bear's immense stature, its descent was far more dramatic than Yunjie's, resembling a descending mountain. In an instant, it crashed onto the slope, uprooting the blossoms, before careening into the opposing valley. Yunjie was filled with wonder, as the fifth-tier bear had proven unable to withstand the lightning strike. A wisp of black smoke ascended from the underbrush, a clear indication that the bear had incurred significant damage. The bear lay motionless, a mere 20 meters from Yunjie. Yunjie strained his eyes to catch a glimpse of the bear's abdomen, which remained still, as if it were lifeless. Was it truly deceased? Yunjie pondered the surprising frailty of the fifth-tier bear. As time flowed onward, by the time night descended, Yunjie's neck had healed by half. Yet a considerable journey remained before complete restoration. With the passage of days into nights, Yunjie's neck approached full recovery. The spine began to manifest and arch backward. Once the spine was fully formed, the remainder would prove less arduous. A resounding roar shattered the tranquility, sending tremors through the surrounding vegetation. Yunjie was taken aback, for the formidable fifth-tier bear still lived. The bear gradually emerged from the underbrush, its shoulders reminiscent of towering mountains. It unfurled its jaws and unleashed a thunderous roar at the beehive, expressing the pent-up fury of its confinement. "Please, do not perceive my presence. Do not perceive my presence," Yunjie whispered in abject terror. The bear was unable to perceive Yunjie's donkey head. After letting out a few roars, it confidently approached the slope. What audacity! Had Yunjie possessed hands, he would have offered the bear an enthusiastic thumbs up. The bear ascended with astonishing swiftness, arriving at the base of the beehive in mere moments. Lightning began to manifest upon the surface of the beehive, anticipating its next surge. How absurd! Yunjie scoffed. The speed of light is 300,000 kilometers per second. How could a bear possibly outstrip lightning? Crack! Boom! As expected, the leaping bear was struck by a bolt of lightning. The blinding radiance seemed to suspend its colossal form in midair for several heartbeats. Then, as the lightning receded, it tumbled to the ground. Crash! Boom! The earth quaked as the bear plunged into the abyss, unable to rise once more. How delightful! For tranquility would reign for several days. This lightning strike was particularly calamitous. The brown bear lay in the pit for nearly a week before finally rising. Upon standing, it lacked its initial vigor and instead stood erect, gazing at the beehive as if pondering its next course of action. Yunjie scoffed, not out of contempt for the bear itself, but rather for the simplicity inherent in its species. What ingenious notion could such a physically formidable, yet intellectually constrained creature devise? After observing for what seemed like an eternity, the bear suddenly placed its forelimbs on the ground and swayed its immense body out of the valley. Had it surrendered? How amusing, a creature that acknowledges the passage of time. Yunjie felt a sense of relief. By this juncture, his ribs had begun to protrude, anticipating the encasement of his developing organs by the donkey's skin. Once the organs manifested, everything would hasten. In the afternoon, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The brown bear returned, adorned in what appeared to be large green leaves reminiscent of banana foliage. What was this creature up to? The bear meticulously adjusted the foliage that adorned its form before gradually ascending. In a sudden moment of clarity, Yunjie recognized the bear's cleverness. It had crafted an insulating ensemble. Alas, even leaves are conduits for electricity, and the creature would inevitably encounter the fury of the lightning. Observing the bear's deliberate ascent up the mountain, Yunjie eagerly anticipated the unfolding spectacle. Inspiration suddenly illuminated his thoughts. If evasion of lightning was unattainable, why not seek a material that could insulate during the climb? This way, the bear could withstand the hive's formidable electric strikes unscathed. While modern insulators such as rubber and plastic abound, they were conspicuously absent in the sunset forest. Nature, however, proffered alternatives: air, completely dry wood, and stone. Among these, air proved impractical, pure dry wood was exceedingly rare, and stone was even less feasible. Crafting a stone shell for the ascent was a laborious task. Another conceivable method to avert lightning involved the construction of a lightning rod from iron wire to channel the electrical charge into the earth. Yet iron wire was even more elusive in this realm. Yunjia contemplated myriad alternatives, each proving unviable. In this ancient sunset forest, devoid of modern technology, evading lightning was utterly impossible. Nevertheless, one method lingered in his thoughts, an age-old tactic: igniting a fire. Setting ablaze a grand conflagration upon the mountaintop would consume the oxygen, thereby eliminating the path for ionized electricity. Yet, such a blaze would likely incinerate the hive as well. What course of action to take? Roar. The bear's roar captured Yunjia's attention. He turned to observe the leaves surrounding the bear being shattered, as lightning struck it directly. Despite the onslaught, the creature displayed extraordinary resilience, clawing its way up the mountain at a deliberate pace, yet it indeed ascended. Remarkable. To endure such force, Yunjia was astounded. This was the first occasion he had witnessed a beast confront the lightning with its own body. Thunder rumbled and reverberated through the air. The bear, as if ensnared in slow motion, ascended with great effort. Perceiving the looming peril, the hive unleashed an even more ferocious deluge of lightning. Yet, it proved to be in vain. The bear appeared steadfast, weathering the strikes without a hint of retreat. Abruptly, the lightning ceased. Yunjia was taken aback. Had the hive capitulated? A buzzing sound reminiscent of a helicopter resonated as a swarm of hornets erupted from the hive, descending upon the bear's fur and releasing their electric venom. Indeed, hornets possessed the ability to generate electricity. Their stingers functioned as electrodes, delivering venom alongside electricity into their foes. Flecks of white electric light flickered beneath the bear's fur, swiftly coalescing into a radiant sphere. With a resounding explosion, the sphere detonated, and the bear emitted a dreadful cry as it plunged from the precipice. Yunjia felt a shiver traverse his spine. He had not foreseen the hive's hornets as auxiliary assailants, effectively rendering it invulnerable. The colossal bear collapsed, landing near Yunjia. Dust and debris erupted as patches of fur and blood were scattered. Although Yunjia could not discern the bear's wounds, he could vividly envision its torment. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. A bolt of lightning surged from the hive, arcing over 1,000 meters before striking the bear, seemingly releasing its pent-up frustrations. Chapter 67. Fire Attack Incredible. It could descend from above. Yunjia was utterly astonished. As the lightning struck, tufts of fur were propelled above his head. He could not suppress a grin. It appeared the bear was in dire jeopardy. The bear fell into a profound silence, and Yunjia savored the rare moment of tranquility. The donkey's skin began to envelop him, his abdomen contracted, his organs commenced their formation, and his recovery hastened. A week later, his limbs had regenerated. Muscle restoration was in progress, and he had recovered 70% of his strength. Suddenly, the gravely injured bear rose once again. Yunjia beheld the sight. The bear was bloodied and battered, marked by gaping wounds, its once immaculate skin now a distant memory. It appeared utterly fearsome. The bear swayed, evidently more wounded than before. It cast a forlorn glance at the hive perched atop the mountain, lowered its head in resignation, and slowly crawled out of the valley. Finally, it was gone. Yunjia was convinced that after enduring such numerous assaults, it would not return. 3 days later, he was completely rejuvenated, gradually emerging from the underbrush. He examined the hive, coming to the realization that all efforts to redirect the lightning or establish insulation had proven fruitless. The sole remaining course of action was to launch a fiery assault. Yet, the hive, situated upon a steep precipice and encircled by desolate terrain, raised a perplexing dilemma. How could he kindle a conflagration? A trap-making endeavor has been initiated. Secure the extreme hive for 300 points towards the metamorphosis of the donkey. How astute of you. Yunjia smiled, surveying the landscape enveloping the hive. In contemporary times, one might simply pour gasoline from above, yet here, such resources are non-existent. To ignite a blaze, he must delve into the earth beneath the hive and spark a fire within. That is the plan. Having selected the site for his excavation, Yunjia commenced his ascent of the mountain, oblivious to the fact that having descended to the late 3rd tier, his alloy donkey hooves could no longer fracture rock. Upon reaching a point over 30 meters from the hive, he hesitated to proceed further. He struck the mountainside with his hooves, only to be met with excruciating pain. Alas, the alloy hooves had regressed. Yunjia lamented. He found himself unable to excavate a tunnel. What now? He examined his attribute panel and discovered that his biting force remained unchanged, still at level 2. In a desperate attempt to bite the rock, he was relieved to find it shattered beneath his jaws. What fortuitous luck! Yun Jie commenced gnawing, though the workload intensified. He had no alternative. After several days of unyielding labor, he ultimately succeeded in carving out a cavern spacious enough to accommodate himself. With the cave complete, he needed to construct a substantial chimney, angling it upward to open beneath the hive. This way, once the fire was ignited, the flames would surge through the 30-meter-high chimney, directly scorching the hive. To labor, Yun Jie persevered, meticulously hewing his path upward. In contrast to burrowing a cave, forging a passage skyward proved to be far more arduous. After days of relentless effort, hunger gnawed at his insides, compelling him to descend in search of sustenance before resuming his endeavor. After a month of relentless toil, he ultimately pierced through the chimney that led to the hive. As the moment the stone shattered beneath his jaws arrived, Yun Jie eagerly emerged, anticipating a celebration, only to be confronted by the foreboding rumble of thunder emanating from the hive. This is unfortunate. With a resounding crack and a thunderous boom, darkness enveloped him as he cascaded down the chimney, landing within the cave he had meticulously excavated. Whether it was the abruptness of his descent or the hive's benevolence, he emerged relatively unscathed and soon found the strength to rise. It is time to collect firewood. After 2 arduous days of unwavering labor, Yun Jie finally accumulated a cavern filled to the brim with firewood. Ignite! A blazing net was woven, setting ablaze the kindling within. Flames surged forth instantaneously, and the 30-meter chimney commenced its ascent of air, amplifying the inferno, resulting in the immediate conflagration of the entire firewood stack. Triumph! Soon, I shall indulge in the exquisite honeycomb. Taking advantage of the mountain's yet unscorched warmth, Yun Jie deftly descended. Gazing upwards towards the summit, he observed, as anticipated, the fire heated the air, causing it to ascend rapidly, carrying with it a wind that stirred the smoke and additional heat, prompting the flames to leap violently, directing the inferno towards the honeycomb clinging to the rocks. Buzz! Soon enough, as the flames roared forth, all the hornets surged from their hive. Some, lagging behind, were engulfed by the flames, their wings singed away, causing them to plummet to the ground. The fire swelled ever larger, transforming the entrance into a vivid crimson. Yun Jie began to worry that he might entirely incinerate the hive, which would render his efforts in vain. The peripheries of the colossal hive began to exhibit traces of orange-red char, yet nothing was consumed by the fire, nor did anything plummet. Observing this, Yun Jie experienced a subtle sense of relief, contemplating that it must indeed be a treasure, thereby rendering it impervious to the flames. The fiery tongues lashed out, completely engulfing the hive, dulling its once resplendent colors, the charred edges fading away, while the interior's vibrant orange-red hue diminished significantly. After nearly an hour, the inferno finally succumbed to silence. Dense smoke billowed forth, blackening both the hive and the rock to which it clung. The hornets hovered nearby, darting back and forth to gauge the temperature of their abode. Yun Jie recognized that he could no longer afford to delay. Once the hive cooled, the hornets would return, rendering the acquisition of it an unattainable aspiration. Ascending the mountain path, he ventured into the searing cavern, climbing into the even hotter chimney, ultimately arriving at the forefront of the immense hive. This time, the soot-laden hive remained still, refraining from assaulting him. A few flickers of orange-red embers stubbornly clung to its periphery. Humph! At long last, I have you within my grasp. Upon closer examination, the hive seemed to have expanded, embellished with innumerable hexagonal cells reminiscent of phased array radar. Yun Jie tilted his neck and parted his lips to seize the edge of the hive, aiming to detach it from the mountaintop. In that instant, the hive began to stir unexpectedly. Yun Jie was momentarily taken aback. Could it genuinely possess the ability to move? The hive, resembling a magnificent sunflower of colossal proportions, gradually oriented itself toward him. He swallowed with difficulty, a somber smile unfurling upon his lips as he contemplated the futility of beseeching mercy at this perilous moment. Each hexagonal cell began to emanate a profound black-red glow. As if submerged in molten magma, threads of lightning danced at the peripheries of the cells, ultimately converging into a searing bolt of electricity. Oh dear, do take it easy, my friend. Boom, crack. A bolt of lightning coalesced and surged forth with unrelenting ferocity. Yun Jie experienced the sensation of a small asteroid colliding with him, casting him into unconsciousness as he plummeted down the chimney. A billowing cloud of black smoke erupted from the cavern, and Yun Jie descended among the ashes, destined never to rise again. The trap mission was unsuccessful. Not far from the mountain, the battle-scarred bear observed the unfolding events. It did not flee, like Yun Jie. It sought a way to acquire the vast hive. Chapter 64. The Vast Hive, So Many? Yunjie gasped in astonishment as a brilliant array of flowers adorned the valley's slope, stretching infinitely before him. He stood in reverent awe for a moment, gradually venturing deeper into the valley's embrace, opening his perception map and aligning it with the kaleidoscopic blossoms surrounding him. He verified that this was indeed the site of the petals. Must I consume them all? Upon this realization, Yunjie felt a sense of betrayal. If even one was so unpalatable, consuming them all would undoubtedly lead to his demise. After remaining stationary for an extended period, he ultimately resolved to partake. Having endured countless trials to reach this point, he could not simply forsake his quest. It was merely consumption, after all. He would feast, one by one. Yunjie braved the stinging agony, devouring the vibrant blossoms scattered across the ground. After consuming several hundred, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The vivid scene began to blur, and his stomach roiled, the dissonance of distress echoing within him, accompanied by excruciating pain. These blossoms appear toxic. Yunjie finally comprehended the gravity of his situation. He swiftly expelled the remnants from his mouth, yet it was too late. His eyelids felt as though they were laden with 1,000 pounds. Resisting the urge to open, his consciousness dimming like a flickering light bulb striving to remain illuminated. His stomach growled ominously, and with a violent convulsion, he surrendered to the abyss of unconsciousness. Time elapsed, though he could not ascertain its duration, until he roused from slumber, beholding the swaying, vibrant blossoms. The flowers he had ingested had regenerated, as if they had never been absent. Deprived of vigor, Yunjie exhaled feebly, his gaze transfixed upon the undulating petals. His thoughts unable to coalesce. System reboot complete. Alas, he had narrowly evaded the clutches of poisoning yet again. Having survived 2 episodes of toxicity, Yunjie attributed his survival to his venomous spike skill, which neutralized other poisons. Otherwise, he would have been naught but a lifeless husk in the wilderness. A thumb-sized bee, inebriated by its flight, buzzed past him, alighting upon a vibrant petal, its downy hind legs adorned with pollen. Task initiated. Tier 3 Peak Hornet, 3,000 experience points. 1 evolution point for Venom Spike. Upon receiving the system's notification, Yunjie regained a semblance of focus. How could such a diminutive creature be classified as a Tier 3 Peak Beast? He squinted, realizing that although it was referred to as a bee, it bore a closer resemblance to a wasp, with its considerable stature. Its exoskeleton showcased alternating stripes of yellow and white, complemented by a rounded head and antennae reminiscent of golf clubs, adorned with a band of golden-red fuzz encircling its neck, exuding an air of regality. Intriguingly, their abdomens displayed patterns akin to lightning, with distinct stingers visible at their tips. The hornet, laden with pollen, vibrated its wings and ascended into the air. Yunjie's gaze flickered, watching the hornet soar higher, preparing to close his eyes for a brief moment of respite. Suddenly, he felt a pang of realization that something had escaped his notice. He reopened his eyes, directing his attention towards the path the hornet had taken, and was taken aback. A gray-white object, reminiscent of an extraterrestrial vessel, hung conspicuously from the jutting rock at the mountain summit. What on earth could that be? Yunjie was instantly invigorated, his previously disjointed thoughts converging. He leapt to his feet, advancing through the inner valley, the suspended disc gradually revealing its true essence. It was a hive, a colossal hive. While its exterior bore a gray-white hue, the interior radiated a profound crimson glow. The hive was adorned with hexagonally arranged cells. The edges of these openings were dark, while the interiors shimmered with a vibrant red, akin to a blazing lotus pod. A hive? Yunjie stood momentarily transfixed, his mind ablaze with revelation. The depiction of the petal points on the map was indeed this. Petals, petals. He had long assumed they represented a form of plant, as the petal points had remained static, thus could not signify a beast. Not a beast, yet resembling petals, it could only be a flower. However, he had never anticipated that the representation of the petal point would manifest as an enormous hive. Yet, in hindsight, it was logical, as there was indeed a correlation to petals. Yunjie furrowed his brow. What connection could the hive possess with perception? It was merely a hive. Suddenly, he cast his gaze upon the densely clustered cells, sensing a nascent connection. It resembles a phased array radar. Yunjie's eye sparkled. The hive perched atop the mountain bore an uncanny resemblance to a phased array radar, both characterized by hexagonal matrix patterns. I understand now. A smile graced Yunjie's countenance, though he was uncertain how the hive might enhance perception. The peculiar black-red hue and its radar-like form assured him that he had discovered the artifact he sought to elevate his perception. I must secure it. Observing the beehive, Yunjie traversed the valley, his gaze elevated to the heights above. Upon discerning its placement, he uttered a curse upon the genesis of the system. The beehive lay ensconced beneath an overhanging rock at the summit of the mountain, encircled by sheer cliffs, presenting no feasible path for ascent. The only avenue for retrieval was through flight. "Blast it," he murmured. "I refuse to accept that it lies beyond my grasp." After further contemplation, Yunjie identified a moderately accessible route and commenced his arduous ascent. Navigating through the dense thicket at the base of the mountain and emerging from the verdant foliage at the midpoint, he had ascended to within 400 meters of the peak after several arduous hours. By this juncture, darkness had descended, obscuring any potential footholds. Reluctantly, he resolved to spend the night upon the mountain, intending to resume his climb at dawn. As the first light of day broke, Yunjie, his legs stiff from crouching, recommenced his ascent. The path ahead was nearly non-existent, rendering progress arduous. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled his alloy donkey hooves. Given their efficacy against solid rock, why not employ them to carve a path? Thud, thud. Yunjie commenced chiseling handholds into the cliff face, accommodating his hooves. The alloy hooves proved indispensable, creating secure cavities with each strike. Moreover, he utilized his teeth to forge additional holds for enhanced stability. As the terrain grew increasingly vertical, climbing alone became inadequate. He required the assistance of his teeth. Although the chiseling delayed his ascent, this method proved effective, allowing him to steadily approach the beehive above. As he drew nearer, Yunjie felt a prickling sensation on his scalp, an oppressive aura emanating from the beehive. As a peak third-tier entity, the pressure indicated that the beehive was at least fourth tier or beyond. Countless hornets buzzed overhead, tentatively probing his donkey fur, testing for any signs of aggression. Drawing upon his childhood experiences of disturbing wasps' nests, Yunjie remained motionless, awaiting the hornets' dispersal before continuing his upward climb. Rumbling, cracking. Yunjie, engrossed in his chiseling, was startled by the sound of thunder. The sky was clear. Mission initiated. 5th tier extreme beehive. Reward, 27,000 experience points, 5,000 perception force evolution points. Upgrade to super perception force and amalgamate with poison sting skill to establish an automatic defense mechanism. Chapter 63, Arrival at the Marker. The landscape became indistinct before Yunjie's gaze, as though he were observing the very moment of his own demise. A deafening roar suddenly reverberated from the heart of the forest. A colossal black silhouette surged forth from the right side of the toad, darting beneath it. The shadow unfurled immense claws, their tips glistening with a chilling luminescence, and with a singular motion, severed the toad's tongue. Snap! The toad's tongue was severed, and Yunjie fell to the ground alongside it. He hastily regained his footing, energetically dislodging the severed tongue from his backside, only to realize it was encrusted with thick barbs, smeared in a pale venom. "Blast it, I cannot feel my posterior," Yunjie grumbled, flicking his tail. Roar, croak. The thunderous roars of two formidable beasts echoed through the air. As he lifted his gaze, he beheld a massive brown bear that had materialized, fiercely confronting the toad. Did the bear just save my life? Yunjie pondered, a wave of relief washing over him. Mission commenced. 5th tier, 1-star Earth Brown Bear. Reward, 20,000 experience points, 8,000 evolution points for bite force. Goodness, this is the first instance I have encountered a 5th tier bear. The brown bear was colossal, appearing to tower over the toad when it stood upright. Its visage resembled that of a 4th tier bear, yet it bore a lengthy scar that traversed its face from left to right. This feature rendered it extraordinarily fierce and formidable. The brown bear lunged at the toad, its claws effortlessly slicing through the delicate skin on its back. The toad, recently victorious over the devouring python, found itself overwhelmed, its back brutally torn open, blood intermingling with white venom. With a desperate shriek, it sought to escape, yet the relentless bear grasped its hind leg and wrenched it off. Yunjie observed in astonishment as the formidable toad was dismantled with such ease by the bear. Having severed the toad's leg, the bear surged forward, landing upon its back and sinking its colossal jaws into its head. Crunch. From a distance, Yunjie could hear the ominous sound of the toad's skull fracturing. The toad's body quivered momentarily before it gradually succumbed, lifeless. It has perished. The toad, having valiantly fought the devouring python for hours, was swiftly vanquished by a 5th tier Earth Brown Bear in mere moments. With the toad lifeless, the Earth Brown Bear ascended upon its back, voraciously consuming its brain. Remarkable, Yunjie observed in both awe and trepidation. Should this 5th tier bear encounter the moonsight rhino within the swamp, it would likely emerge victorious in under a minute. He turned stealthily, cautiously retreating from the forest, fleeing for his very life. Yunjie aimed to distance himself from the formidable 5th tier Earth Brown Bear as much as possible. Upon exiting the forest, he traversed the winding mountain path for an indeterminate duration. An irritating sensation on his rear gradually ascended, eventually reaching his neck. Sensing something awry, yet fearing the bear's pursuit, he dared not halt. Ultimately, the toad's venom infiltrated his mind, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. After an indeterminate period, he roused groggily, his mouth tasting of a sticky residue. As he opened his eyes, he beheld the ground cloaked in a white fluid, which also infiltrated his nostrils, eyes, and ears. Even beneath him, a pool of white liquid had coalesced. It is the toad's venom. Yunjie shook his head, meticulously assessing his body. The itching had subsided, and he felt no pain or discomfort, as if naught had transpired. System reboot complete. Another reboot? Did I merely lose consciousness? Yunjie furrowed his brow, activating his perception force to pinpoint the petal-shaped marker. By sheer coincidence, his frantic flight had brought him perilously close to the designated location on the map. A faint grumble escaped his stomach. Perhaps the prolonged detoxification process had diminished its capacity, and waves of hunger surged through his mind. I must persevere. Following his encounter with the devouring python, Yunjie had come to realize that the deeper he ventured into the Sunset Mountains, the higher the concentration of formidable beasts. Without the safeguard of his bullet ant army, he felt akin to a mere walking morsel. He could no longer afford to wander with reckless abandon. Casting a glance at the location of the pedal point, Yunjie proceeded along the steep mountain path. As he neared the point, the trail grew increasingly perilous, eventually becoming nearly non-existent. He had to meticulously choose small, relatively flat stones to navigate his way forward. As a quadruped, Yunjie found this endeavor exceedingly arduous. After several hours of strenuous effort, he finally reached the pedal point indicated on the map. At long last, Yunjie exhaled in relief, only for his expression to swiftly morph into one of dismay. Why? Because the perception force revealed only a two-dimensional location, devoid of altitude. He had arrived at the designated spot yet found no peculiar flora. All that greeted his gaze were the barren brownish-yellow slopes of the mountain, stripped of vegetation. In essence, the object could lie either above or below him. This was a grave predicament. Although the mountain was not particularly towering, it boasted several thousand meters of vertical relief, with certain areas proving impassable. He would have to search both above and below to unearth the plant at the pedal point. Pursuing a mountain can indeed exhaust a donkey. Yunjie gazed up at the desolate, rocky mountain and deduced that the object was unlikely to be found in that direction. He would need to explore below. Thus, he bravely tumbled down the mountainside, exclaiming, "Damn it! It was never his intention to tumble down, yet his hooves betrayed him." Like a colossal, ebony sphere, he careened down the mountainside, scraping against the jagged rocks before landing with a resounding thud in the shadowy valley below. Fortuitously, my defenses had been fortified. Otherwise, I would have emerged drenched in blood. His donkey hide remained unblemished, though his internal organs had been jostled. Yunjie lay on the ground for an extended period, recuperating from the harrowing experience. As he surveyed his surroundings, an overwhelming sense of joy enveloped him. On the slope ahead, where the sun's rays penetrated, a vibrant little flower with 7 vividly colored petals danced gently in the breeze. Though he had encountered numerous flowers before, this marked the first occasion he had come across one adorned with 7 distinct hues. Coupled with the indicators on the radar map, Yunjie could hardly contain his exhilaration. He had fortuitously stumbled upon this treasure. He approached eagerly, inhaling the fragrant essence of the flower through his large nostrils, which instantly calmed his entire being. Indeed, it was a plant identifiable by the radar map. Yunjie bit down, crushing the succulent petals within his grotesque mouth. However, the flavor was a stark contrast to the delightful aroma. It was imbued with bitterness, even somewhat abrasive. He could not help but frown, recalling that the flower bore no thorns. He swallowed hard, anticipating the system's notification. After a considerable lapse of time, there was no indication from the system. What could be amiss? Perplexed, Yunjie pondered why he had yet to receive a prompt for his perception points, despite consuming the petals. Unconsciously turning his head, he experienced a moment of clarity upon gazing at the opposite side of the valley. The valley was not linear. It featured a pronounced bend that obscured his prior view of the inner side. Now, standing at the precipice of the valley, he could distinctly observe that the mountainside was embellished with flowers akin to the vibrant little bloom he had just unearthed. Chapter 69. A golden opportunity with a crimson glow illuminating his head. Yunjie felt as if he were crouched beneath a traffic signal. The rain descended in torrents, reaching deluge-like intensities. In an instant, the mountainside was soaked, with water cascading from the chimney behind the cave like a miniature river. Amidst the flashes of lightning, Yunjie cast his gaze toward the valley's entrance. That scarred-faced bear exhibited remarkable resilience. Despite the downpour, it lay as motionless as a lifeless form. Crash! A bolt of lightning struck, illuminating the surroundings as brightly as day. Instinctively, Yunjie ducked, only to witness an extraordinary phenomenon. The lightning struck the mountaintop across from him. Yet instead of shattering stones or fracturing the mountain, it merely coursed through the fissures into the earth, leaving a design of lightning etched upon the surface like a suit of chain mail. Yunjie perked up, suddenly enlightened. As an individual of higher education, He quickly comprehended the rationale behind this occurrence. Rocks are non-conductive, and pure rainwater is also non-conductive. However, when rainwater interacts with the atmosphere, it transcends its purity and begins to conduct electricity. Thus, the rain-soaked mountainside transformed into a conductor. Although lightning possesses formidable destructive power, it is mitigated when it encounters a mountain, which dissipates the electrical energy and transmits it underground, rendering the lightning's ferocity nearly negligible. Yunjie crouched at the cave's entrance, his mind awash with reflections on the value of acquired knowledge. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, and he rose to behold the immense beehive above. In that moment, the rainwater had saturated the mountainside, transforming it into the largest conductor. It would diminish the energy of the lightning. The majority of the lightning from the colossal beehive would be absorbed by the mountainside, presenting him with a golden opportunity to seize it. How astute! Filled with exhilaration, Yunjie ascended the chimney with fervor. Rain lashed against him, and fierce winds howled through the flue. After considerable effort, he finally reached the mouth of the chimney. The immense beehive swayed like a colossal crimson lantern amidst the tempest. He inhaled deeply, pausing for a moment. Theoretically, the current should have diminished. Yet he would still endure a portion of the voltage, the magnitude of which remained uncertain. Suddenly, the swaying beehive steadied, as if it had sensed his presence, slowly orienting itself towards him. Not again! Resolute in his decision to take a chance, Yunjie bit through several stones at the flue's opening and extended his body outward. His actions posed a grave threat to the beehive. Delicate threads of lightning danced around it, then coalesced into a formidable surge that struck towards him. Yunjie closed his eyes, aware that no one could escape such velocity. Crackle! The blinding radiance and thunderous cacophony engulfed him. Yunjie experienced a tingling sensation as every strand of hair on his body bristled, and then, in an instant, he found himself unscathed. Just as I surmised. He opened his eyes to behold the beehive, his countenance illuminated with joy. Clearly astonished, the beehive whirled once more, releasing an even mightier surge of lightning. At this moment, Yunjie maintained a vigilant gaze, eager to behold the instant the current surged through him and permeated the mountainside. The lightning wove together, as though rending the very essence of space, and surged toward him. The current was formidable, sending shivers coursing through his being as it flowed through him and into the stone beneath. He laughed, mocking, "Where is your might now?" The beehive appeared hesitant to accept this outcome, swiftly unleashing another surge of lightning, this time without interruption, relentlessly directing powerful currents towards Yunjie. A resonating buzz filled his ears, the sound of electricity surging through him. Yunjie experienced only a profound tingling sensation, free from any substantial pain. Had there been an insulating material on his hooves, generating resistance, he would have been instantly electrocuted. Beyond the tingling, the experience of being ensconced in the electric net was quite remarkable, reminiscent of being draped in an ethereal veil, with luminous streaks of lightning gracefully dancing across his form. The beehive assailed him for several minutes before ultimately conceding. Wisps of smoke emanated from the hive, signifying its weariness. Yunjie radiated with satisfaction. "Little one, it appears you have exhausted your tricks. Now, it is my turn to indulge in your essence." He elongated his neck and opened his mouth, targeting the fringe of the hive. Just as he was poised to sink his teeth into it, a buzzing sound reached his ears. "Oh no, I have neglected the hornets." He swiftly retracted his head, but alas, it was too late. A tumultuous swarm of hornets descended upon him, enveloping him like a dumpling. They unleashed their stingers and electricity, and the familiar flickering of lightning danced beneath his fur, reminiscent of the earlier assault by the brown bear. ZZZZT. A flash of lightning converged swiftly, transforming Yunjie into a radiant sphere of light. Crack! Boom! With a resounding explosion, the spherical lightning erupted, sending countless bolts spiraling from him into the mountainside. Vanishing from sight. This time, Yunjie truly experienced pain. A sharp agony coursed through him, not from the lightning, but from the venom of the hornet. While the lightning had not inflicted severe damage, the hornet venom was indeed fatal. His current defenses stood at a mere 100 points, permitting the hornet's stinger to pierce his hide with ease, injecting venom that caused his body to swell rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he had doubled in size. Were it not for the venom's inherent detoxifying properties, he would likely have succumbed to poisoning by now. Self-healing process initiated. Unlike the bullet ants, whose stingers may be reused, hornets possess but a single stinger throughout their lives. Once employed, it is relinquished. Thus, after enduring the initial onslaught, the hornets had no further means to inflict harm upon Yunjie. His mouth swelled to an alarming size, nearly rendering it impossible to open. In desperation, he plunged through the swarm and bit down fiercely on the edge of the hive. Crunch. It was as though he had consumed a chocolate honey cake. The flavor of the hive was utterly exquisite. It was not cloyingly sweet, but rather a sweetness that penetrated to the core. harmonizing with the delightful crunch of the hive in indescribable bliss. Ding! Danger alert! The queen approaches. Lost in the delightful taste of the hive, Yoonjie abruptly received a warning from his perception. A formidable presence emerged from the center of the beehive, and a hornet, as large as a fingertip, adorned with a lightning bolt upon its forehead, flew forth. Mission issued. 4-tier, 1-star Hornet Queen, 5,000 experience points, and 160 points of Venom evolution. Yoonjie inwardly lamented his oversight, having been preoccupied with savoring the hive and neglecting to notice the most formidable queen. The Hornet Queen hovered beside Yoonjie, gradually unveiling a formidable, dark brown stinger from her rear. This was a grave situation. She was undeniably a 4-tier adversary. Chapter 70, The Queen in That Fleeting Moment. Yoonjie experienced a profound sense of trepidation as the Hornet Queen loomed before him, reminiscent of a young lady unceremoniously expelled from her abode. Her antennae swaying in a manner that unmistakably conveyed her discontent. He swallowed hard, striving to emulate her gestures, yet regrettably, the barrier of language proved insurmountable. Whoosh! The queen surged ahead, prompting him to swiftly sidestep. However, he lost his balance and plunged down the chimney. Within the hollow space rested the remnants of a bygone blaze, erupting like a cannon and unleashing a billowing cloud of ash as Yoonjie descended amidst the scattered debris. The queen guided her swarm through the smoke-laden corridor, hovering above the threshold without initiating an immediate assault, shrouded by the dense haze. Yoonjie was fortunate. Despite his fall, his form had significantly expanded, softening his descent. In that moment, his countenance was grotesquely distended, with his eyes scarcely discernible through the narrow slits. His joints, too, had become immobile due to the swelling. As the dust settled, the Hornet Queen perceived the monstrous silhouette of Yoonjie and surged toward him in a flurry of wings. Yoonjie could no longer perceive the queen, his vision overly constricted. The queen executed a spiraling descent before plunging her stinger downwards with unrestrained ferocity. Pain had receded into the periphery of his awareness. As her stinger breached his epidermis, Yoonjie was enveloped in a phantasmagoria of vibrant imagery, coursing blood, veins as profound as subterranean arteries, drifting platelets, and the murky amber venom infiltrating his bloodstream. Yoonjie emitted a guttural growl, his entire being swelling uncomfortably, as if his very essence were on the precipice of disintegration. Indeed, he was expanding at an alarming rate, his legs ballooning to the dimensions of his abdomen. His vision utterly obscured, and his ears resembling inflated bladders, with blood vessels throbbing within them. I cannot endure this. Yoonjie felt his respiration quickening, his lungs completely engorged, while his corporeal form persisted in its relentless inflation. Boom! With a thunderous detonation, Yoonjie erupted, his skin shattering like a ruptured balloon, fragments scattering against the cavern walls. While the fluid beneath his dermis gushed forth like a torrential cascade, leaving behind a macabre tableau of exposed muscle and yellowish adipose tissue. Thud! In the wake of the explosion, Yoonjie crumpled to the ground, sensing as though half of his vitality had been irrevocably snuffed out. The queen ascended, casting a scornful glance at Yoonjie before guiding her swarm of hornets back through the passage. The chilling, parched agony felt akin to 1,000 ants incessantly gnawing at his flesh. Yoonjie was bereft of any skin covering, utterly drained of vitality, and the sensation of being half alive was exponentially more tormenting than the anguish of a shattered body. Gasping, he discerned heavy breaths approaching, and a colossal head emerged at the entrance of the cavern. It was the scarred-faced bear. Yoonjie was taken aback, yet he realized he possessed no means to avert his impending demise. Soaked and panting, the bear scrutinized Yoonjie, surprisingly choosing not to devour him, but rather continuing its ascent. In that fleeting moment, Yoonjie grasped the entirety of the situation. The bear's ultimate objective had always been the coveted hive. It obstructed his escape, believing he could procure the hive on its behalf. From the present vantage point, the bear's strategy had indeed triumphed. Yoonjie's actions had conveyed to it that on tempestuous days, one need not fear thunder and lightning. Curse that bear! Yoonjie silently seethed. The brown bear lumbered past the cave, making its way towards the distant hive. The hive, aware of its encroachment, swiftly retaliated with a torrent of electric discharges. As bolts of lightning struck, the bear clung to the mountainside, the energy surging through its colossal body, dissipating into the earth. With a thunderous roar, the bear expressed its exhilaration, as though it had discovered an uncharted realm. It quickened its stride, drawing closer to the hive. The queen, emerging from the shroud of smoke, summoned her troops to advance boldly. The majority of the hornet's venom had been spent on Yoonjie, relegating them to unleashing lightning from afar. Flashes of lightning flickered across the bear's fur, succeeded by dazzling orbs of light. Zap, crack. Mirroring Yoonjie's earlier confrontation, the spherical lightning detonated, creating a fragmented web of electricity, which was absorbed by the sodden mountainside, leaving the bear largely unscathed. Roar! The bear remained unperturbed. This trivial annoyance held no significance for it. The queen, aflame with rage, advanced with determination, perhaps owing to the bear's incessant thievery of honey. It had become exceptionally proficient in fending off hornets. The bolts of lightning and the sting of venom were rendered futile, permitting it to unleash its unbridled wrath. As the queen swooped down, the bear struck with a singular, deadly paw. Steady, precise, and ferocious. The formidable bear's onslaught was both rapid and conclusive. Forcefully pinning the queen against the rugged mountainside, the swarm ascended in a tempestuous hum, yearning for retribution for their fallen leader. Yet, they encountered a relentless deluge, compelling the bear to shake off the hornets as one would cast off water from its pelt, rendering their wings ineffective as they cascaded down the mountainside. No further impediments remained. The bear ascended with a thunderous roar. Yunjie observed helplessly as hornets cascaded from the cave like raindrops, comprehending the grave predicament. The ultimate bastion of the extreme hive had been breached. Summoning every ounce of his strength, he endeavored to rise. Thrusting his head into the narrow passage and kicking with relentless vigor. Bereft of his protective skin, his muscles and blood vessels cruelly scraped against the jagged rock walls. Countless sharp edges lacerating him as blood streamed down the passage. The searing pain heightened his awareness, consolidating his strength as he clawed his way upward. Resolute in his quest to reach the hive before the bear. I have risked everything to uncover this method. I shall not permit this bear to reap the rewards. As he ascended the 30-meter shaft, Yunjie left a gruesome trail of mangled flesh along the walls. Gasping, the bear's labored breaths reverberated from the threshold. With utmost haste, Yunjie marshaled his remaining vigor and descended. Upon clearing the aperture, he was met instantaneously by the ursine beast. It recoiled, beholding a ghastly, sanguineous apparition. Its cranium a morbid spectacle, denuded of its integument, vestiges of tissue clinging to its attenuated neck, a torrent of blood issuing forth. The bear, a carnivorous creature well acquainted with violence, had beheld numerous horrific spectacles, yet this was a sight unparalleled in its experience. Yunjie's formidable countenance rendered the bear motionless. And seizing the fleeting opportunity of its hesitation, he pivoted and unleashed a forceful kick. Roar! The bear let out a cry of distress. As Yunjie's blow struck directly upon its snout, with a low growl, the bear relinquished its hold, its colossal body swaying unsteadily against the mountainside. Chapter 71, System Upgrade. The bear, its face marred by scars, hung precariously from the wall, one paw desperately reaching for the edge of the passage. Yunjie understood that if this beast were to ascend, it would herald his demise. With determination, he lifted his hoof and aimed a powerful stomp at the bear's claw clinging to the passage. Clang! Sparks erupted as Yunjie's alloy hoof collided with the bear's formidable claw, ricocheting in a dazzling display of light. Roar! The bear discerned Yunjie's intentions. Its colossal jaws agape as it emitted a thunderous roar. If one were to draw a comparison between engines, Yunjie resembled a humble dual-cylinder motorcycle, while the bear embodied a formidable 12-cylinder beast. Its roar conjured a powerful gust, altering the very course of the descending rain. Startled yet undaunted, Yunjie found himself invigorated, resolutely determined to subdue the brown bear. If the claws were formidable, was the bear's paw equally so? Yunjie raised his foot and relentlessly stomped upon the scarred bear's paw, time and again. In comparison to those sharp claws, the bear's paw, despite its strength, remained flesh and blood. After several violent tramplings, the scarred bear's paw was already soaked in blood, yet it refused to relinquish its grip. Harnessing the power of pain, it used its hind limbs to hook onto a small protruding rock and then kicked fiercely. The other paw grasped the edge of the flue. This was perilous. Yunjie had not anticipated the brown bear's tenacity, compelling him to immediately step down upon its two paws. It proved even more challenging to subdue one paw, let alone both. The brown bear, racked with pain, rustled its hind limbs against the mountainside, poised to rise. Rise? No chance. Abandoning his trampling strategy, Yunjie resorted to gnawing at the spot where the brown bear's claws were anchored. Once, and then again. The scarred bear heaved its body upward, its shoulders now obscuring the entrance of the cave. It was a fight for survival. Yunjie hastened to sever the rock beneath the claws of the brown bear. With a resounding crack, the stone splintered, leaving the bear's scarred claws grasping at nothingness. Fragments of stone flew as it roared in frustration and toppled backwards. The wind mingled with the sound of rain, creating a symphony of nature's fury. Yunjie craned his neck to gaze into the darkened valley, where the form of the brown bear had vanished. After a brief moment, the towering trees within the valley trembled, signaling the bear's descent. Without delay, Yunjie extended his neck to consume the extreme honeycomb, voraciously biting into every accessible section, one after another. The honeycomb emitted a mournful hum, as if lamenting its fate. A surge of lightning coursed from the center of the honeycomb, incessantly striking Yunjie's body. Devoid of donkey skin, the conduction was swifter. Although Yunjie experienced pain, the majority of the electricity was still mitigated by the mountain's embrace. He diligently consumed the surrounding honeycomb, diminishing the size of the extreme honeycomb. After gnawing it down to a mere circle at its core, he summoned his strength to drag it down from the mountain's peak and into the flue. The extreme honeycomb, on the brink of consumption, flickered with an orange-red luminescence. Crimson honey spilled forth from the center, revealing unformed bee pupae nestled within. The bear's roar resonated once more from the base of the mountain, instilling a sense of urgency in Yunjie as he hastily devoured the remaining honeycomb. Congratulations. You have acquired 27,000 experience points and 5,000 points of perceptual evolution. Current third-tier late-stage alloy donkey hoof, 27,000 Self-healing power level 1 o'clock 100. Perception level 5, 345,6,000. Bite force level 2, 510,20,000. Wild donkey critical hit level 5, 6,500. Defense level 1, 110,000. Spider web level 1, 210. Poison stinger level 2. Donkey human form reserve value, 1, 880,10,000. Heaven never disappoints those who possess determination. Yunjie gazed at the attribute panel, unable to contain his elation as he let out a triumphant roar to the heavens. Suddenly, his perception activated automatically. Perception, defense, and poison stinger, 3 skills interconnected in parallel, triggered an upgrade within the system. Progressing through stages 1, 2, 3, Yunjie stood in astonishment. Why did perception require a parallel connection with defense and poison stinger? How had the system undergone such a sudden transformation? Who? The wind swept up from the depths of the valley, carrying with it the labored breaths of the battle-worn bear. Yunjie felt a surge of anxiety as he glanced at the system's progress, which languished at a mere 11%. Too slow. He extended his donkey-like head to peer down the mountainside. A dark silhouette was scaling the mountain wall, merely 100 meters from his position. A flash of lightning illuminated the figure. The scarred bear lifted its head, exposing its grotesque visage and crimson eyes. He could no longer afford to tarry. Even with the system upgrade completed, he knew he could not vanquish this 5th-tier great brown bear. He had to devise an escape. Yet, perched atop the mountain, where could he flee? System progress, 27, 39, 54, 99. System upgrade complete. Please access the attribute panel for details. Perception is at level 5. Upon reaching level 10, it may be enhanced to super perception. Simultaneously, perception activated automatically, issuing a warning. Yunjie felt slightly disoriented as this newfound perception unveiled an entirely different realm. No longer was it a mere one-dimensional radar wave map, but a 3-dimensional display enveloping him, akin to a holographic image. In that moment, he felt as though he stood within the cosmos, with spatial coordinates in all directions, up, down, left, right, front, and back, revealed before him. Even the red dot representing the brown bear had been transformed into the bear's true likeness. Not only was its location marked, but also the distance and direction. It was simply magnificent. ZZT. A cascade of sparks erupted. Yunjie was startled, for the sparks emanated from his tail stinger. Exiting perception, he turned to behold the astonishing transformation of his tail stinger. It appeared somewhat distinct from the usual venom evolution. A flash of lightning danced upon the tail, which could now move independently. It lifted and swayed like a serpent, seemingly searching for the enemy's whereabouts. Congratulations, the system has indeed completed its evolution. The poison stinger has reached level 3 and can synergize with level 5 perception. It is capable of autonomously attacking foes and discharging a certain amount of current as support, all while augmenting defense by 1,000 points. Ah, so that is the case. Yunjie comprehended. In essence, the poison stinger possessed radar-like capabilities, enabling it to autonomously detect adversaries and alleviate his concerns. At that moment, the poison stinger suddenly pointed towards the flue opening. Yunjie was taken aback. That was likely where the scarred bear had emerged. With a resounding crash, a furry, colossal paw descended upon the flue opening. Roar. The brown bear unveiled its formidable head and crimson eyes. The venomous stinger protruded from beneath Yunjie's abdomen, delivering a feeble electric shock to the brown bear. However, this meager jolt proved largely ineffective, inciting the creature's wrath instead. It kicked with great force, freeing a paw to strike. Having witnessed the might of the bear's paw on numerous occasions, Yunjie was acutely aware of the peril, especially given that this creature was a 5th-level magical beast. Lacking any protective layer, a blow would surely be fatal. As the brown bear lifted its paw, Yunjie instinctively recoiled, tumbling backward and plummeting from the flue. Glug, glug, thump. He landed once more in the pile of ash, and searing pain enveloped him in an instant. The ash, known for its bactericidal properties, only intensified his suffering. What is it like to fall into an ash heap devoid of protection? It resembles being immersed in alcohol. Chapter 72. The blind bear. Just as Yoonjia was on the verge of crying out in agony, a shadow darted past the cave entrance, revealing the scarred bear's blood-red gaze. He bravely stifled his cries, enduring the torment in silence. The scarred bear let out a thunderous roar, sending waves of air that stirred up the grass and ash within the cave, causing dust to billow into the sky from both the cave and the flue. Caught off guard, the bear began to choke, succumbing to violent fits of coughing. With each cough, more smoke and dust erupted. After several such convulsions, the grass and ash were expelled, leaving only Yoonjia behind. A sense of dread washed over him as he contemplated his predicament. He cast a furtive glance at the flue, pondering whether he should escape through it to elude the bear's wrath. Yet, it was too late. The bear's scarlet gaze pierced through the darkness, and it thrust its massive nose into the cave, sniffing vigorously. After a moment of scrutiny, it regarded the cave with palpable suspicion. Yoonjia's brow arched in disbelief. How could it not see him when he was right before its eyes? The shallow cave he had fashioned barely accommodated his form, extending just over 3 meters, while the bear's nose measured nearly 2 meters in length. Surely, it could not have overlooked him. Then, suddenly, he comprehended the reason for the bear's confusion. The layer of grass and ash that cloaked him rendered him indistinguishable from the cave itself. The earthy mixture camouflaged him so effectively that the bear would need to examine closely to discern his presence. Furthermore, the potent scent of the grass and ash masked his own essence, preventing the bear from detecting him altogether. The brown bear outside sniffed once more, reluctantly. Yet, there remained no indication of Yoonjia. Frustrated, the bear ascended to the cave entrance again, pondering whether Yoonjia had escaped to the flue above. Yoonjia exhaled deeply, narrowly evading the bear's infamous reputation. Seizing the moment while the brown bear lingered above, he stealthily approached the cave entrance and peered upward. Catching sight of the bear's colossal hindquarters directly above him, its robust legs straining against the mountainside, he glanced down at the sheer cliff face below, recognizing it as an impractical escape route, and wisely retreated. After withdrawing to deter the bear from probing the cave with its claws, he crawled into the flue, where he felt significantly safer. Above in the flue, the ominous sound of the bear gnawing at the entrance reverberated, sending shivers down his spine. Before long, the noise subsided, replaced by the bear's heavy panting at the cave entrance. After several futile searches, the impatient bear began to claw and bite at the cave and flue openings. The bear, marked by its scars and esteemed with a daunting 5-star rating, bore claws and teeth of exceptional sharpness, rivaling the formidable biting strength of Yoonjia himself. In its frenzied excavation, the entrance was considerably enlarged. Yoonjia discerned the bear's intentions. It sought to breach the confines of the cave. Indeed, the brown bear persisted in its digging until it managed to squeeze through. Breathing heavily, the bear scoured the cave for Yoonjia but found naught. Then, it lifted its head and noticed the slender flue above. Rising to its full height, it thrust its snout into the flue and inhaled deeply. The bear's olfactory senses, exceptionally acute, detected the fragrance of Yoonjia, whose blood and flesh imbued the air with a redolent aroma. Its keen sniffing confirmed Yoonjia's proximity. Roar. The bear let out a thunderous roar of exhilaration, diverting its focus towards the flue. In an instant, the suction morphed into a violent exhalation, enveloping Yoonjia in a surge of heat, accompanied by the putrid odor of the bear's breath. With a swift and menacing motion, the battle-scarred bear plunged its paw into the flue, striving to seize Yoonjia. Ascending higher, Yoonjia dared not tarry, propelling himself upward with urgency. The sound of clattering echoed around him. The bear, realizing that Yoonjia was attempting to flee, swiftly unleashed its formidable jaws and claws, shattering the stones of the flue in its relentless pursuit. Yoonjia emerged from the flue, casting a fleeting glance downward. In the shadowy depths of the flue, the bear's crimson eyes flickered ominously, reminiscent of a demon ascending from the abyss. A profound sense of dread enveloped Yoonjia. At this pace, the bear would undoubtedly close the gap. What course of action remained for him? He surveyed the rain-soaked valley, recognizing that his sole recourse was to leap down from his elevated position. Yet, what fate awaited him after the descent? This was the summit of the mountain. Although he might endure the fall, he would undoubtedly suffer a fractured leg. With such an injury, his chances of escape would be rendered futile, and the bear would seize him without mercy. Suddenly, a deafening sound reverberated from the flue, accompanied by a tremor through the mountainside. Yoonjia gazed down in disbelief as the bear had dismantled a substantial portion of rock within the flue. The area below had widened, allowing him to clearly observe the bear ascending. The circumstances became progressively dire, leaving Yoonjia in a state of utter bewilderment regarding his next course of action. At this juncture, each option appeared as a harbinger of catastrophe. The slender flue served as a megaphone, magnifying the bear's agonizing breaths to an intolerable crescendo, reverberating incessantly. Yunjia paced restlessly at the entrance of the flue, akin to an ant upon a searing stove. Oh God, if you can hear me, I implore you to come to my rescue. Yunjia thought with desperation. Though he had never genuinely embraced the notion of divinity, he had previously toyed with the idea in jest. However, following his harrowing encounter with the moon-watching rhinoceros, he found himself nurturing a flicker of hope. In his moment of desperation, he cried out, and remarkably, it appeared as though divine intervention had indeed manifested. Below in the flue, whether due to the bear's excessive fervor or a sheer lapse in awareness of its own size, it had become ensnared against the mountainside, unable to advance. Yunjia chuckled. Perhaps there truly existed a god after all, and he resolved to extend his utmost reverence from that moment onward. The bear, ensnared by its own head, emitted muffled roars. Its situation perilous, its head was trapped while its claws and body remained exposed. Moreover, having fractured a portion of the flue's rocky structure, the space had expanded, leaving it devoid of any leverage. It endeavored to ascend, yet its claws failed to find purchase. It sought to extricate itself, but its head and mouth were ensnared in a stalemate, unable to withdraw. Yunjia did not waver. He bit down on a stone outside the flue and commenced his descent slowly. As he traversed the cave, he caught sight of the bear's formidable legs thrashing in desperation. A mischievous impulse surged within him, urging him to undertake an action he would lament for eternity. He ascended into the cave, positioned himself beneath the bear, and turned to deliver a powerful kick to the bear's vulnerable underbelly. Howl! The bear bellowed in anguish, its voice resonating through the flue and permeating the forest. In the next life, perhaps one could embrace fatherhood. Haha. Yunjia promptly departed from the cave and retraced his steps along the mountain path. The rain persisted in its descent, shrouding the landscape in a misty veil. He cast a glance back at the cave, pondering that the bear, marked by scars, would remain ensnared for a while longer. Suddenly, a thunderous crack reverberated as a fissure manifested outside the cave. Chapter 68. The bear blocks the path. As time elapsed, Yunjia gradually regained awareness, only to be overcome by a severe coughing fit. The cave was enshrouded in dust. Inhaling even the slightest breath sent his lungs into a tumultuous upheaval. The system rebooted once more, yet this time, it did not diminish any of his evolution points. He cast a glance at himself, observing that all his injuries had miraculously healed. Peering out from the cave, he beheld the colossal beehive, enveloped in a profound sense of helplessness. The hive was fiercely guarded by thunder and hornets. Only a deity could hope to dismantle it. He resolved to relinquish his perceptive abilities, allowing them to pass to whomever desired them. He bore no fortune to shoulder such burdens. Descending from the mountaintop, he trudged despondently towards the valley's exit. Just as he reached the mouth of the valley, an unexpected sight greeted him. The scarred-faced bear lay sprawled across the narrow entrance, obstructing the entire path. Yunjia gasped in astonishment, staring at the formidable bear, uncertain of how to proceed. Upon noticing Yunjia, the bear merely lifted its eyelids, shifting positions and continuing its feigned slumber. Yunjia blinked. It seemed the bear was not inclined to devour him. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to retreat and exit the valley from the opposite side. Once he had retreated into the depths of the valley, he glanced back to see if the bear was in pursuit. To his astonishment, the bear did not follow him. How peculiar! What was this bear up to? Obstructing the valley's exit? After traversing several kilometers, he confronted a disconcerting realization. The valley culminated in a dead end, flanked by the imposing silhouettes of two mountains, with no avenue of escape. At the base of these peaks, a vast lake had emerged, formed by years of accumulated water, where formidable creatures occasionally breached the surface, creating a daunting spectacle. Yunjia swiftly relinquished the idea of swimming across the lake. The aquatic beasts were likely even more formidable than their terrestrial counterparts, and entering the water would be akin to courting death. He gazed upward at the towering mountains, in search of a potential escape route. Yet, all that met his gaze were jagged rocks ascending into the clouds, steep and smooth, utterly insurmountable. The only discernible exit lay at the mouth of the valley. In that moment, the gravity of his predicament became apparent to him. He hastened back, returning to the valley's entrance, where indeed, the bear remained sprawled, obstructing his escape. Upon encountering Yunjia once more, the bear exhibited no trace of surprise. Yunjia was bewildered. This bear-like creature did not prey upon its own kind, but instead confined itself within the valley. What could its motives possibly be? Was it biding its time for him to grow corpulent before devouring him? That seemed unlikely, as magical beasts, particularly carnivorous ones, lacked the sagacity to domesticate lesser animals. Otherwise, they would cease to be magical beasts. What, then, accounted for this peculiar behavior? Yunjia found himself at a loss. Once again, he withdrew from the valley's entrance, acutely aware of the scarred bear's intention to thwart his escape. Charging through would likely yield dire consequences. But could he genuinely remain ensnared here? Certainly not. As night descended, he ascended the mountain and traversed the ridge throughout the night, positioning himself above the valley's entrance. When dawn broke, casting its luminous glow across the landscape, Yunjie gazed down and was immediately seized by a chill of dread. The scarred bear had somehow positioned itself below him, lying in wait for his descent. Cursed bear, Yunjie whispered softly to himself, acutely aware that he had no alternative but to retreat with utmost caution. Upon re-entering the valley, his discomfort deepened. The bear's obstinate refusal to permit his exit became increasingly disconcerting. The feeling of entrapment was utterly intolerable. As night fell once again, Yunjie ascended to the pinnacle of the valley. He resisted the urge to flee recklessly and instead climbed higher to scrutinize the bear's demeanor at the valley's threshold. He believed bears, notorious for their volatile dispositions, were fundamentally impatient creatures. If this particular beast could not withstand the weight or ventured forth to forage, he would seize the moment to dash down and escape. However, he misjudged the scarred bear's perseverance. For several consecutive days, it remained steadfast in its position, not even leaving behind droppings. In stark contrast, Yunjie found himself increasingly agitated, pacing nervously along the mountainside. After enduring yet another day of this torment, he could no longer suppress his exasperation. Enough was enough. Should a confrontation arise, he was prepared to confront it boldly. Yunjie charged down from the mountainside, colliding directly with the bear at the valley's entrance. The bear, with its piercing gaze, glanced at the disheveled Yunjie before promptly closing its eyes once more, casually resting its immense paws atop its head, seemingly dismissing Yunjie entirely. In a fit of desperation, Yunjie delivered a wild kick to the bear's rear. At that moment, a sound echoed through the air. Thus, the bear finally acknowledged my prowess, did it not? Yunjie awaited the bear's response with bated breath. The fifth-tier grizzly bear finally stirred from its slumber. It turned, languidly pawing at its head, before gradually rising to its full stature. It was as though a mountain had abruptly manifested, casting an overwhelming aura that extinguished the flicker of ire within Yunjie. He raised his gaze, taking in the bear's fearsome countenance, and mustered a forced grin. Brother, care for a scratch? In response, the bear unleashed a thunderous roar, swatting Yunjie aside with a swiftness that left him feeling as if his very being had shattered. His head nearly dislodged from his body as he spun uncontrollably, spiraling for what felt like an eternity before crashing down the valley slope and gradually coming to a halt. After dismissing Yunjie with a casual swipe, the bear emitted a peculiar sound and returned to its slumber at the valley's entrance. Struggling to rise, Yunjie cast a glance at his rear, now painfully swollen, leaving him uncertain of where to relieve himself. This encounter had starkly illuminated the reality that he was light years away from being a worthy adversary for the grizzly bear. What course of action remained? With no feasible options at his disposal, Yunjie resolved to wait. Perhaps time would unveil a solution. That night, dark clouds ominously amassed, accompanied by the resonant roll of thunder. Rain was on the verge of descending. Observing the lack of any refuge, Yunjie recalled the cave he had painstakingly excavated and swiftly ascended the mountain. With a resounding crack, thunder rumbled forebodingly. Flashes of lightning pirouetted through the crevices in the clouds. Yunjie cast a glance toward the valley's entrance, where the scarred bear lingered, undisturbed. With a sudden crack, a bolt of lightning struck, fortuitously illuminating the hive like a radiant crimson beacon. In the pitch-black heavens, it felt as though the eyes of a demon had been unleashed. A torrential downpour ensued. Cascading rain enveloped the entire valley. Chapter 73. The Rebirth of Beasts. Upon hearing the sound, Yunjie turned around. Due to the distance from the mountain summit, he remained oblivious to the fissure outside the cave. Assuming it was merely thunder, he paid it little heed, leisurely making his way out of the valley. The rain soaked his form, cleansing the ash and revealing his still-mending skin. Another thunderous crack reverberated through the air. This time, he perceived it distinctly. It bore no resemblance to thunder. He swiftly turned his gaze toward the mountaintop, and through the misty drizzle, he discerned several lines materializing outside the cave, undulating in a rhythmic cadence. What on earth? Yunjie felt an unsettling premonition, but could scarcely believe it. This was, after all, a mountain. Boom. Crack. A colossal boulder erupted from the mouth of the cave. With a deafening roar, the stones outside the cave disintegrated, cascading down from the mountaintop. A flash of lightning illuminated the cave's entrance, revealing the visage of the scarred bear, magnified to an astonishing scale. It had obliterated the entire cave. Yunjie was so astounded that he momentarily forgot to flee. Roar. The grizzly bear bellowed, fixating its gaze upon Yunjie at the valley's entrance before springing forth. In that fleeting moment, Yunjie comprehended precisely what was required of him. He pivoted and dashed frantically out of the valley. Behind him, a resounding crash reverberated as the bear landed. He dared not glance back, fleeing for his life into the rain-drenched forest. After a significant distance, Yunjie realized the sounds of pursuit had faded. He turned to find that the bear had not followed. Could it have succumbed to the ground, rendered unconscious? Clang, clang. His instincts surged, issuing urgent alerts. Yunjia swiftly examined his sensory map, now transformed into a holographic display, revealing the bear's form distinctly. It was not behind him, but rather slightly above. A mere 100 meters away, perched on the slope. Yunjia swiftly discerned the situation and bolted away from the valley toward the level terrain. Despite the bear's formidable size, it exhibited remarkable swiftness within the forest. Yunjia, though no slouch in his own right, found himself outmatched by the bear in the dense underbrush. The thick carpet of leaves rendered rapid movement perilous. His best chance lay in the more even expanses. Upon emerging from the forest onto the flat ground, Yunjia noticeably accelerated his pace. The bear descended from the incline with an explosive leap. At this juncture, the hive had ceased to be its focus. Its sole intent was to rend Yunjia asunder, having relinquished its aspirations of fatherhood, perhaps driven by an overwhelming fury. The bear appeared to accelerate as it reached the plain, nearly closing the distance to Yunjia, without the necessity for the sensory system to signal him. Yunjia perceived the thunderous footsteps of the bear behind him. In his frantic attempt to elude the beast, he came to the grim realization that the bear's velocity was simply insurmountable. System, deliver me. The system remained unresponsive to Yunjia's desperate entreaties. Nevertheless, his senses ignited once more, uncovering a stone marker on the sensory map. A stone? Yunjia found himself bewildered, yet pressed onward with fervor toward the indicated site. The hive had demonstrated that trusting his sensory faculties was a prudent choice. They would guide him to something of profound significance. A bear and a donkey raced through the rain-soaked night. By dawn, with the rain having abated, Yunjia had left the brown bear far behind. After enduring a succession of harrowing encounters, which included being struck by falling debris and tumbling down the mountainside, the bear had lost the ferocity it once held in pursuit and was now utterly fatigued, its body battered and bruised. It could run no longer. Gradually coming to a halt, watching as Yunjia's large donkey rear faded from view. In the realm of Warcraft, the most formidable pursuers are undoubtedly the wolf packs, closely followed by the brown bear. While its eyesight may not be remarkable, its sense of smell rivals that of a wolf. As long as its prey leaves a scent upon the ground, regardless of the distance, it can track them down. With the rain having ceased, Yunjia's scent lingered upon the ground and the tips of the grass. The bear took a deep breath and lay down to rest. It no longer felt the urgency to seek vengeance on Yunjia. It understood that eventually it would find him. In stark contrast to the bear, Yunjia dared not pause for even a moment. After traversing over 100 miles, he finally felt fatigue envelop him, and with the bear's trail no longer discernible, he permitted himself to relax, gradually moving forward. The stone marker lay at a considerable distance. After regaining his bearings, he continued onward. As he strolled, a serene lake gradually unfolded before him. There existed no viable route ahead. Yunjia cast a fleeting glance at the map. The stone marker lay upon the far shore. Should he choose to navigate around the lake, it would require no less than a fortnight. He turned his gaze back, recognizing that if such a delay were to occur, he would most likely remain marooned on this side, with the bear inevitably closing in on him. No, he must reach the stone marker across the water with utmost urgency. The swifter he accomplished this, the more favorable his chances of survival. Resolutely, Yunjia dove into the water without a moment's hesitation. The lake sprawled expansively, cradled by majestic mountains. As he waded into the water, he swam fervently towards the distant shore. Just as he neared the midpoint, a sizable pink tail erupted from the depths, only to vanish moments later. What in the world? A pink serpent. He abruptly ceased his movements, intently scrutinizing the water's surface. Splash! Another pink tail broke through the surface. On this occasion, Yunjia discerned with clarity. The tail extended beyond 3 meters in length, coiling reminiscent of an arthropod's. This was unequivocally distinct from a serpent, which is characterized by its scales. If it was not a snake, then what could it possibly be? Quest alert, second-tier regenerative beast, granting 1,000 experience points and 20 self-healing evolution points. A regenerative beast. What an astonishing revelation. It harbors self-healing evolution points. This unforeseen revelation enveloped Yunjia in a profound sense of joy. After enduring days within the embrace of the sunset forest, this marked his second encounter with a creature endowed with the remarkable ability of self-healing evolution. The significance of self-healing is immeasurable. Had it not been for the regenerative prowess bestowed upon him by the salamander, he would have long since met his demise. What is particularly noteworthy is that this creature was merely of the second tier, rendering it quite manageable. Should I seize this fortuitous moment to enhance my self-healing abilities? Indeed. With determination, Yunjia plunged beneath the surface, diligently seeking the presence of the regenerative beast. The lake's waters exhibited a faint green hue, yet visibility remained relatively clear. Upon diving beneath the surface, he encountered a remarkable regenerative creature. Pink in color and elongated, it bore a striking resemblance to an earthworm, its distinguishing features obscured. By all accounts, it posed minimal danger and appeared quite docile. "Here I come," he declared as he propelled himself forward, eager to pursue it. At first, he harbored fears that it might evade him, but as he drew nearer, he discovered that his apprehensions were misplaced. The sizable, reddish being seemed to possess poor vision. It remained unperturbed even as he approached. "Then I shall not refrain." Yunjia parted his lips and sank his teeth into one end of the regenerative beast, cleaving it with a decisive snap. The beast's exterior was enshrouded in a viscous, malodorous substance. Miraculously, upon being bitten, the severed segment rapidly regenerated, as if it had never sustained injury. Yunjia was filled with elation. This was precisely the swiftness he yearned for. As he readied himself for another bite, the beast's head lunged towards him. It was a faceless visage, encircled by a grotesque array of cauliflower-like protrusions, within which lay razor-sharp teeth. Chapter 75. The Super Crocodile Turtle Self-Healing Evolution Points are exceedingly rare. Ever since Yunjia had ingested the salamander's core, he had not encountered any creature capable of self-healing evolution. The acquisition of 20 self-healing evolution points filled him with exhilaration. To contextualize this, only 100 points were required to ascend to the first tier. Despite its repulsiveness, he recognized the necessity of consuming it. It could prove to be a lifesaver in the days to come. Seizing the opportunity presented by the regenerative beast's state of unconsciousness, he consumed another, earning 1,000 experience points and receiving 20 self-healing evolution points. The astonished regenerative beast did not replicate. After its head was shattered, it ascended to the surface. Yunjia calculated that at least 100 regenerative beasts lurked nearby. Should he consume them all, he could amass several hundred evolution points, effortlessly advancing his self-healing to the third or fourth tier. Let the feast commence. Just as he prepared to indulge, a sudden instinctual warning blared within him. Yunjia was taken aback, scanning his environment. Beyond the crimson hue, only the verdant waters remained, seemingly free of peril. His intuition surged, conjuring a holographic image in his mind. Below, at an angle, a massive circular silhouette approached with alarming speed. "Flee." Yunjia promptly swam out of the crimson mist reach. Just as he emerged, a colossal figure overshadowed the entire area, followed by a whirlpool forming beneath the water, drawing the multitude of regenerative beasts into a gaping maw. Quest alert. 4th tier 5-star Super Crocodile Turtle, 3,000 experience points. 4,000 Super Bite Evolution points. 5,000 Defense Evolution points. Crocodile Turtle. Yunjia looked upward. The yellow shells were unmistakably those of turtles. 5,000 Defense Evolution points, greater than that of the moonlit rhinoceros. Furthermore, this creature was well-rounded, possessing super bite evolution points as well. Gulp. Yunjia's throat tightened. Since his demotion, he had been relentlessly pursued by the brown bear. With those 5,000 defense points, he could likely withstand the creature for a considerable time. He glanced at the Super Crocodile Turtle, which resembled a colossal whale, judging by the formidable strength of its shell. Even the scarred bear would struggle to breach it. Of course, for a late third-tier creature such as himself, it was merely an object of admiration. Engaging it was beyond his means. A novice 4th-tier creature would pose a daunting challenge, especially underwater, where the crocodile turtle reigned supreme. His hooves and fire net would be rendered ineffective. Drawn by Yunjia's blood mist, the Super Crocodile Turtle consumed all the regenerative beasts, then sensed something amiss with the flavor. Following the scent in the water, it lowered its head and discovered an intruder, an ass. Yunjia shuddered nervously, bubbles escaping from his nostrils. The colossal feet of the Super Crocodile Turtle gracefully navigated the waters, its immense form akin to a mountain as it languidly pivoted to face him. "This is dire. I have been discovered." Yunjia swiftly pivoted and swam against the current. The Super Crocodile Turtle, though not the epitome of swiftness, effortlessly matched the pace of Yunjia. With a robust stroke of its flippers, it advanced with unexpected grace. Snap! Mere meters away, the Super Crocodile Turtle lunged, targeting Yunjia's hind leg. Despite its seemingly languid swimming speed, the turtle's head surged forth with remarkable swiftness. Its neck, typically retracted within its shell, extended dramatically, achieving lengths of 4 to 5 meters. Yunjia sensed a colossal presence glide past his hoof, and in a state of panic, his legs became ensnared, nearly causing him to stumble. This chaos was induced by the vortex generated by the turtle's gaping maw. The urgency of his intuition heightened, and Yunjia was engulfed by a profound terror, fervently thrashing his legs to elevate himself, longing to sprout wings and ascend above the surface. The colossal crocodile turtle surged forth from the depths, propelling itself with remarkable speed upon breaching the surface. Yunjie found himself lamenting in silence. He was now adrift in the heart of the lake, a considerable distance from the shore, and evading the turtle at such a range seemed nearly insurmountable. The keen perceptive ability sounded an urgent alarm once again, the entirety of the holographic projection now awash in a deep crimson hue. With haste, Yunjie cast a glance over his shoulder, realizing that the crocodile turtle had entirely closed the distance. It had caught up. Execute a sharp turn. An idea ignited in Yunjie's mind, and he promptly veered sharply to the left, fervently hoping to elude the relentless pursuit of the super crocodile turtle. However, he had committed a grievous error. This was water, not solid ground. Furthermore, the crocodile turtle boasted an exceptionally elongated and flexible neck. Hardly had he executed the turn when Yunjie beheld the immense shell of the super crocodile turtle. In an instant, water erupted as a cavernous maw, lined with menacingly sharp edges, lunged towards him. Taken completely by surprise, Yunjie was overwhelmed by excruciating pain coursing through his neck and shoulder blades. The crocodile turtle had ensnared him. A sharp crack reverberated through the air. The bones beneath Yunjie's neck fractured instantaneously. Seizing Yunjie, the colossal crocodile turtle descended into the abyss. The mouth of the crocodile turtle markedly diverged from that of conventional turtles, bearing a striking resemblance to the beak of a bird. It was formidable, sharp, and adorned with undulating serrations designed to thwart the escape of its prey. As Yunjie plunged into the water, an overwhelming sensation enveloped him, as if his very being were being cleaved asunder. He found himself devoid of the strength to resist. The crocodile turtle did not hasten to consume him. Rather, it bore him deeper into the abyss. As they descended, the lake's depths darkened, shrouded in a murky emerald hue. Upon reaching the bottom, Yunjie found it nearly unbearable. The pressure was overwhelming, and held captive by the crocodile turtle, the air within his lungs had long been expelled. His alveoli perished and regenerated, only to succumb once more, inducing excruciating agony. Suddenly, the underwater realm transformed into a domain of pink. Countless regenerative creatures, reminiscent of kelp in the sea, floated upside down, crafting a mesmerizing spectacle. Upon witnessing this, the crocodile turtle swiftly ascended, seemingly apprehensive of this territory inhabited by regenerative beings. Whoosh! An unfathomable multitude of regenerative creatures abruptly vanished, followed by a surge of colossal bubbles rising to the surface. Ding ding! The keen perception triggered yet another alarm. Yunjie was engulfed in despair. What purpose did the alarm serve at this moment? He was already ensnared within the jaws of the crocodile turtle, teetering on the brink of death. What use was an alarm? Mission alert. 4th tier, 7-star regenerative beast. Reward, 8,000 experience points, 500 self-healing evolution points. The self-healing ability may be enhanced to level 5. Yunjie was taken aback. A 4th tier, 7-star regenerative beast? 500 self-healing points. Amidst the rising bubbles, the crocodile turtle hastened, seemingly gripped by fear. Yunjie surveyed his surroundings. The bubbles stirred a cloud of sediment from the lakebed, shrouding his vision. Suddenly, something akin to a sea anemone darted through the murky depths. Beneath the delicate pink tentacles, formations resembling eyes or mouths opened and closed. Bang! Yunjie heard the sound of water erupting. A plume of smoke burst forth from the anemone-like creature, vanishing in an instant. Immediately thereafter, he sensed the crocodile turtle's momentum falter abruptly, even retreating. What was transpiring? He strained to turn his gaze towards the rear of the crocodile turtle, where a thick, crimson tentacle came into view. Chapter 74. Level 1 Defense. The regenerative beast, with its array of jagged, yellow teeth, filled Yunjie with a profound sense of revulsion, sending a shiver down his spine. In that moment, his appetite evaporated entirely. The regenerative beast's cauliflower-shaped head rotated slightly, as if scrutinizing Yunjie's species. Yunjie found himself unable to endure it. The creature bore an unsettling resemblance to a blood fluke, utterly repugnant in nature. Instinctively, he paddled backward with his hooves, striving to evade the loathsome entity. Yet, the regenerative beast pursued relentlessly. Its ring of razor-sharp teeth unfurled outward, seemingly poised to strike. Nevertheless, Yunjie remained unperturbed by the regenerative beast, for to him, a 2nd tier, low-level monstrosity was merely a matter of a swift hoof strike. In an instant, Yunjie perceived a blur before his eyes, followed by a searing pain as the regenerative beast lunged onto his abdomen. Its cauliflower-shaped head whirled like a drill, swiftly penetrating his skin and voraciously siphoning his blood. Good heavens! Yunjie was taken aback. He turned his head, attempting to bite into the creature's form. To his astonishment, the moment his teeth grazed its flesh, the being severed itself. Sizzle, an even more astonishing occurrence unfolded. The severed segment's pink flesh unfurled outward, reminiscent of inverting a pig's intestine. Rows of minuscule, sharp spines emerged from within, rapidly evolving into a dense array of pointed teeth. As these teeth curled inward, another cauliflower-shaped head materialized. The dismembered fragment had engendered its own corporeal form. Heavens above! Yunjie perceived an imminent threat. Should this proliferation persist? Would this solitary regenerative creature not propagate into a formidable legion? Flee! Yet, before he could effectuate his escape, a second regenerative beast assailed him, adhering to his asinine hide with the tenacity of a limpet. Its acuminate teeth word, incising a laceration and rapaciously imbibing blood. A self-preservation mechanism intervened. Yunjie recognized his precarious situation. The two regenerative beasts were unrestrained, one affixed to his neck and the other to his abdomen. He possessed the capacity to lacerate them were he to lower his head, yet he hesitated, lest they engender further progeny. In a fleeting instant, they had engorged themselves with such a surfeit of blood that their anatomies became rubescent and commenced to distend. Blood effused copiously, and Yunjie shuddered. An undulation of frigidity coursing through his being. He thrashed vehemently, endeavoring to dislodge the two regenerative beasts, yet his attempts were futile. The creatures were tenaciously affixed to the land. An epiphany struck Yunjie. Unable to strike or bite, he resolved to venture onto the land. He believed that once out of the water, the creatures would detach themselves. Swiftly swimming back, the two regenerative beasts undulated in the water like ribbons tethered together. Upon reaching the shore, Yunjie hastily ascended onto the land, assessing the condition of the regenerative beasts. To his astonishment, these repulsive beings appeared to endure outside of their aquatic habitat. They clung tenaciously to his body, their tails perpetually curling, seemingly impervious to their new environment. "Get off my body!" Yunjie exclaimed as he vigorously rubbed his abdomen against a tree trunk. The regenerative beast affixed to him was dislodged, writhing and leaping on the ground like a serpent, sending a shiver down his spine. "Die!" he shouted as he crushed it beneath his foot, blood splattering as the creature's cauliflower-shaped head shattered. Lacking a magic core, the remnants of the regenerative beast coiled around Yunjie's leg, gradually ceasing its movements. Anxious, Yunjie feared it might regenerate, perhaps due to being out of water, or the crushing of its head. The creature failed to replicate and succumbed entirely. One more to go. Yunjie raised his neck and slammed it against another tree trunk, sending the second regenerative beast crashing to the ground. Employing the same method, he stomped it to death, and replication did not occur. As he crushed the creature's head beneath his hooves, he discovered it was utterly obliterated, devoid of a magic core. Yunjie was perplexed. The system had indicated this was a second-tier monster, which should inherently possess a magic core. Why was it absent? Could the replication process have diminished its level? Although he could not ascertain the reason, Yunjie was reluctant to squander time. The brown bear still lurked somewhere nearby, and he needed to reach the opposite bank with haste. Re-entering the water, he swam swiftly towards the far shore. The lake was expansive, with the distance across the river measuring approximately 1,000 meters. Fortunately, it was a still pool, free from undercurrents. As he neared the center of the lake, the regenerative beasts suddenly multiplied. Having previously encountered their formidable nature, Yunjie was disinclined to provoke these loathsome creatures once more. He maneuvered to evade the pink tails swirling on the surface, intent on continuing his swim, but once again, the regenerative beasts obstructed his path. What do these abhorrent beings desire? Yunjie delved deeper into the depths, only to discover that the regenerative beasts had congregated to thwart his passage. After several attempts, he resolved to submerge beneath the water. Upon entering, the view below sent a shiver down his spine. A writhing mass of regenerative beasts twisted and coiled together, forming a dense, pink conglomerate. Determined, Yunjie continued his descent, aiming to slip beneath the mass of creatures. Yet, as he submerged, the beasts descended like suspended blades, launching a rapid onslaught. Realization struck him. He had fallen into a cunning trap devised by the beasts to ambush him underwater. He swiftly turned to swim back. But in this aquatic realm, the regenerative beasts held dominion. Despite their modest second-tier status, a mere flick of their tails could propel them to astonishing speeds of 50 kilometers per hour. Just as Yunjie pivoted, he was enveloped by a flurry of pink. Such velocity, he marveled, only to feel his body temperature plummet as the self-healing mechanism activated. A swarm of regenerative beasts affixed themselves to him, ravenously siphoning his blood. Panic surged within him. He instinctively attempted to bite, yet each effort only seemed to draw in more creatures. His blood reserves dwindled, and his self-healing capabilities lagged woefully behind this relentless strain. What should he do? A system alert chimed. Would you like to activate level 1 defense? Having not fully explored the skills following the system upgrade, Yunjie responded without a moment's hesitation. Activate it now. ZZZZT. His tail spikes rose, unleashing a surge of electricity. Instantly, the beasts clinging to him froze, their bodies stiffening like inflated balloons. I can discharge electricity? How splendid. With a deft flick of his body, the stunned beasts were sent drifting away. Blood surged from his wounds, mingling with the water to create a misty crimson cloud. The sheer multitude of regenerative beasts left him riddled with puncture wounds. He cast a glance at a few nearby floating beasts and decisively bit down upon one's head. Crunch. The reverberation of a shattered magical core resonated, inundating his mouth with a metallic taste of blood. Congratulations. You have acquired 1,000 experience points and 20 self-healing evolution points. Chapter 76, The Matriarch of Regenerative Beasts. Undoubtedly, that Cerise's tentacle originated from a 4th-tier regenerative creature. The colossal crocodile turtle fought valiantly against the unyielding grip of the creatures, thrashing its formidable flippers in a desperate bid for freedom, yet all efforts proved futile. Its immense body was inexorably dragged backward, approaching the lakebed. Yunjie perceived the crocodile turtle's struggle, the water quaked with ripples, and the shadowy depths beneath it stirred. A resounding thud. The crocodile turtle collided with the lakebed, employing its forelimbs to secure itself against the rugged bottom, straining to advance. This strategy proved effective. The turtle endured the grasp of the beasts, steadily progressing forward. The taut sounds reverberated through the body of the crocodile turtle, evoking the imagery of a colossal truck hauling a substantial burden. Employing the rocks of the lakebed for leverage, the crocodile turtle adeptly performed a reversal. Yunjie perceived the thunderous cacophony of stones and mud grinding behind him. The regenerative beasts were being forcibly towed along. Whoosh! The water surged violently, and without forewarning. A vibrant mass of pink engulfed the crocodile turtle. Yunjie discovered himself ensnared within the same surreal pink entity. Upon further examination, he discerned that it bore a striking resemblance to octopus tentacles, adorned with a myriad of minute, circular indentations, each concealing a regenerative creature possessing a cauliflower-like cranium and formidable teeth. The immense tentacles ensnared the gigantic super crocodile turtle, while the ferocious beasts ascended from their lairs, their razor-sharp fangs whirling as they targeted the turtle's head and body. Regrettably, Yunjie found himself within their lethal range. Nevertheless, the turtle's shell exhibited remarkable resilience, and its skin proved to be exceptionally tough. The beast's fangs were unable to penetrate, prompting them to redirect their assault towards Yunjie, who was ensnared within the turtle's jaws. Observing this perilous situation, he swiftly activated his level 1 defense. ZZZZT. The venomous spines along his tail unleashed a surge of electricity, radiating a high voltage into the surrounding environment. The creatures ensnared by the tentacles swiftly yielded, drifting away from their grasp. The tentacles quivered, allowing the turtle's head to retreat into its shell. As the turtle's head retracted, it unintentionally ensnared Yunjie outside. At that instant, a sizable pink head, crowned with tufts of hair, drew near, its bulging eyes gazing at him with curiosity. Yunjie was overwhelmed by a wave of nausea, for this being's head was festooned with numerous eyes. The entity he had previously encountered at the lake's bottom, reminiscent of a sea anemone, was indeed this repugnant creature. The rose-hued head examined Yunjie for a brief moment before gradually ascending, unveiling the confluence of its tentacles, reminiscent of the cauliflower-headed regenerative creatures. Suddenly, the cauliflower unfurled, and a spindle-shaped, toothy suction cup emerged. Yunjie became acutely aware of the peril. The maw of this 4th-tier beast was more expansive than his own form, and he was on the brink of being consumed. Just as the beast's suction cup approached him, the crocodile turtle surged forward, engulfing Yunjie entirely and snapping at the regenerative beast's mouth. In that fleeting moment, Yunjie's defenses were at their most vulnerable. Should he fall into the depths of the turtle's stomach, he would undoubtedly dissolve. As darkness enveloped him, he braced himself against the turtle's upper body, resisting the inexorable pull into its belly. With its jaws agape, the turtle confronted the beast's mouth. Through the turtle's open maw, Yunjie distinctly beheld the beast's mouth coiling like a serpent, poised to strike. The turtle boldly emerged from its shell, fiercely clamping down on the creature's maw. A wave of trepidation washed over Yunjie. The beast's most formidable ability lay in its capacity to mimic its own form. Should the turtle sever its mouth, it could potentially give rise to two. As shadows enveloped the scene, the turtle tightened its grip, and Yunjie sensed something sharp tumble beside him. When the turtle released its jaws once more, he discovered the severed suction cup lying nearby, still pulsating with life. Crunch. The mechanical grip of the suction cup deftly sliced through Yunjie's abdomen. In a swift motion, he rolled to the side, liberating a hoof to deliver a powerful kick deep into the turtle's throat. The suction cup disappeared into the abyss of the turtle's throat. Yunjie peered outside the turtle's mouth and, as anticipated, the severed connection of the regenerative beast swelled into a flower-like bulge, which erupted to give birth to a new mouth. As expected, Yunjie silently shook his head. At this pace, the turtle would ultimately deplete itself against the regenerative beast. Furthermore, the suction cup that had infiltrated its intestines remained alive. Should it commence to tear apart the turtle's innards, calamity would undoubtedly ensue. However, there was no need to await that moment. The external regenerative beasts had already initiated their assault, seemingly probing the turtle's angles of attack. The suction cup incessantly darted upward, testing the extent of the turtle's neck and its vulnerabilities. Unaware of the impending trap, the turtle opened its mouth wide, following the movements of the cup until its neck could bend no further. After several attempts, the regenerative beast discerned the turtle's weak point, deliberately maneuvering the turtle's head backward before abruptly pivoting to strike at its neck. Like a sword aimed at the throat, the beast's mouth accurately targeted the turtle's neck, its sharp teeth whirling effortlessly through the turtle's flesh. Yunjie, situated within the turtle's throat, felt a violent tremor beneath him as the beast's mouth burrowed into the turtle's flesh like a drill. Once the beast's mouth breached the surface, it swiftly tunneled down the turtle's throat, its teeth grinding everything within into fragments, swallowing it whole. Yunjie was horrified, for he was directly before the gaping maw. He released his grip and scrambled to his feet, racing toward the turtle's stomach. At this juncture, he could no longer afford to concern himself with the stomach acid. To drown in acid was far preferable to being shredded by the beast's jaws. Pushing through the turtle's cardia, Yunjie plunged into its stomach. The heart exhibited neither retraction nor expulsion, a definitive indication of the turtle's demise. Were it still among the living, its stomach would be convulsively rejecting him. Upon ingress into the alligator-snapping turtle's stomach, Yunjie's condition experienced a precipitous decline. Was this attributable to the gastric acids? Nay. It stemmed from the complete evisceration of the turtle's stomach, through which he plummeted the instant he traversed the cardiac sphincter. The stomachs of all substantial magical fauna contain air, and the alligator-snapping turtle was no exception to this rule. Fragments of the turtle's gastric lining meandered upon the acidic fluid, punctuated by the intermittent clatter of the rebirth beast's mandibles. Yunjie emerged, observing the turbulent, sanguineous waters ahead. He promptly engaged his sensory perception to investigate. On the holographic map, the mandibles, approximating his own dimensions, were rending the turtle's entrails. Thump! With a resounding crash, the rebirth beast's mandibles pulverized the turtle's cardia, extending into the stomach like a colossal serpent. Once within, the mandibles plunged into the sanguinary mixture and commenced to voraciously siphon outwards. Yunjie's sensory perception registered the rapid distension of the rebirth beast's tail, inflating like a balloon. It emanated an orange-red luminescence, adorned with floating circles reminiscent of the eyes of the rebirth beast's progenitor. Yunjie was frantic. He could not possibly reach it in time. An idea sparked within his consciousness. He pivoted his posterior, brandished his caudal stinger, and unleashed an electrical discharge upon the rebirth beast. ZZZZT. The current surged forth, high-voltage electricity sending ripples across the lake's surface as it swiftly enveloped the rebirth beast clinging to the magic core. A piercing shriek reverberated through the air as the rebirth beast convulsed, yet it tenaciously maintained its grasp on the progenitor's magic core. Yunjie, in a state of desperation, escalated his electrical onslaught. With a sharp snap, the rebirth beast's form became rigid, its disc-shaped mandibles severing from the magic core and drifting away like a lifeless rod. Triumph! Yunjie hastened towards it, but as one rebirth beast disengaged, another swarm descended upon him. He found himself compelled to simultaneously unleash electricity and advance towards the location of the magic core. On the holographic projection of his sensory perception, a colossal figure was approaching, undoubtedly. It was the brown bear. It had detected Yunjie beneath the water and was rapidly propelling itself towards him. Should he seize the magic core or flee for his life? Yunjie resolved to pursue the former. He had grown weary of the sluggishness inherent in his level 1 self-healing and was resolute in his quest to obtain the rebirth beast's magic core. The descent of the brown bear was almost flawlessly synchronized with Yunjie's approach. He launched himself with utmost vigor, stretching his neck to seize the radiant point within his sensory perception. At that exact moment, the sensory perception alarm resounded incessantly as a colossal bear paw descended with force. With unwavering determination, Yunjie clamped his jaws around the luminous point, a lukewarm sensation flooding his mouth. Simultaneously, the brown bear's grip constricted around his neck. With a powerful tug, his body was propelled skyward. Ignoring his own peril, he crushed the rebirth beast's magical core with his teeth. The system's notification reverberated instantaneously. Congratulations! You have acquired 8,000 experience points and 500 self-healing evolution points. Current late-stage Tier 3 alloy donkey hooves, 38,000 out of 100,000. Self-healing, Level 6, 40 out of 600. Sensory perception, Level 5, 345 out of 6,000. Bite force, Level 2, 510 out of 20,000. Wild donkey critical strike, Level 5, 6 out of 500. Defense, Level 1, 100 out of 10, 000. Spiderweb, Level 1, 2 out of 10. Poison Stinger, Level 2. Donkey Humanoid Form Reserve, 1, 880 out of 10, 000. Upon reaching Level 10 Self-Healing, evolution into Super Sensory Perception becomes attainable, granting enhanced tracking accuracy and the capacity to foresee escape routes. Persevere. He had achieved it, almost instantaneously. Yunjie beheld the brown bear's fierce, scarred visage. This signified that his donkey face had rejuvenated, and the wound in his abdomen, inflicted by the rebirth beast, was swiftly healing. Level 6 Self-Healing was activating. Progress, 19, 56, 99, complete. The Level 6 Self-Healing was remarkably rapid. The brown bear dragged Yunjie from the water. After shaking off the droplets from its head, it glared at Yunjie with a menacing look. Oh, dear bear, I sincerely apologize for your predicament. I assure you, it was merely an accident. You must believe me, correct? Yunjie grinned, revealing a wry smile. Roar. The more the brown bear gazed upon Yunjie, the more infuriated it grew. It opened its maw and lunged forward for a bite. Crunch. Half of Yunjie's head was severed, blood splattering in all directions. Level 6 Self-Healing activated. Restoration complete. Within mere seconds, Yunjie's head had regrown. The brown bear was astounded, pondering how a donkey could exhibit such remarkable self-healing capabilities. Reluctant to acquiesce, it lunged once more for another bite. The outcome remained unchanged. Yunjie's head swiftly regenerated, with even the cellular extensions undetectable. The ursine brute was consumed by an incandescent fury. It unfurled its prodigious forelimbs, ensnared Yunjie's nether extremities, and rent them asunder with unrestrained force. A sanguine torrent erupted as Yunjie was cleaved in twain. The enraged beast bellowed, dismissing the bisected remains with a contemptuous wave. Yunjie, impervious save for the searing agony, felt a dearth of trepidation, fortified by the 6th tier of regenerative prowess. Mortality held no terror. The self-healing mechanism would inevitably restore his corporeal form, initiating regenerative traction. Astonishingly, this instance of self-repair entailed a form of bodily reclamation. He perceived his disjoined posterior swiftly converging towards him, seemingly guided by an unseen force. Verily, such an extraordinary feat was within its capabilities. The severed body parts coalesced, and the grievous wounds swiftly healed until naught remained. Haha, I am unscathed. Yunjie shook his head and promptly submerged himself. Observing that it had once again failed to vanquish Yunjie, the brown bear pursued him with unyielding tenacity. Yunjie was aware that he could not conquer the formidable beast, yet he harbored confidence in his ability to elude its relentless chase. With level 6 self-healing, he could sustain himself underwater far longer. The alveoli's metamorphosis from demise to rejuvenation was nearly instantaneous, so rapid that it escaped detection. Consequently, he could entirely forego the necessity of breathing. The brown bear, however, faced limitations. It could only remain submerged for a maximum of 15 minutes, after which it required the surface for air. Yunjie, relying on his agility, guided the brown bear through a series of underwater loops. The bear's considerable size necessitated greater energy and oxygen for its submersion. After several minutes of pursuit, it became fatigued and surfaced to breathe. Yunjie's moment had arrived. Instead of seizing the opportunity to flee, he followed his keen sensory perception to locate the head of the super alligator snapping turtle. The magic core of that creature was immensely valuable, particularly as it conferred 5,000 defense points. The severed head of the super alligator snapping turtle, cleaved by the mandibles of the rebirth beast, rested motionless upon the lakebed. Yunjie glided through the water, opened his mouth, retrieved the magical core, and promptly crushed and consumed it. Congratulations. You have acquired 3,000 experience points, 4,000 evolution points for super bite force, and 5,000 evolution points for defense. Current status of late-stage Tier 3 Alloy Donkey Hooves, 41,000 out of 100,000. Self-healing, level 6, 40 out of 600. Sensory perception, level 5, 345 out of 6,000. Bite force, level 2, 6, 510 out of 20,000. Wild Donkey Critical Strike, level 5, 6 out of 500. Defense, level 1, 5, 100 out of 10,000. Spiderweb, level 1, 2 out of 10. Poison Stinger, level 2. Donkey Humanoid Form Reserve, 1, 880 out of 10,000. Muscles rippled along Yunjie's jawline, his dental arch seemingly expanding in size. All of his teeth had metamorphosed into the razor-sharp fangs of a carnivorous magical beast. Even the most diminutive molars had sprouted formidable spikes. Yunjie tested his bite, sensing that he could shatter the very earth with a single chomp. In addition to the formidable bite force, his defense had also significantly enhanced compared to his previous level. His donkey hair bristled, the pores of his skin contracting to become remarkably fine. Even the most vulnerable orifices were fortified. Ah, this sensation is delightful. Yunjia stretched his entire being. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rebirth beasts, hovering in the distance, suddenly mobilized. Like a cluster of pink blossoms adorning the water's surface, they surged towards Yunjia with astonishing velocity. Yunjia cast a glance at the advancing rebirth beasts, his tail stinger poised and ready. Since you still yearn for the taste of lightning strikes, I shall indulge you. The first line of defense stood fully prepared, with Yunjia awaiting the discharge of his tail stinger. However, at that moment, a cacophony of chaotic signals flooded his senses, confusing yet eerily familiar, reminiscent of the times when he commanded the bullet ant army, with the ants rallying to him as their queen. Could it be that the regeneration beasts, having consumed the magic core of the mother beast, now perceive him as their progenitor? He glanced upward at the descending brown bear and attempted to signal the regeneration beasts to assail the bear. Chapter 78. The Chase. What shall I do? In despair, Yunjia cried out, confronted by adversaries on both sides. Should he beseech the divine? At this juncture, he had lost faith in any deity, for not even a god could offer him salvation. Splash! Behind him, the waters thrashed violently as his instincts kicked in. Without the need to glance back, he perceived the regeneration beast mother lurking less than 3 meters away in the holographic display. Swoosh! The regeneration beast unleashed a linear, disc-like mandible, resembling a colossal droplet of blood, aimed directly at Yunjia's head. He observed the trajectory in the holographic image and, without a moment's hesitation, plunged beneath the surface. The regeneration beast narrowly misses its strike and swiftly submerges. Meanwhile, the brown bear, in a frenzy of paddling, remains oblivious to the immense crimson head looming behind Yunjia. Upon arriving at his destination and discovering the absence of the donkey, it instinctively plunges into the water. In the murky green depths, the colossal regeneration beast looms to his left, while the brown bear occupies his right, with Yunjia, the inconspicuous figure, ensnared in the middle. Rather than contemplating survival, what he yearns for most is a prompt resolution to this anguish. This situation is overwhelmingly agonizing. The formidable head of the regeneration beast swivels, its eyes flitting about. It perceives a presence beyond the donkey, an opponent of superior caliber, an ominous pressure enveloping it, rendering it profoundly uneasy. Slowly, it pivots its form, retracting its antennae and assuming a defensive posture. The brown bear, steeped in remorse, comprehends the seriousness of the predicament only upon entering the water. It had not foreseen that the donkey had incited another aquatic creature, despite its formidable prowess akin to that of a 5-star beast. Engaging in battle within the enemy's domain yields no benefit. The two formidable creatures glide silently through the water, neither daring to instigate an attack. Yunjia, enveloped in terror, awaits the inevitable moment when these beasts will feast upon him. Yet, after nearly a minute, neither makes a move. He turns to observe the two creatures within their eyes. He discerns a shift. They are not fixated on him, but rather on one another, poised for confrontation. Perhaps this scenario may not culminate in his demise after all. Yunjia cautiously maneuvers to the side, anticipating that his departure might incite a battle between the two beasts, thus granting him an opportunity to escape. However, his movement inadvertently elicits a synchronized response from the colossal creatures. While they regard each other with animosity, their peripheral vision remains fixated on Yunjia. They comprehend that a confrontation would not yield favorable outcomes for either party, and thus they hesitate to engage. If they are not to fight, why not retreat? Alas, beasts are singular in their thought processes, and in the realm of magical beings, particularly among the ferocious, retreat signifies death unless one side willingly concedes, offering itself as sustenance for the other. Thus, the two beasts bark at one another as if confined within a cage, with Yunjia serving as their iron enclosure. When the cage suddenly shifts, they merely persist in their confrontation. Were the regeneration beast of equal stature to the brown bear, it would have swiftly vanquished its adversary without a moment's hesitation. As the two beasts pursue him, Yunjia comes to the grim realization of the futility of escape. He finds himself ensnared by their oppressive presence, his heart racing with trepidation. How long must he endure this torment? Beasts are resolute. Once they commit to a course of action, they shall not waver until the end of time itself. Yunjia feels the heavy weight of despair, fearing he may not meet a tranquil demise. Underwater, day transforms into night and back again. The two beasts fixate upon Yunjia, driving him to the brink of exhaustion. In the depths, his lungs struggle for air, and the immense psychological pressure culminates in an eruption of frustration. Curse it! Is death the sole option? Must I endure such torment? He swiftly approaches one of the beasts. Come, consume me, grant me a swift end. Yunjia charges forward in a frenzy. oblivious to the fact that he is heading directly toward the brown bear. The bear, taken aback, had not foreseen Yunjie's approach. It casts a glance towards the relentless regenerative creature that trails closely behind. A sagacious bear refrains from incurring unwarranted losses. The brown bear prudently withdraws. With his eyes shut, Yunjie pursues for a brief moment, only to realize he has not encountered any obstruction. Upon opening his eyes, he is astonished to find that the brown bear has not launched an attack, but is rather retreating from him. In that instant, he comprehends that the bear is not afraid of him, but of the regeneration beast lurking behind. I can exploit this fear. A flicker of hope ignites within Yunjie as he hastens toward the fleeing bear. The brown bear, enraged, quickens its retreat. Behold who finds themselves in a quandary now. Yunjie revels in his newfound advantage, only to encounter the riverbank, where the bear's colossal paw strikes the lake bed, forcing it to scramble onto the shore. As he approaches the bank, the water shallows, and the pursuing regeneration beast comes to a halt. Unable to encroach further upon the bear's domain, rendered impotent beyond the water's edge, Yunjie emerges, gasping for air, his lungs finally liberated to expand. Roar! The brown bear stands resolutely upon the shore, snarling with ferocity, urging Yunjie to depart. Do you take me for a fool? Yunjie casts a glance back at the exposed head of the regenerative beast, contemplating whether to pursue it instead. He swiftly turns and gives chase to the regenerative creature. According to his strategy, it ought to be the bear pursuing him, with the regenerative beast fleeing. Yet, he underestimates the cunning of these beings. Upon observing Yunjie rushing toward them, the regenerative beast reacts without hesitation. Its antennae unfurl like blossoms, ensnaring Yunjie and swiftly dragging him into the abyss. Meanwhile, the formidable brown bear remains on the shore, refraining from pursuit. It is over. It is ruined. Yunjie mourns his fate. The first-level defense is activated. Before he can fully grasp the gravity of the situation, his instincts trigger the tail stinger, which unfurls and releases venom toward the encircling antennae. The taut appendages stand erect as Yunjie seizes the opportunity to escape. Chapter 81. The blood-driven brown bear. A cacophony of fragmented sounds envelopes his consciousness. Markedly distinct from the harmonious command he once held over the bullet ants, perhaps altered by the acoustics of the water, rendering them muffled, though the words elude his comprehension. Yunjie perceives a warmth radiating from the second-tier regeneration beasts. His own message is reciprocated, and to his astonishment, the surge of regeneration beasts swiftly advances towards the brown bear. It truly works. Yunjie is filled with elation, having just lost his bullet and army, only to gain a multitude of underwater regeneration beasts. Fortune smiles upon him once more. The submerged brown bear, upon witnessing the approaching horde of rebirth beasts, exhibited a fleeting moment of apprehension before continuing its descent. It dismissed these inferior creatures, deeming them inconsequential after the demise of the matriarch. Like a vibrant pink firework blooming beneath the surface, the rebirth beasts scattered and lunged, creating a spectacle of considerable magnitude. Undeterred, the brown bear wielded its colossal paws, simultaneously repelling the rebirth beasts while pursuing Yunjie towards the lakebed. Yunjie was gripped by trepidation, acutely aware of the brown bear's formidable strength. With no illusions regarding the rebirth beasts, he urged his hooves into action the moment the bear descended in pursuit. The rebirth beasts commenced their onslaught, affixing themselves to the bear's fur like persistent suction cups. Their mandibles whirred, deftly slicing through the bear's hide. The defenses of the brown bear were woefully insufficient, and within mere moments, the rebirth beasts penetrated its skin, ravenously feasting upon its blood. Thin tendrils of blood diffused into the water, creating a substantial crimson cloud that contrasted starkly with the pink forms of the rebirth beasts, crafting an eerie tableau. The bear, in its relentless pursuit of Yunjie, finally grasped the gravity of its situation. Pain became secondary. The paramount concern was the excessive loss of blood, leading to a rapid dissipation of its body heat. It ceased its chase and frantically clawed and bit at the rebirth beasts clinging to its body. In stark contrast to the brown bear, the rebirth beasts exhibited minimal defenses. The brown bear, a creature of formidable strength, tore through the rebirth beasts with devastating bites, reducing them to countless fragments. Had Yunjie witnessed this spectacle, he would have undoubtedly erupted in joyous laughter. The true strength of the rebirth beast lay in their extraordinary ability for ceaseless replication. As a single rebirth beast was torn asunder, a familiar phenomenon unfolded. The severed edges began to unfurl outward, revealing a profusion of minute, needle-like teeth. Subsequently, they inverted, the diminutive prickles transforming into fully formed teeth, and from the orifice emerged a new rebirth beast. The frenzied assault of the brown bear culminated in its exponential proliferation, ultimately submerging it in a tide of pink. Its lifeblood continued to pour forth, its vitality rapidly diminished, its body grew increasingly frigid, and its movements became ever more lethargic. As the bear's capacity for resistance waned, the rebirth beast grew audacious, not only siphoning its blood but also dragging it into the abyss. A scarlet cloud billowed forth, and a column of pink writhed, ensnaring the bear's colossal form and pulling it toward the lakebed. By this time, Yunjia had traversed the center of the lake and was approaching the opposite shore. Through the holographic projection of his perception, he beheld the bear's descent. An unforeseen turn of events. Could it be that the once mighty brown bear had succumbed to the rebirth beasts? Emerging from the water, he cast a glance back at the serene surface of the lake, offering a silent eulogy for the bear, and hastened toward the far bank. The rebirth beast pulled the brown bear to the lakebed, their insatiable hunger transcending the simple thirst for blood. They swayed their tails and delved beneath the bear's hide, feasting upon its flesh. The grizzled bear, not yet deceased but teetering on the brink of oblivion, endured excruciating agony as the rebirth beast's teeth tore into its sinews, sending jolts of torment through its brain. Its eyes metamorphosed into a lurid crimson, akin to a pair of scarlet lanterns submerged in the depths of a lake. The last vestiges of its blood coursed with a frenzied energy, rapidly escalating in temperature. One of the rebirth beasts, having burrowed beneath the bear's hide, sensed impending doom and hastily attempted to withdraw. Alas, its efforts proved futile. Having imbibed too deeply of the bear's ichor, its pallid flesh flushed crimson and began to distend like an overinflated bladder. Pop! The rebirth beast detonated. Its blood infused with the essence of a bear resembling molten lava as it surged through the water, searing it. Roar! The brown bear bellowed in rage, rearing up on its hind legs and wielding its powerful limbs, releasing torrents of energy. More than half of the rebirth beasts clinging to it became rigid, swelling like inflated balloons before bursting one after another. The detonation of a solitary rebirth beast was of little significance, however. The concurrent explosion of thousands produced a breathtaking display reminiscent of a volcanic eruption upon the lakebed, with searing waves surging towards the surface and plumes of water ascending into the heavens. The remnants of the rebirth beast were swept to the surface by the currents, dyeing the rushing waters a deep crimson. The brown bear's stature had significantly diminished, yet nearly one-third of the rebirth beast withstood its blood-fueled fury. Casting a scornful glance at the rebirth beasts that clung to it like decorative ribbons, it lifted its colossal paw and struck the rocks of the lakebed with great force. Beneath the surface, even the mightiest magical creature could not disregard the water's resistance and fully transfer its power to the stones. Nevertheless, the brown bear achieved this remarkable feat. As it brought its paw downwards, the surrounding water seemed to part, creating an underwater chasm. The tremendous force emptied the area, reverberating against the rocks. The lakebed trembled, and the stones crumbled into fine dust. The parted waters hesitated for an instant before plunging downward. Waves surged forth, and mud whirled chaotically. The rebirth beasts, clinging to the brown bear, could not endure the overwhelming force and were thrust backward, piercing the surface like arrows and soaring into the heavens. The brown bear's lips curled into a fierce snarl, exposing its formidable fangs. It advanced, harnessing the backwash of the water, and with a powerful stomp, its colossal form surged forth from the depths. Yunjia, having just reached the shore, heard the thunderous crash and turned to behold a crimson plume of water erupting from the lake, succeeded by a torrent of dismembered limbs. Before he could respond, the brown bear's immense figure emerged from the water column. Good heavens, what has that creature done? Yunjia exclaimed in disbelief, instinctively tilting his head to observe the bear's ascent. As if graced with the gift of flight, the brown bear ascended over 100 meters before plummeting back into the water, swiftly swimming toward the shore. Yunjia finally regained his composure and fled. Beyond the wetlands bordering the shore lay a gray stone forest, echoing the hue of the stones depicted on his perception map. In dread of the bear's pursuit, Yunjia pressed on, plunging directly into the stone forest. The stone forest was a quintessential karst formation, characterized by intersecting sinkholes and jagged stone spires. The sinkholes were delineated by these stone formations, commonly referred to as stone forests, which stood relatively short at 30 to 40 meters, their surfaces a muted gray. These limestone structures were meticulously sculpted by the erosive power of water over countless years. Chapter 77. Besieged like a potent bilge pump, the alligator-snapping turtle's stomach contents surged toward its maw, drawing Yunjia along with it. He clung desperately to the bones of the turtle's shell to avoid being swept away. As the rebirth beast's mouth parts relentlessly suctioned, a vacuum formed within the turtle's body. Yunjia expanded in size due to the pressure differential, and his eardrums throbbed painfully. The cartilage supporting the turtle's carapace buckled under the strain, causing the upper and lower shells to clamp shut, ensnaring him within. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound of liquid cascading resonated around him. The mandibles that had penetrated the turtle's body earlier had ground its internal organs to a pulp, and the ensuing slurry coursed into the gullet of the rebirth beast. Yunjia found himself entirely engulfed, unable to perceive anything, and felt ensconced within the fluid. After a few moments, lake water began to infiltrate, relieving the oppressive vacuum. As the carapace ascended, he rose to confront a breathtaking spectacle. The turtle's carapace bore a striking resemblance to a newly constructed, windowless abode. Its interior, along with its flesh, limbs, and tail, had vanished, leaving behind merely the vacant shell with 6 illuminated apertures. Yunjie gazed out from one of these openings, which had once housed the turtle's flipper. Beyond, countless pink tendrils writhed, embellished with second-order rebirth beasts. On the lake bed rested the turtle's colossal head, the edge of a purple magic core discernible at the severed neck. A magic core. Overcome by a sudden surge of impulse, Yunjie recognized that the alligator-snapping turtle's magic core was a veritable treasure trove of numerous evolution points. He cast a glance at the regenerative beast, unable to ascertain its complete form, and resolved to bide his time until it departed before retrieving the core. Although the rank 4 regenerative beast remained oblivious to his presence, its rank 2 progeny was not so blind. Like ephemeral bursts of pink mist, the regenerative beasts detached from their progenitor and surged toward the turtle's shell. No, I have been discovered. Yunjie retracted his head, meticulously scanning his surroundings for a means of escape, yet found none. In an instant, a torrent of regenerative beasts erupted from the gaping hole. His senses sharpened dramatically, and his tail's stinger instinctively rose, prepared to unleash a high-voltage discharge as the regenerative beasts drew near. ZZZZT. The high-voltage current cascaded through the water, immediately incapacitating the foremost regenerative beasts. Those yet to breach the shell perceived the electrical surge and retreated in a frenzy. In a bid to communicate with their progenitor, the outer regenerative beasts became aware of Yunjie's presence within the shell. Several formidable tentacles slithered into the aperture, striving to rend the shell apart with unyielding force. Recognizing the imminent peril, Yunjie understood that without the protection of the shell, he would be utterly vulnerable. He surged forward, clamping his powerful jaws onto a tentacle and exerting all his strength. To his astonishment, the tentacle broke with ease. Nevertheless, Yunjie felt no elation in this victory, for he recalled employing the same strategy against rank 2 regenerative beasts. The severed tentacle writhed, its fractured tip unfurling to disclose rows of minuscule, razor-sharp teeth. In a remarkable reversal, it metamorphosed into a rank 2 regenerative beast. Yunjie began to grasp the genesis of these regenerative beasts. They were remnants birthed from the rank 4 progenitor. The tentacle transformed into a diminutive regenerative beast, while the unscathed end split into 2 tentacles. Casting aside the small regenerative beast, Yunjie unleashed his rank 1 defensive shock utilizing his tail stinger. ZZZZT. An electric surge erupted, a high-voltage discharge ensued. However, to his astonishment, the colossal tentacles of the rank 4 regenerative beast merely quivered before rending a portion of the turtle shell asunder. The immense stature of the regenerative beast rendered his electrical discharge futile. Forsaking the rank 1 defense, he drove his toxic stinger deep into the tentacle of the regenerative beast. The rank 4 regenerative beast exhibited remarkable regenerative capabilities, yet its defenses were nearly non-existent. The stinger penetrated effortlessly, delivering a potent concoction of bullet ant venom and firestone essence. In an instant, the venom took effect, causing the massive tentacle to gradually straighten and transform from a delicate pink to a smoldering orange-red. At last, a weapon that proved effective. Yunjie swiftly navigated towards the remaining tentacles, injecting them with the venomous stinger. As anticipated, the other tentacles straightened, rendered immobile. The diminutive regenerative beasts clinging to them succumbed to the toxin and detached from their progenitor. Yunjie exhaled in relief, feeling a renewed sense of safety. Unexpectedly, unable to counteract the toxins, the regenerative beast opted for self-amputation. The enormous tentacles severed from its form, only to swiftly regenerate, multiplying in number. Yunjie was filled with dread. How could he possibly emerge victorious? Unless he could penetrate the cranium of the rank 4 regenerative beast with the lethal stinger, thereby ceasing its replication entirely. The regenerative beast, now adorned with newly sprouted tentacles, unleashed an even more savage onslaught. The tentacles slithered into the crevice, applying tremendous pressure. Crack! Swish! Yunjie was suddenly illuminated by a brilliant light above him. The protective turtle shell had vanished. He could now behold the entirety of the rank 4 regenerative beast. It resembled a gigantic octopus, crowned with a triangular crest atop its head, beneath which lay a rounded cranium encircled by rings of cilia. Each ring cradled a pair of disquieting eyes. The pupils were large, seemingly incapable of focusing or shifting. It had to maneuver its entire form to scrutinize Yunjie. Overcome by the intensity of so many gazes, Yunjie felt his consciousness wavering. Ignoring the magic core of the alligator-snapping turtle, he propelled himself upward. The regenerative beast lay in ominous stillness, yet a dozen elongated tentacles erupted forth, ensnaring Yunjie and pulling him back into the depths. His senses heightened, An alarm reverberated through the water. Instinctively, his tail stinger sprang to life, darting forth like an independent serpent, delivering venom to each tentacle that ensnared him. As before, the poisoned appendages stiffened, becoming paralyzed and gradually shifting to an orange-red hue, as though they were being cooked. Yunjie felt a newfound lightness. Casting a glance back, he beheld the tentacles rendered rigid. With determination, he propelled himself towards the surface. Glug glug. The regenerative beast appeared to be in a furious rage. It unveiled its ventral orifice and unleashed a torrent of bubbles. After severing its tentacles, it propelled itself backward, launching into a determined pursuit. Yunjie emerged from the depths, swimming desperately towards the shore. As he approached the bank, he beheld a towering figure fixated upon him. It was the Scarface bear. What impeccable timing! Yunjie mused with a tinge of regret, contemplating his next move. On the shore, the Scarface bear detected Yunjie in the water, a look of satisfaction spreading across its elongated muzzle, as if to convey, "I anticipated your presence in the water." Without hesitation, it plunged into the depths, swimming towards Yunjie. Chapter 79. A life or death choice breaking the surface. Yunjie swam with urgency towards the shore, acutely aware that the brown bear represented his soul's salvation. Beneath the waves, the regenerative beast, its tentacles now poisoned, twisted in agitation, its rigid appendages cascading down like petals. Almost instantaneously, new tentacles burgeoned from the severed ends, the entire transformation occurring within mere seconds. The regenerative beast's multitude of eyes surveyed the tumultuous surface above, and it unveiled its ventral orifice, extending a disc-shaped appendage as it propelled itself forward. At that moment, it pierced Yunjie's abdomen with remarkable accuracy. He experienced the sensation of his stomach being pierced, and his body was propelled through the air, scattering viscera and blood, spiraling multiple times before plunging back into the water. The assault was so abrupt that he experienced no agony. Below him, the colossal figure of the regenerative beast relentlessly pursued his form. He could almost perceive death summoning him. On the shore, the brown bear observed with an indifferent demeanor. Clearly, having once evaded the water, it harbored no inclination to return. Such is the essence of humanity. When faced with the specter of death, they often cease their struggle. Yet, when a flicker of hope emerges, they are willing to do anything to cling to life. Yunjie's fervent yearning for survival surged within him. Noticing that the brown bear would not venture into the water, he raised his tail, exposing the two hairy testicles on his fifth leg, and provocatively flaunted them before the bear. Had Yunjie lost his sanity? No. He was inciting the bear, wagering that it would not allow him to escape so effortlessly, for he had inflicted a grievous blow to the brown bear's manhood. The bear upon the shore stood utterly still. The regenerative beast approached, its tentacles unfurling gracefully like a blossoming flower, enveloping Yunjie before dragging him beneath the waves. Yunjie surrendered to his destiny. The process of self-healing commenced. Rank 1 defense was activated. The venomous stinger ascended instinctively, targeting the tentacles. Having endured multiple stings, the regenerative beast had acquired the ability to foresee the stinger's reach. It relinquished the tentacles that clutched Yunjie's lower body and ensnared his upper torso, deftly evading the stinger's assault. The elongated tentacles transported Yunjie to the underbelly of the regenerative beast. The cauliflower-like aperture unfurled, revealing a fearsome, disc-shaped appendage that advanced ominously towards his forehead. The donkey's existence had reached its conclusion. Yunjie gently shut his eyes. The appendage of the regenerative beast lunged forward with ferocity. Yunjie experienced an excruciating pain in his forehead as the appendage's serrated teeth began to gnash, pulverizing his visage, bones included, until his cranial cavity was laid bare to the water. Yunjie's features, his eyes, and even his entire upper jaw were obliterated. He found himself unable to see or hear with clarity, should his brain succumb and be devoured by the regenerative beast. Even if his innate healing abilities were to restore his form, survival would be beyond his reach. Plummet. It was as though a mountain had plunged into the depths, and Yunjie teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. Moments prior, he had heard a sound, and then, in an instant, his body was liberated from its restraints, drifting through the water. Although his vision was obscured, the holographic projection of his perceptual abilities rendered everything with exquisite clarity. A grizzly bear had plunged into the depths. The bear endeavored to capture Yunjie's form, yet its arrival provoked the rebirth beast's wrath. A multitude of formidable tentacles unfurled, relinquishing Yunjie and converging upon the bear. The aquatic manifestation of the rebirth beast matched the bear in size, its tentacles extending to twice its own length. These appendages lashed out in a chaotic frenzy, initially seeming even more colossal than the bear itself. The bear found itself ensnared by numerous layers of tentacles, its attempts to escape proving utterly futile. The extraordinary elasticity of the tentacles significantly drained its strength. In desperation, Unable to liberate itself, it resorted to biting. The bear unfurled its prodigious maw, severing the tendrils that had ensnared it. Liberating its forelimbs, it cleaved at the remaining appendages before pivoting to descend, giving chase to the now unencumbered Yunjia. Guided by the holographic projection of his sensory acumen, Yunjia redoubled his aquatic velocity to abscond. Unbeknownst to the bear, the rebirth beast's tentacles were endowed with an astonishing regenerative faculty. In the mere instant of the bear's revolution, the tendrils had proliferated, now doubled in number, each bifurcating into two. The severed portions transmuted into autonomous entities, writhing in the water and assailing the bear. Before it could reach Yunjia, the bear was once more enmeshed by the tentacles. The dismembered limbs of the rebirth beast also lunged, rending the bear's flesh with savage abandon. The bear's defenses proved insufficient, rendering it ill-prepared to confront a formidable creature such as the rebirth beast. Its form was marred by numerous sanguine wounds. It roared in wrath. Yet the sound was stifled beneath the water's surface. Summoning every ounce of strength, it managed to sever the tentacles that ensnared it. Then, with a powerful swipe of its colossal paws, it struck upward, precise, swift, and lethal. As the rebirth beast's proboscis lunged towards it, the bear seized it in its grasp. With its hands entwined, it drew the rebirth beast closer with immense force, slicing, cleaving, and rending with ferocity. The bear's wrath was unleashed, dragging the colossal head of the rebirth beast closer as it slashed with its razor-sharp claws, rending the beast's head into fragments. Streaks of icy light flickered beneath the surface, reminiscent of a scene from a fruit-slicing game. A cloud of ochre fluid dispersed into the water, the cerebral matter of the rebirth beast. As the brain ruptured, a pinkish-red magical core fell from the murky haze. With the vanquishing of the rebirth beast, the bear's fury gradually diminished, lacking Yunjia's regenerative prowess. It could not remain submerged for an extended period, promptly paddling to the surface for air. A glimmering speck descended within Yunjia's perceptive field, and he discerned it clearly, the magical core of the rebirth beast. He cast a glance at the bear floating above, contemplating whether to seize the core. Suddenly, he observed an unexpected phenomenon. Although the rebirth beast lay lifeless, its severed limbs retained their regenerative capabilities. They writhed and twisted, metamorphosing into thousands of rank 2 rebirth beasts, their tails flicking as they lunged toward the sinking magical core. Yunjia envisioned a scene akin to fire ants competing for their queen's magical core. He could not permit the core to fall into their clutches. Should they absorb it, they would undoubtedly revert to a rank 4 rebirth beast. Ignoring the bear above, he instantly pivoted and swam toward the core. One of the rebirth beasts burrowed into the magical core, its tail beginning to radiate with a pinkish-red luminescence, its form expanding rapidly. Too late. Chapter 83. The petrified forest swamp. Yunjia believed he was moving with great speed, yet reality painted a different picture. The dimensions of the swamp's inhabitants far exceeded his expectations. With a sudden splash, he sensed a colossal entity ascending swiftly beneath his hoofs. Squelch. Before he could even turn to discern the emerging figure, his hooves lost their grip. It felt as though he were sliding down a towering mud pillar. As mud splattered across his visage and he braced himself for submersion, the mud pillar unexpectedly twisted. A gigantic claw, sculpted from black sludge, erupted from the depths and ensnared him. Yunjia recoiled, only to find himself firmly grasped by the titanic hand. As he ascended and his perspective shifted, he beheld a creature beyond description. It bore the semblance of a long-armed ape, entirely enveloped in thick, black sludge, reminiscent of unmelted asphalt, exhibiting an astonishing viscosity. Its ebony head was devoid of eyes and a nose. Half of its form remained submerged, while the other half rose ominously above the water's surface. Quest prompt. Fragment of Natural Force 1. Progress 0-100. Natural Force possesses the ability to manipulate all earth-based elements and flora, wielding immense attribute power. What then? Was this fragment of natural force? Yunjia cast a glance at the formidable, dark creature. Its pitch-black body was stripped of any features save for the layers of verdant flowers adorning the small ape carcass atop its head, which stood out starkly. Was the fragment of natural force a plant? Danger. The petrified forest swamp, with its indomitable form, possessed no evolutionary value. His perceptive faculties finally issued a dire warning. Yet it appeared to be too late. Roar. The swamp fiend let out a sudden, thunderous roar, a vast chasm opening upon its obsidian head, unleashing a torrent of viscous droplets. Yunjia was taken aback. As the swamp fiend bellowed, its gaping maw was unveiled, revealing a glimpse of the heavens beyond. He fought against the grip, and an even more peculiar occurrence transpired. His hooves slipped through the clutches of the enormous hand, eluding its grasp. The experience was surreal. An unseen force grasped him, yet he could glide through its palm, unable to break free. The swamp fiend inclined its head, its maw agape, the aperture at the rear of its cranium aligning with its gullet, creating a seemingly infinite chasm. Yunjie was levitated, suspended directly over the gaping abyss. He cast his gaze downward, and a chilling wave of goosebumps cascaded across his epidermis. Within the tenebrous orifice, myriad vermicular entities writhed with ravenous hunger. By divine providence. Yunjie's scalp prickled as he fought with utmost desperation, yet to no avail. The hand, wrought from viscous mire, was artful, nullifying his strength and precluding his escape. Whoosh! The mud claw relinquished its grasp, and Yunjie descended from the sky towards the gaping maw of the swamp fiend. Achoo! Without hesitation, Yunjie unleashed a web of flames, striving to affix it to the fiend's maw, hoping to land upon the web and evade the grotesque chasm below. Alas, nothing could adhere to water, and his fiery web was no exception. It enveloped the swamp fiend's maw, yet failed to cling. The molten lava upon the web extinguished upon contact with the sludge, and the entire structure slid inexorably into the abyss. In an instant, the black, serpent-like creatures clinging to the edge of the void writhed and consumed the fiery web. I am doomed. Darkness enveloped Yunjie as he plummeted into the depths. Having devoured Yunjie, the swamp fiend sank slowly, not by submerging into the water, but by spreading outward in concentric circles, akin to a pool of mud. Black water, laden with green moss, surged forth, restoring tranquility as if the swamp fiend had never existed. The lifeless form of the golden monkey infant descended into the murky depths, leaving only a crown of glimmering green flowers atop its head. As Yunjie entered the black hole, he found himself shrouded in darkness, incapable of perceiving anything. Panic surged within him as he struggled for over a minute. Yet, he felt no pain. Rather, an extraordinary sense of comfort enveloped him. He paused, bewildered, and attuned to his sensations. Indeed, there was no discomfort. The maggot-like entities seemed to caress his body, one after another, in an exquisitely delightful manner. Could it be that the belly of this monster serves as a soothing balm for humans? The self-healing process has commenced. Suddenly, the voice of the system resonated within his mind. Had the self-healing mechanism been activated? Why did I experience no discomfort? Yunjie mused, only to be enveloped by a wave of dread as he realized he could no longer feel his hoofs. The restoration of physiological functions stood at 81%, then 35, 57, 99, and finally, restoration was complete. The self-healing process re-engaged. Within mere moments, the self-healing fluctuated erratically, exacerbating Yunjie's anxiety. Although he could neither see nor feel any pain, the feedback from his body conveyed a profound message. He felt ethereal, akin to a candle flickering in a tempest, vulnerable to being extinguished by the slightest breeze. Physiological functions restored to 49, 37, 19. As the self-healing data persistently declined, Yunjie felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. This was catastrophic. At that instant, he felt utterly estranged from his corporeal form, his consciousness the only remnant of his existence. Should the numbers plummet below 10, he feared he would lose all awareness. Suddenly, he was engulfed by the sensation of freefall. It was as if his mind had been unmoored, swirling through the air before descending into a pool of water. 19, 20. Upon immersion, the self-healing values began to ascend, granting Yunjie a fleeting respite. He activated his perception to survey his surroundings and discovered himself within a gourd-shaped pool, barren of any life forms. In the holographic display, he beheld the remnants of his own body, only his brain remained. Good heavens. I possessed over 5,000 defense points and yet succumbed to this. Yunjie was astounded. Such formidable maggots, without inflicting any pain. They had reduced his body to this state. Had he delayed for even a moment longer, his brain might have ceased to exist as well. Upon reassessing the status of his self-healing, he noted that while progress was slow, the values were gradually increasing without indication of decline. He felt a sense of reassurance. Yet a question lingered in his mind. What had that spectre-like entity been? Why had his perception failed to detect it? After the upgrade, his perception should have been capable of identifying all dangers and living beings. Could it be that the creature was devoid of life? But if it were lifeless, how could it move? Fragments of natural energy? Yunjie was abruptly reminded of the system's caution before he ventured into the specter's maw. The fragments of natural energy possessed the remarkable ability to influence all earthly matters. Could it be that they had taken dominion over the entire swamp? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, the gourd-shaped pool began to transform, the space swiftly compressing into an elongated, slender shape. Almost instantaneously, a profound rumble reverberated from beyond. Yunjie hastily scrutinized the perception display, his astonishment mounting as he beheld the specter rising once more. Chapter 84. An unexpected encounter. The cosmos trembled, and the cacophony of cascading water penetrated Yunjie's awareness. Through the perceptual display, he discerned that the apparition appeared infuriated, thrashing its colossal limbs at an unseen adversary. Abruptly, a thunderous crash echoed as one of the specter's arms fractured, and a shadowy figure erupted from its shoulder. Upon further scrutiny, a shiver cascaded down Yunjie's spine. for the silhouette bore an uncanny resemblance to the battle-scarred bear. Trouble. This bear not only pursued them but also rendered one of the specter's arms useless. In a fit of fury, the now one-armed specter bellowed, thrusting its body into the mire. The murky waters swirled as numerous clumps of sludge, seemingly imbued with life, coiled around the specter's shoulder, rapidly reshaping into an arm in under a minute. My goodness, this is even more extraordinary than the regenerative abilities of beasts. The resurrected specter pivoted its form to confront the brown bear upon the shore, its enormous jaws unleashing a torrent of mud and water in a tumultuous display of fury. With a formidable lift of its mighty arm, it brought it crashing down upon the unsuspecting bear. The bear let out a thunderous roar, vaulting into the air, its powerful paws striking as it charged towards the specter's fist. A resounding boom reverberated, scattering mud in every direction. The specter's newly formed arm was once more obliterated by the bear, yet the bear emerged unscathed, merely adorned with splashes of mud. The fifth-tier brown bear was a manifestation of raw power, and the specter's endeavor to rival it in strength was evidently a misguided venture. Fool, just seize that bear. It stands no chance of evading capture. Yunjie mused inwardly. As if attuned to his contemplation, the specter lowered its form, the murky waters churning as the viscous sludge coiled around its shoulder like serpentine appendages, swiftly rejuvenating its arm. It swayed its colossal frame and lunged toward the bear, this time choosing to grasp it with its immense hand rather than deliver a blow with a fist. Although the bear loomed at nearly 10 meters in height, it seemed insignificant in comparison to the specter, which soared to an imposing height of several dozen meters. In a mere flurry of swift motions, the specter ensnared the bear within its formidable grasp. The bear bellowed in defiance, thrashing wildly, yet it remained utterly ensnared by the specter's grip. Much like Yunjie had encountered, the specter's hand was fashioned from an ethereal sludge, and despite the bear's fervent efforts, it lacked the strength to liberate itself. Remaining securely bound, the bear was raised aloft, and the apparition unfurled its formidable jaws. In that instant, Yunjie experienced a rush of elation. Aha! This time, your fate is sealed. Then, a disquieting notion seized him. If the bear were to tumble from the specter's jaws and endure, would it not inevitably cross his path? No. Please, do not fall. Comprehending the ramifications, Yunjie began to feel a wave of anxiety, yet it proved to be in vain. The specter was resolute in its desire to consume the bear, and no solitary thought of his could thwart that intention. The specter relinquished its hold, and the bear's colossal form descended from the sky. It is finished. Yunjie could not refrain from expressing his sorrow. A thunderous crash reverberated from above, drawing his gaze to the perception hologram. To his astonishment, the bear had indeed plunged into the specter's maw, yet it did not yield to its fate. Countless maggots writhed, attempting to ensnare the bear, but failed to reach it. The bear, cognizant that its descent heralded inevitable doom, fought valiantly, its immense claws clawing upwards. Boom. The apparition sealed its lips and commenced its descent into the depths of the water. A thunderous roar echoed. The bear emitted a thunderous roar, its powerful paw slicing through the specter's jaws as it made its escape. That was a narrow escape. Yunjie exhaled in relief, having eluded the specter's grasp. The bear did not retreat towards the shore. Instead, it swiftly ascended onto the specter's head. Upon realizing the bear's evasion, the specter reached out in an attempt to capture it, but the bear was far too agile. Just as the specter extended its hand, the bear had already pursed atop its head, opening its mouth wide and consuming the golden monkey infant's body along with the green flower. Splash! As the bear devoured the flower and the monkey's remains, the specter's enormous arm disintegrated into mud, sinking into the swamp, while its head transformed into a puddle of sludge, dissipating into the murky depths. Concurrently, Yunjie heard the system's notification. The natural energy fragment had vanished. Mission failed. So, it was indeed that green flower. Yunjie reflected inwardly. With the disappearance of the natural energy fragment, the surrounding environment began to transform, the gourd-shaped space collapsing upon itself until it melded with the swamp's mire. He too was swept away by the upheaval, uncertain of his final destination. He glanced at the perception display, witnessing the bear plunge into the swamp after consuming the natural energy fragment, swimming toward the shore. At this juncture, Yunjie seemed to grasp the situation. It was not Guizhe attacking the brown bear. Rather, the brown bear was assaulting Guizhe. It must have been cognizant of the green flowers on the monkey's corpse above Guizhe's head and their significance. Otherwise, it would not have located Guizhe's vulnerable spot with such swiftness. Physical recovery at 41%. At that moment, Yunjie's body had regained 2/3 of its functionality, and most of his bodily systems had begun to operate. He felt a renewed sensation coursing through his body, save for his legs. Furrowing his brow, he scrutinized the scarred-faced bear once more. He realized he had erred gravely. The scarred bear was not devoid of intelligence. Rather, it appeared to be evolving. Its consumption of the extreme honeycomb was not merely a quest for sustenance, but a search for items that could facilitate its own evolution. Could it be that it too possessed a system akin to that of a magical beast? The more he contemplated, the more he felt an unsettling chill traverse his spine. Several hours later, his self-repairing abilities ceased, and his body was entirely rejuvenated. However, a further misfortune arrived, due to the extensive damage inflicted upon him. He had once again regressed. The evolutionary value of his third-tier late-stage alloy donkey hoof had reverted to 0, his defensive capability plummeting from over 5,000 to 2,000. While his other attributes remained unchanged, it appeared that his journey toward the fourth tier had become even more elusive, as long as he could sustain his existence. That would suffice. Yunjie could only find solace in this notion. He propelled himself with the donkey hooves, emerging from the mire. At that moment, the heavens were embellished with a tapestry of stars. He cast his gaze toward the riverbank and swiftly swam over. Unbeknownst to him, beneath the peaks lining the shore, a pair of crimson eyes were fixated upon the water's surface. As he surfaced, those eyes swiftly vanished into the inky shadows of the heights. Yunjie crawled onto the shore, shaking off the mud and water that clung to him. He looked back at the serene swamp and then up at the star-studded sky. Reminiscing about the days spent in combat against Wang Yueshi, he silently vowed never to approach the swamp again. Yet, as he lifted his gaze, he beheld the brown bear's pair of scarlet eyes. Ah, brother bear, what a coincidence. Have you dined? Yunjie forced a grimace, awkwardly smiling. Roar. The long-anticipated brown bear emitted a furious roar, its weathered visage twisted into a fearsome grimace. Ah, we encounter each other once more. Yunjie promptly pivoted and surged back into the mire, launching himself toward the heart of the swamp. The brown bear on the shore did not chase him. Rather, it crouched low, its crimson eyes fixated on the swamp. A sense of foreboding washed over Yunjie as he perceived movement beneath the surface of the murky waters. Layers of sludge surged forth, propelling him toward the shore like an ascending lift. What was unfolding? Yunjie pondered, alarm coursing through him. Wasn't Guizhe already deceased? Why did it seem as though it had been resurrected? Witnessing this, the brown bear's elongated maw twisted into a malevolent grin. It raised its hindquarters and sauntered toward the water's edge, anticipating the instant when Yunjie would be repelled by the swamp. His instincts had already alerted him. And Yunjie discerned the distance to the bear on the holographic display. He propelled himself from the swamp, employing a critical strike akin to that of a donkey, and swam with fervor. Gradually, he extricated himself from the muck beneath his feet, increasing the space between himself and the brown bear. Roar. Enraged, the scarred bear reared up and roared, its colossal claws flailing wildly behind it. An unusual phenomenon was occurring. The swamp beneath Yunjie quickened its current. Stumbling, he plunged directly into the mire, swept toward the shore by the relentless undertow. The brown bear exerted dominion over the swamp. In that fleeting moment of descent, Yunjie grasped the reality of the situation. The bear had ingested fragments of natural energy, endowing it with the power to manipulate a portion of the swamp. An overwhelming sense of peril engulfed him, and without a moment's hesitation, he plunged deeper into the murky waters. Having previously engaged in combat with Wang Yueshi amidst this very swamp, he possessed an intimate understanding of its characteristics. The swifter the current, the higher he found himself in the upper strata of the swamp, where the tumult of water and mud was formidable. As he descended further, the swamp thickened, and the violent current subsided. Harnessing the swamp's counterforce, he immersed himself into the shadowy depths. Indeed, the deeper he ventured, the more adhesive the mud became, and the impact upon him diminished considerably. He employed his hooves to disperse the sludge, digging vigorously into the viscous swamp until the forces acting upon him were rendered nearly inconsequential. Casting a glance at the holographic display to gauge his distance from the brown bear, he swiftly pivoted and crawled in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, the brown bear, unable to discern Yunjie beneath the water's surface, grew impatient and waded into the swamp. Its colossal claws plunged into the depths, persistently striving to extract Yunjie from his submerged refuge. This individual exhibits a notable deficiency in perception, Yunjie reflected. After traversing over 100 meters through the dense swamp, the bear's dominion over the mire began to wane. He ascended cautiously, gauging the influence of the upper water flow. Discovering it to be less pronounced, he emerged from the swamp. Breaking the surface, he exhaled slowly, casting a glance at the brown bear still ensnared in the mud. With a grin, he swiftly swam toward the opposite bank. Upon arrival, he realized the predicament was grave. The opposing bank was a steep, rugged ravine, making ascent impossible. He made several attempts but kept sliding back down. The incessant splashes captured the attention of the brown bear. It lifted its piercing crimson gaze to scrutinize Yunjie before launching itself toward him from the shore. In an instant, Yunjie assessed his surroundings, scanning the holographic display for an escape route. The display indicated that to the left, at a 45-degree angle, lay a cave profound and imperceptible to his awareness. At that moment, The thunderous sound of the bear barreling across the shore echoed in his ears. With no time to contemplate the cave's destination, he propelled himself forward with powerful strokes and swam toward it. The brown bear, having discerned Yunjie's location, leapt from the bank with ferocity. Boom! Like a bomb detonating in water, a colossal plume of mud erupted behind Yunjie. He dared not glance back, straining to propel himself forward. Once the bear entered the water, it could effortlessly rise to its full height, swiftly closing the distance to Yunjie with powerful strides, lunging with unbridled ferocity. You're too late. Yunjie propelled himself into the depths of the cave. The bear, fixated on the chase, failed to perceive the narrowness of the cave's entrance, becoming ensnared as its head lodged painfully at the mouth of the cave, emitting a howl of distress. A torrent of water surged forth from the cave's entrance, splashing Yunjie and urging him further into the shadows. Meanwhile, the frustrated brown bear withdrew its head, clawing at the cave's entrance in a vain effort to gain entry. Yet the lava rock was remarkably resilient, and its claws could not fracture the stone. The bear's roars gradually faded into the distance as Yunjie exhaled in relief, his body uncontrollably tumbling through the dark waters. Suddenly, a powerful surge of water rushed forth, cascading into a passage like a waterfall. With a splash, he was swept into the depths, swirling for an extended period before he finally resurfaced. To his astonishment, he found himself within a lava cave, encircled by stalactites that had formed over billions of years, resembling a dense forest with their elongated forms, some shimmering with a bluish-green luminescence, strikingly beautiful. Beside the dripping rock formations flowed streams, with water from the swamp creating a small lake within the cavern. Ding! His perception suddenly resonated, and Yunjie quickly checked, astonished to see a golden light flickering at the center of a marked stone point. Could it be that he had inadvertently stumbled upon a designated stone location? Yunjie promptly rose from the water, ascended onto the shore, and followed the golden light into the entrance of the lava cave. What seemed to be a narrow opening revealed itself to be surprisingly spacious within. After billions of years of erosion by water, the entire stone forest below had become hollowed out, filled with interlacing lava caves. Some entrances even offered glimpses of the starry sky beyond, with birds and bats flitting in and out. Yunjie was utterly disoriented, having navigated an undulating path through the lava cave, where no straight route existed. His sense of direction was thoroughly confounded. Were it not for his innate perception guiding him, he would have surely lost his way by now. Gradually approaching the distant light, he gazed upward only to find his path obstructed. Above the glass-like surface lay several openings resembling searchlights. These apertures were modest in size, approximately 2 square meters each, and were cloaked in a thick, greasy black substance that appeared rather unclean. Suddenly, a rush of warm air emanated from the searchlight-like openings, piquing Yunjie's curiosity. The sound of the airflow persisted for over a minute before the surroundings fell silent. Instinctively, he sharpened his senses, detecting an ominous vibe. The air was gentle yet tinged with a metallic scent. It dawned on him that the entity within the stone light might not be a mere inanimate object akin to a bee's nest, but rather a living creature. Should he venture further? Doubt began to infiltrate his thoughts. Despite his formidable self-healing abilities, he felt inadequately prepared. Should he encounter a beast as fearsome as the scarred-faced bear, his existence as a donkey would be irrevocably forfeited. Whoosh! Silence enveloped him. The sound of rushing air surged forth, distinct from the previous gust. This time it was an inhalation rather than an exhalation. A powerful suction emanated from the openings, producing an eerie whistling sound. The temperature around him plummeted, causing Yunjie's fur to bristle with trepidation. With a sudden increase in wind speed, he instinctively lowered his head and fought to retreat, yet the ferocious winds were unrelenting, causing his hooves to slip and igniting sparks beneath him. Whoosh! A winged creature whizzed past his head, followed by a cacophony of squeaks. Glancing upward, he beheld swarms of bats and birds being irresistibly drawn into the openings. Their bodies collided with the edges, leaving behind streaks of dark, bloodied marks. Chapter 86. The armored beetle Yunjie now grasped the origin of the black, greasy substance at the openings, yet it was too late. He could no longer resist the fierce suction and was helplessly pulled toward the aperture. With a thud, he collided against the entrance. The wind, reminiscent of a monstrous claw, seized him and dragged him into the cave. Inside, the passage was neither straight nor wide, and the curves intensified the inertia and suction of the wind. Yunjie tumbled violently for an extended duration until he felt a sudden lightness before crashing into a hard, smooth surface, accompanied by a cascade of birds and bats that had also been swept in. It was as though they had struck a pot lid, producing a series of thuds as they fell, lifeless, to the ground. Shaking his head, Yunjie glanced upward. His vision was peculiar. With one eye, he perceived a curved structure, while the other revealed a large, flattened arc. Whoosh! Suddenly, the wind ceased, and the flattened arc descended slowly, merging with the curved structure. Wings? Yunjie was bewildered. What creature possessed such wings? Mission initiated. 4th tier, 3-star armored beetle. For 1,000 experience points and 11,000 defensive evolution points. Ding. Almost simultaneously, his perception issued a warning. An armored beetle? Such a formidable defense value. The stone marker must signify it. Disregarding the ominous warning, Yuanjia experienced a thrilling exhilaration. The sharp crack of crunching bones reverberated through the air. As he turned, he encountered a figure that loomed like a wall, enshrouded in shadow. He crawled forward, drawn by the sound, and stumbled upon a creature with a head reminiscent of a steel helmet, embellished with 2 antennae and formidable, armored mandibles. This beast was indulging in the scattered remains of bats and birds, its voracious appetite giving rise to the unsettling crunching sounds. Yuanjia observed that the beetle's head was approximately the same size as his own, yet its body was several times larger. A gulp escaped his throat as saliva dripped from his mouth, recalling the exquisite taste of the humanoid-faced spider. This gigantic creature must surely possess a protein content to rival that of the spider. The armored beetle became aware of Yuanjia, its eyes shimmering with anticipation. It lowered its mandibles, attempting to pivot, but regrettably, its bulk hindered any movement, its antennae thrashing in vexation. Yuanjia chuckled. Did it yearn to devour him? How amusing. It was unfortunate that it was incapable even of turning about. Observing the beetle's formidable stature, he pondered commencing with its abdomen. He inclined his head to nip at the border of the beetle's underbelly, only to uncover the reason behind its remarkably high defensive evolutionary traits. The shell was not merely hard, it was exceptionally resilient. Even with his prodigious biting strength, he could not leave a mark on its obsidian exterior. Undeterred, Yuanjia took a moment to compose himself before attempting another bite. Crack! To his astonishment, a fragment of his front tooth splintered. What on earth? Yuanjia yelped in agony, recoiling instinctively. This creature was extraordinarily formidable. Buzz. The semicircular shell of the armored beetle ascended, unveiling a pair of diaphanous wings that fluttered with remarkable speed. A tempest erupted, lifting the lifeless bodies of bats and birds into the air, causing Yuanjia to stagger backward uncontrollably. The armored beetle ascended slowly, spiraling gracefully through the air before finally settling upon Yuanjia's head. What could be its purpose? Did it naively believe it could overpower him? In the next instant, the gravity of the situation dawned upon him, as the beetle unveiled its formidable weaponry, its legs. The limbs of the beetle were remarkably formidable. Even a solitary foreleg overshadowed Yuanjia's entire physique. The sheer magnitude was not the primary concern, rather. The multitude of menacing backward-facing spikes looming ominously above him was truly disconcerting. Yuanjia felt a shiver run down his spine. Whoosh! The armored beetle folded its wings, extending its 8 limbs towards the earth. Upon landing, it immediately initiated an assault, its spiked legs descending upon Yuanjia. He was taken aback. Despite its colossal size, the beetle exhibited an astonishing agility, moving even faster than he could muster a response. He attempted to sidestep. Yet a second leg struck with astonishing swiftness, leaving him no opportunity to evade. A cluster of spikes ensnared his rear. Pain surged through him. Before he could utter a sound, his body was hoisted off the ground. The beetle elevated its leg, the spines ensnaring Yuanjia and pulling him nearer to its formidable mandibles. Crunch, crunch. The mandibles of the beetle resembled 2 guillotines, opening and closing with an apparent eagerness to savor his essence. Fiery net. Yuanjia raised his head, unleashing a blazing web. The net spiraled, casting a crimson glow in the beetle's eyes, enveloping its mandibles. Yet, Yuanjia was once again astonished by the beetle's formidable defense. The fire net had no effect whatsoever, not even scorching its surface, let alone ensnaring its mandibles. The guillotine-like mandibles effortlessly tore through the net and consumed it. Frustration surged within him as he initiated his first-level defense. Yuanjia's venomous stinger ascended, unleashing a bolt of lightning towards the beetle's head. Zing! The electric spark danced around the beetle's head before dissipating. Cursed creature, its shell is insulated. Panic gripped Yuanjia, but it was too late. The beetle's leg rose high, bringing him perilously close to its mandibles. The sound of grinding mandibles reverberated in his ears, and an intense surge of anxiety coursed through him. Should the beetle crush his head, no amount of self-healing would save him. Desperately, he scanned his surroundings and suddenly noticed another leg of the beetle. An idea struck him. He pinched one nostril closed and shot a strand of silk to ensnare the beetle's other leg, pulling with all his might. Crack! The ironclad beetle bit into its own leg's barbs, while Yuanjia, positioned just beneath its mandibles, narrowly evaded disaster. Realizing something was amiss, the beetle lifted its foot and, spotting Yuanjia below, lowered its head to bite again. Come again! Yuanjia clung to the spider silk with all his strength. Whoosh! He shot out from the barbs and collided with another barb on the beetle's other leg. A sensation akin to 1,000 arrows piercing his heart surged through him. leaving him in excruciating agony. The beetle swiftly lifted its other leg, determined to consume Yunjie. Quick to respond, he stifled the pain, dislodged the barbs, and rapidly retreated towards the beetle's rear. In his reasoning, such a colossal creature ought to find turning cumbersome, thus designating its tail as a safer refuge. However, upon reaching the back, he realized his assumption was misguided. The beetle required no such maneuvering, as its hind legs displayed remarkable agility. Unlike the front limbs, the two rear legs trailed along the ground, thereby broadening its attack range. With an abrupt sweep, Yunjie was compelled closer to another leg. Chapter 82. The Enigmatic Echoes of the Swamp. The karst landscape of the stone forest presented a striking contrast to the mountains typically encountered. Its peaks and formations were rounded, lacking any sharp edges, a consequence of millennia of erosive water action. The mountains were not grand in stature, and at their base lay a wide, deep gully, thickly coated with sediment, upon which a lush layer of moss flourished. Beneath the verdant moss, the skeletal remains of mythical beasts occasionally emerged, offering a chilling spectacle. Yunjie plunged into the stone forest, heedless of direction, traversing paths as they unfolded before him. After half an hour, he assessed his surroundings. Relieved to discover no trace of the brown bear that had been pursuing him in the holographic projection, he exhaled in relief, having narrowly evaded the terrifying sight of the bear leaping from the water. With the immediate threat abated, he felt a profound sense of relaxation. Now within the stone forest, he promptly examined the designated location of the stone in his perception. Upon activating his awareness, he discerned something amiss. The holographic image revealed the entirety of the stone forest. Could it be that I am destined to consume the entire stone forest? That would exceed my capabilities. Furrowing his brow, Yunjie scrutinized the holographic projection again. Indeed, it illustrated the whole expanse of the stone forest, rather than a singular point of interest. The marked stone location had transformed into a mere outline of the forest, devoid of any focal points or guiding pathways. Perplexed after examining his perception, he pondered what he was meant to discover in this enigmatic place. Thump, thump, thump. From the rear, the entrance of the stone forest reverberated with the colossal footsteps of the brown bear. Startled, Yunjie assessed his perception, yet discovered nothing revealed. Though his perception had evolved into holographic imagery, its detection range was confined to a few hundred meters, beyond which it remained completely oblivious. The bear's footsteps grew increasingly pronounced, and with no time to reflect further, he dashed deeper into the forest. Progressing aimlessly along the gully, the density of the stone forest gradually thinned before him. A gully nearly 100 meters wide emerged, resembling a basin cradled among the peaks. Year-round rainwater and decaying leaves had amalgamated and fermented, forming a mire devoid of mud. Instead of towering trees, a verdant layer of moss blanketed the surface, presenting a tranquil expanse of tender green. Yunjie had no leisure to admire the beauty before him. He needed to distance himself from the bear. He advanced along the gully's edge, catching a glimpse of something peeking from the swamp. Abruptly, he turned to confront the swamp, discovering it placid, the center bubbling from fermentation, with nothing else in sight. Had he misperceived? Bewildered, Yunjie turned back and continued onward, but in that fleeting moment, he caught another glimpse of a round black head. He shuddered and swiftly turned to look again, yet saw nothing, no signs of disturbance in the moss. Activating his perception to scan the swamp, he discerned no luminous points on the holographic display, indicating the absence of any living magical beasts or creatures within the mire. How peculiar. Could it be that I am prematurely entering the twilight of my years, experiencing symptoms of floaters? With a self-deprecating smile, he resumed his walk. Suddenly, a sound akin to a child's cry, reminiscent of a nocturnal creature's call, pierced the air. Yunjie was startled, turning toward the source. At the center of the swamp, a mass of green moss seemed to swirl, where small feet appeared to struggle in the black, putrid mud. Yunjie gasped in astonishment. How could there be a child? Fearing he was mistaken, he took a few steps closer to the gully for another look. Indeed, in the center of the swamp lay a creature resembling either a monkey or a human infant. Its diminutive form starkly contrasted with the surrounding black mire. Unmistakable at first glance, Yunjie stood frozen for several minutes. Was it an infant? A young animal? His recent perception scan indicated no living beings. From whence did this child emerge? Something was amiss. He scanned the surroundings. The moss in the swamp retained its pristine form, showing no signs of animal passage. How had the child appeared there? A shiver coursed through his spine as he swiftly withdrew from the elevated bank of the gully towards the periphery of the swamp. Wah, wah, wah. As Yunjie distanced himself, the infant at the heart of the swamp cried out with even greater intensity, each lamentation slicing through his heart, urging him to hasten in for a rescue. No, this must be a snare. Yunjie pressed his palms against his ears, resolutely shutting out the heart-rending cries. Glub, glub. The child was gasping for air amidst the water. Yunjie instinctively paused to observe. Witnessing the frail being wrestling against the dark mire, the noxious liquid intermittently engulfing its head, revealing its desperate little hands. He stood there, paralyzed, as the entire tableau unfolded in a surreal manner. Suddenly, the infant within the marsh sprang forth from the mire, its diminutive mouth expelling a cascade of dark water before submerging once more. This time, Yunjie perceived with clarity it was unmistakably a baby monkey. Its skin, draped in delicate golden fur, stood out vividly against the murky waters. Upon resurfacing, the infant monkey seemed to expend its final reserves of strength, collapsing onto the swamp, motionless. As the inky water began to envelop its diminutive arms and face, "I can bear this no longer," Yunjie exclaimed, dashing forward. "Just wait. If you are indeed a fragile life form, I shall rescue you. But should you dare to deceive me, I will not hesitate to exact my vengeance." Muttering curses under his breath, he propelled himself through the water. Contrary to his initial expectations, the entrance to the swamp lay entirely submerged in foul, black liquid, devoid of the anticipated mud and stickiness. As he ventured toward the swamp's heart, the water began to assume a more swamp-like essence, slightly yielding yet not immobilizing. Drawing near, he could now discern the golden fur adorning the baby monkey's tiny feet. His pace quickened as he reached the side of the infant monkey, only to be halted in shock as he gazed upward. At the swamp's center, the baby monkey lay supine, its minuscule head crowned with a layer of fine golden fur. Its eyes and mouth were completely black, not the ordinary shade, but a putrid kind of black, with an uneven, decayed surface reminiscent of sludge. To assert that this was a living baby monkey would be utterly preposterous. "I have been deceived," Yunjie thought, immediately swimming back. In that instant, the baby monkey suddenly grinned, unveiling a horrifically grotesque little mouth, akin to a devilish smirk. Its head began to split open slowly, the golden-furred scalp peeling away like a hide, revealing a black void from which a green flower composed of moss emerged, layer upon layer, inciting profound revulsion. Splash! The swamp water quivered as Yunjie sensed a disturbance beneath his hoofs. A sense of dread washed over him. Could it be a monster? Without hesitation, Yunjie dove into the murky depths, desperately seeking sanctuary. Chapter 87. Autoregenerative collapse. The hind legs of the ironclad beetle, resembling immense iron brushes, swept across its rear with unwavering force, leaving almost no area unscathed. With no means of escape, Yunjie steeled himself, protecting his head. To find oneself within the trajectory of those colossal, spiky appendages was comparable to being caught in a mechanized car wash, albeit one equipped with thorns rather than mere fabric strips. Instantly, Yunjie felt his skin being lacerated, with blood effusing forth. The barbs on the beetle's legs, akin to razors against bone, meticulously peeled away layers of muscle and fat from his resilient hide. Autoregeneration commencing, tissue restoration at 57%, 69%. Level 6 autoregeneration surged into action, its progression remarkably swift. Under ordinary circumstances, Yunjie would have exulted, but now, he perceived no cause for jubilation. The expeditious regeneration merely aggravated his predicament as the beetle's thorns persisted in scraping against his flesh, which was promptly restored. This engendered a harrowing cycle. With the beetle seemingly incapable of exhausting his flesh, its hind legs incessantly grinding and scraping, he was condemned to perpetually endure the torment of having his flesh torn away by the barbs. "I am going to perish," Yunjie bellowed. The ironclad beetle, becoming ever more agitated, was astonished by the profusion of flesh on such a small creature. It boldly raised its hindquarters, lifting its back legs into the air, and began to fervently rub Yunjie between them, accompanied by the ominous sound of tearing. The ironclad beetle intensified its onslaught, resulting in a delay in auto-regeneration. Yunjie could now perceive the unsettling sound of barbs rasping against bone. Tissue restoration stands at 41%, 37%, 53%, 29%. Auto-regeneration teetering on the brink of collapse. The auto-regeneration faltered once more, its resilience diminished by prolonged exertion. Yunjie was overtaken by a wave of alarm. Should the auto-regeneration fail entirely, his life would be irrevocably lost. He surveyed his surroundings, discovering only barbs and no means of escape. Suddenly, a deluge of barbs descended, plunging his vision into complete darkness. Excruciating pain ensued as the barbs plucked out his eyes. Yunjie realized he was in a perilous predicament. He promptly activated his sensory perception, utilizing a holographic projection to identify a potential escape route. Within the sensory image, he beheld stalactites suspended from the ceiling of the lava cave, resembling inverted thorns of the earth. An idea sparked within him. He craned his neck, exposing the bones beneath, straining to keep his head clear of the onslaught of barbs, and expelled a thread of silk from one nostril. The silk surged forth, deftly ensnaring a conical lava stalactite. Yunjie exerted every ounce of his strength, yet an unexpected disaster struck. With a resounding snap, his neck succumbed. Devoid of muscular support, his bones faltered under the colossal pressure and shattered instantaneously. The sound of cracking echoed Yunjia. His remaining corporeal form was immediately ensnared within the ironclad beetle's barbs, swiftly and utterly reduced to a skeletal structure. His head, tenuously connected by a fragment of his neck, remained suspended above the monstrous insect. Henceforth, he mused, should my senses provide such dire premonitions, I shall not hesitate to seek immediate flight. Auto-regeneration protocols engaged. Cranial restoration at 61%. Yunjia remained suspended in the void, breathlessly clinging to the silken thread, lest he plummet to utter annihilation. Below, deprived of the restorative grace of auto-regeneration, his body was instantly rendered into a bare framework of bone, utterly devoid of flesh. The ironclad beetle, apparently satisfied that no further sustenance was to be gleaned, lowered its hind legs and meticulously cleansed its barbs with the clawed tips. After a considerable interval, the remnants of flesh had largely fallen to the cavern floor. The creature then rotated its immense bulk, detected the scent of donkey meat, and promptly retracted its legs, settling down to feast. As the adage goes, dragon meat for the heavens, donkey meat for the earth. The beetle's gustatory satisfaction was evident in the sounds it produced. Crunch, crunch, it devoured the meat with unrestrained gusto, reminiscent of a swine at its feeding trough. Yunjia, suspended above, was consumed by trepidation. Having sated its appetite on the donkey meat, the ironclad beetle settled contentedly, falling into a profound silence, seemingly asleep. A dozen minutes elapsed, and Yunjia's head was fully restored, granting him renewed vision. He surveyed his surroundings, discovering an extraordinary phenomenon. He found himself within a colossal lava cave, vaguely resembling a flying saucer in form. Several apertures, each spanning 2 or 3 square meters, encircled the beetle above. Apart from these, no other ingress or egress points were discernible. This presented a perplexing enigma. How had this gargantuan beetle gained entry? Its dimensions far exceeded that of any of the openings. Could it have originated within this very cavern? Yunjia cast a fleeting glance at the encompassing layer of lava. Among the dense, ivory remains of avian carcasses lay numerous long-abandoned nests. Gradually, the truth began to unfold before him. This expansive lava cave had likely served as a sanctuary for nesting birds. The sizable beetle below had fortuitously discovered it during its foraging expeditions and had come to perceive it as a paradise. It lay in ambush for the unsuspecting birds, growing ever larger until it ultimately surpassed the size of the openings and found itself unable to escape. After scrutinizing his surroundings once more, he was convinced that his hypothesis was indeed correct. Yet, if the creature was trapped, how had it managed to survive until now? By means of suction? The beetle's suction power was feeble, and its mouth, small and equipped with specialized mouthparts, rendered it improbable that it could generate such formidable suction. Unable to unravel this enigma, Yunjia resolved to abandon his inquiry. The immediate priority was to restore his own body and extricate himself from this place. As his head reformed, the muscles at the back of his skull began to intertwine with the cervical vertebrae like delicate silk threads, extending downward until his entire neck was restored, at which point the bone tissue commenced to regenerate. The process of bone growth was exceedingly protracted, and even with Yunjia's current level 6 auto-regeneration, the recovery proceeded only marginally faster than it had at level 1. One day later, his cervical vertebrae had mended, and his spine began to elongate. As night fell, the bones of his tail began to take shape, and ribs extended from the bony spurs of his spine. To have experienced such rapid growth in just over a day was astonishingly swift. With level 1 auto-regeneration, a week would typically be required. At present, Yunjia bore a resemblance to a donkey's head suspended from a chain of bones. Buzz! Suddenly, the beetle below stirred. The 2 semicircular carapaces elevated, unveiling the transparent wings within. The buzzing sound emanated not from the flapping of the wings, but from beneath them. As the buzzing intensified, a breeze began to swirl within the lava cave. The wind cascaded downward from the cave ceiling, weaving through the bamboo-like lava rocks, producing a faint whistling sound. Yunjia, too, was buffeted by the wind, swaying rhythmically. He gradually sensed a feeling of descent, distinctly perceiving the suction exerted by the large beetle. Yunjia gazed at the beetle's head below, astonished to find it remain motionless, its mouth still directed downward. How, then, was the suction being produced? Could it be that this creature did not breathe through its mouth? Utilizing the swaying wind as leverage, Yunjia scrutinized the beetle's entire form, uncovering a peculiar phenomenon. When the beetle exerted its suction, its carapace and wings extended, suggesting that the suction originated from its back. Thus, he examined the area beneath the beetle's transparent wings. Chapter 88. Constructing a trap. A large circle followed by another large circle. Yunjia was astonished to discover that beneath the beetle's wings, The arched back was embellished with 7 or 8 circular orifices. The holes were black, easily overlooked. Above the holes were honeycomb-like apertures, presumably designed to prevent dust or foreign objects from entering. The overall appearance struck a strange chord of familiarity. What did it resemble? The razor's blade guard. Buzz, whoosh. With its carapace and wings unfurled, the beetle unleashed a deluge of suction. The familiar sound echoed once again. And the wind howled, amplifying the sensation of weightlessness exponentially. Yunjie recognized the peril he faced, uncertain whether his strand of silk could endure the beetle's formidable pull. The vacuum originated from above, subsequently dissipating through several apertures, engendering a sibilant sound. Yunjie, suspended in the air, was elongated into a rigid line. The silk taut and emitting a series of grating noises. His nascent caudal vertebrae swayed incessantly, threatening to dislodge from his spinal column. Yunjie's teeth were lacerated, blood trickling as the spider silk became embedded in his gums, tearing them apart. Persevere, for further descent may prove fatal. Creak. Above Yunjie, the molten rock affixed to the spider silk emitted a subtle cracking sound. Heaven forfend. Heaven forfend. Yunjie murmured urgently, as the vacuum intensified. The wind howled ferociously, and the whistle at the cave's entrance grew more acute, resembling the roar of a turbocharger engaging. Puff, puff, bang, bang, bang. Birds and bats continuously flew into the cave, colliding with the back of the giant beetle, rendered unconscious. Whoosh. The immense vacuum caused Yunjie to slip slightly on the spider silk. This is the end. He glanced upward, noting that the area where the spider silk was entwined had diminished to a mere circle. Cease. On the molten wall, a dilapidated bird's nest swayed precariously. Bang. With a sharp crack, the tip of the molten rock to which Yunjie's spider silk was attached fractured, sending him plummeting downward, his soul nearly departing in fright. Oh! Providence, have you forsaken your child? Yunjie screamed in terror. Providence heeded him and dispatched the broken bird's nest. Under the violent vacuum, the tattered nest could no longer withstand the force and shattered against the molten wall, transforming into a cloud of yellow dust that poured into the holes on the beetle's back. Hiss! Like an emergency brake, the colossal beetle abruptly halted its suction, causing the air within the lava cave to lose its orientation and swirl chaotically. Regrettably for Yunjie, he found himself at the eye of this tempest, spinning for what seemed like an eternity until the spider silk intertwined into a braid before finally settling. Once the wind subsided, the silk began to relinquish its twisted tension, and he spun in the opposite direction for several minutes before regaining his original position. As soon as he came to a halt, he expelled another thread of silk from his other nostril, anchoring it to a different molten rock, thus creating a dual safety net. Even if the giant beetle endeavored to devour him once more, he would remain unperturbed. Huff, huff, puff. At that moment, peculiar sounds emanated from below, compelling him to glance downward. The giant beetle was convulsing violently, its wings and carapace still splayed wide open, with clouds of yellow dust erupting from the apertures beneath its wings. Yunjie quickly comprehended the situation. This creature was choking. After several minutes of heaving, the beetle expelled the remnants of the bird's nest it had inhaled. Once it had cleared its throat, it rose and commenced feasting on the bird carcasses it had drawn into the cave. Trap mission initiated. Construct a trap to subdue the iron beetle for a reward of 100 donkey humanoid evolution points. Heh. Yunjie chuckled. The system was becoming increasingly attuned to him. A trap? Quite simple. The seemingly invulnerable iron beetle was, in truth, rather fragile. What might occur if, while it was preoccupied with its meal after releasing its suction, a handful of dirt were cast at it? Could it choke to death? 3 days later, his body had recuperated to 90%, with only a portion of his donkey skin remaining damaged. All other functions had returned to normal. Current Phase 3 Late Stage Alloy Donkey Hoof, 0-100,000. Self-Healing Level 6, 4,600. Perception Level 5, 345, 6000. Bite Force Level 2, 4,510, 20,000. Wild Donkey Critical Hit Level 5, 6,500. Defense Level 1, 0, 10,000. Web Level 1, 210. Poison Sting Level 2. Donkey Humanoid Form Reserve, 1880, 10,000. Currently, Alloy Donkey Hoof experience points and defense had been reduced to 0, bite force diminished by 2,000 points. Curse B. Yunjie could not suppress his inward curses. Being rendered incapacitated and diminished had become a monotonous reality. Fortunately, a creature below boasted a defense value exceeding 10,000. He could hardly restrain his eagerness to act. After several days of observation, he discerned the iron beetle's routine was remarkably predictable, waking, feeding, and slumbering. During non-mealtime hours, the creature was undoubtedly in repose. Imagine being ensconced in a cave devoid of intruders. What else could one possibly do but indulge in eating and sleeping? It was the most natural of inclinations. Seizing the opportunity presented by the beetle's slumber, Yunjie descended upon its back via a silken thread. The beetle's surface was astonishingly smooth, making it all too easy to slip off if one was not cautious. He clamped down on the silk, gradually lowering himself from the beetle's back, scavenging the scattered bird bones and its droppings. Within the lava cave, nearly everything was sculpted by erosive waters, forming a glass-like substance devoid of soil. Apart from the nests clinging to the molten walls, the ground was strewn with bone fragments and beetle excrement. Yunjie meticulously spun a web to gather these remnants, then employed spider silk to dismantle the nest from the walls, collecting them into a single pile. He hoisted these items onto his back, subsequently releasing a thread of silk to ascend to several openings. Upon entering one of the apertures, he crushed the droppings, nests, and bone fragments beneath his feet, laying them out at the entrance's base. The simplest of traps was thus established, awaiting the giant beetle's awakening and the subsequent release of its suction to feast the following day. With the trap set, Yunjie immediately sought refuge from the wind in a sheltered corner, binding himself securely to the wall with threads of silk before closing his eyes to rest. All that remained was to await the outcome of the morrow. The subsequent day, the iron beetle awoke punctually, stretching its immense body and gradually opening its two semicircular carapaces, transparent wings unfurling from beneath to shield the openings on its back where the suction was released. Yunjie struggled to contain his exhilaration. Glancing at the dust he had placed at the entrance, as soon as the beetle activated its suction, these particles would swirl into its body like a tempest. And then, the beetle's wings quivered, a gentle breeze began to waft, and a whistle reminiscent of a turbocharger resonated, air swirling from top to bottom, generating a turbulent current. It was beginning. Yunjie clung to the rock, eagerly anticipating the moment when the miraculous event would transpire. Whoosh! The wind surged forth, a fierce suction emanating from the iron beetle's back, transforming the air within the lava cave into a vacuum, compressing it inward and generating a hurricane that surged towards the beetle. The dust he had strategically placed at the ventilation openings erupted like smoke bombs, coalescing towards the orifices on the beetle's back. Chapter 89. Trap failure at last. Yunjie gazed on with exhilaration as the cloud of dust erupted from the entrance, spiraling and spewing forth. Though the wind remained invisible, the addition of dust revealed its trajectory. Swirls of dust rushed towards the beetle's back, funneling into its honeycomb-like apertures. It is indeed working. Yunjie beamed, preparing for an outburst of laughter as soon as the beetle yielded. Whoosh! The anticipated spectacle did not materialize. The beetle's back seemed to activate a turbocharged vacuum, voraciously consuming all the dust. Yunjie froze, pondering whether he had ground it too finely, failing to create an obstruction. Before long, the dust within the lava cave was completely devoured by the colossal beetle, rendering the entire space astonishingly clear once more. Alas, the trap has failed. Yunjie lamented. The suction gradually intensified, drawing countless birds and bats into the cave, colliding against the beetle's carapace. Yunjie pressed himself against the wall, yet still felt the relentless force of the suction. He inwardly shook his head. This approach was futile. What other strategies could he possibly employ against the beetle? Its defensive capabilities were unparalleled. Huff! Whoosh! Huff! Suddenly, the immense beetle below emitted sounds reminiscent of a rapidly spinning engine submerged in water, producing a continuous series of huffing noises, its massive form trembling in response. A smile spread across Yunjie's face, as if the effects were beginning to manifest. Huff! Huff! The beetle's posterior began to quiver violently, and the suction holes on its back expelled yellow smoke. Haha, success. The armored beetle seemed to be in a state of torment, as though an unseen force had seized its neck. It strained to unfurl its carapace and wings, violently releasing plumes of yellow smoke. Yet, having ingested in excess, it found itself unable to completely rid itself of the noxious fumes. In a frenzy, its colossal form battered against the molten walls. Yunjie noted that despite the armored beetle's impressive defensive prowess, quantified at an astonishing 11,000, it left no mark upon colliding with the lava wall. Boom, boom. The entire cavern quaked under the force of the beetle's impact. Above, the stalactites of molten rock began to fissure, swaying precariously. Unable to dispel the smoke, the beetle ascended into the air, frantically flapping its wings and repeatedly colliding with the cavern's jagged walls, as if only through such turmoil could it ease its torment. Yunjie observed that as the beetle soared to the cavern's ceiling, its seemingly indomitable carapace was unexpectedly pierced by a stalactite. In that moment, Yunjie comprehended the rationale behind the perception that had lured him here. The hardness of the lava rock far exceeded the beetle's defensive capabilities by more than tenfold. Had he possessed such armor, he would have felt no trepidation in facing the 5-star, 1-star scarred bear. Following a tumultuous series of collisions, a miraculous occurrence took place. The dust within the beetle's body erupted like a breathtaking display of fireworks, each plume a magnificent spectacle. While the scene was mesmerizing, Yunjie found himself momentarily entranced. Exhausted from expelling the dust, the beetle disregarded the carcass of the bird, landing heavily and beginning to pant, soon succumbing to slumber. The mission had faltered. A deduction of 100 points from the donkey form value was inevitable. The current reserve value stood at 1,780 points. What a mockery of fate. Yunjie seethed inwardly. Was this truly the conclusion? He clicked his tongue in dismay, directing his gaze towards the stalactite embedded in the beetle's carapace. Surrender was utterly out of the question. With his defense value diminished to 0, capitulation would be akin to signing his own death warrant. He was resolute in his determination to seize the 11,000 points of defense from this creature. He lifted his eyes to the stalactite suspended from the ceiling. Many had already succumbed to the beetle's relentless collisions, and with a modicum of additional effort, he could dislodge one. Should the stalactite strike the beetle, its demise would be assured. With this notion firmly lodged in his mind, he swiftly released a strand of silk, ensnaring a precariously poised stalactite, and pulled with all the strength he could muster. Rocks possess an inherent obstinacy. They appeared poised to fall, yet stubbornly remained in place. The fractured patterns within them formed an intricate design, with the stalactite's base securely wedged against the lower stalagmite. Without a sufficient external force, it could remain suspended for eons. Yunjie strained with all his might, yet the stalactite refused to yield. After several fruitless attempts, he came to the disheartening realization that his efforts were futile. He simply lacked the necessary strength. What course of action remained? Furrowing his brow, Yunjie scanned his surroundings. The only force capable of dislodging the stalactite might indeed be the beetle itself. Why not harness its own power? The trap mission commenced. Annihilate the armored beetle for a reward of 200 points in donkey form reserve value. Here we venture once more. Yunjie experienced a profound aversion towards the system, which appeared to possess an infallible connection to his innermost thoughts. The mission was underway. It seemed he had no alternative but to advance. He lifted his gaze to evaluate the multitude of stalactites suspended above, then cast his eyes upon the colossal beetle, a new strategy crystallizing in his mind. Initially, he unleashed strands of silk to secure all the stalactites overhead, ensuring they would descend directly upon the beetle below. Once this was achieved, he cautiously approached the beetle, only to discover a significant flaw. When the beetle was in slumber, its legs were tucked beneath its body, indicating that he would need to awaken it in order for it to utilize its legs to sever the stalactites. Awaken it. He was not inclined to tempt fate. The terror of the beetle lingered vividly in his mind. He harbored no desire to endure such an experience once more. Yunjie circumspectly circled the beetle, only to feel a sense of despondency. The creature's carapace was impervious to any form of adhesion, and its legs were drawn in so tightly that there was no leverage to exploit, save for its head. An epiphany ignited within Yunjie's mind as he beheld the head of the beetle. How absurd. He could effortlessly crush its head without resorting to such intricate schemes. With invigorated enthusiasm, he approached the beetle's crown, pivoted, and readied himself to execute a formidable kick. 11,000 defense points. Just as his hoof was poised to strike, Yunjie was jolted into a moment of acute realization. The beetle's head possessed a resilience mirroring that of its body. Should he fail to obliterate it, he might unwittingly provoke the creature. No, this was far too perilous. Gradually retracting his hoof, he scrutinized the beetle once more. A strategy began to crystallize in his mind. He took several strands of silk, intertwined them, and meticulously wrapped them beneath the beetle's head, securing a firm knot. With this accomplished, he raised his hoof once more, targeting the beetle's head with unwavering determination. A resounding thud echoed through the air. The sound resembled the impact of a kick upon a carbon fiber helmet. The beetle's head remained unblemished, completely free of any hoof print. In contrast, Yunjie was hurled backward, crashing forcefully onto the ground. It is a relief that he refrained from hasty actions. The beetle stirred, pivoting its head to locate Yunjie, who lay sprawled nearby, and its obsidian eyes flared with a fierce glimmer. This was precisely the reaction he desired. Yunjie hastily rose to his feet and fled. With a resounding roar, the beetle ascended, orienting its body to pursue him, oblivious to the tightening strands of silk beneath its head. Chapter 90. A fortuitous surprise. They raced in circles. Yunjie ran for his very life, the beetle in unyielding pursuit. They traversed the cavern in countless laps, and the silk strands around the beetle's neck twisted tighter, constricting with each rotation. As Yunjie sprinted, he attentively observed the shifting silk. When it began to twist and entangle, he recognized that the moment had come. He suddenly retreated several steps, coming to a halt to confront the charging beetle. The beetle, taken aback, abruptly came to a standstill, its 8 legs securely anchoring into the earth as it eyed him with caution. Come now, are you not going to consume me? Yunjie gestured with his hoof, inviting the beetle to approach. The beetle's antennae quivered, observing him with intrigue as it cautiously advanced. Yunjie cast his gaze upward at the silk. With each hesitant step the beetle made, the strands undulated as if imbued with life, twisting and knotting ever more intricately. Haha. The beetle approached Yunjie, its mandibles clicking with an ominous resonance as it scrutinized the dark-furred donkey, before suddenly lunging forward. His heart raced. Yet he stood resolutely still. A resounding thud echoed through the air. The contorted, intertwined strands constricted. And the advancing beetle released a piercing cry as its head was forcibly raised, its colossal form trailing behind, akin to a tank on the brink of overturning. Triumph. The suspended beetle writhed in vain, thrashing its 8 spiked legs in a desperate bid for liberation, yet to no avail. Its elongated limbs, though lengthy, lacked the pliability necessary to reach its own head, as its forelegs were devoid of reverse joints. In this precarious moment, the beetle could rely solely on its hind legs to make contact with the ground, and thus, they were the only appendages capable of exerting force. In a state of desperation, it kicked against the earth. However, with each futile struggle, it leaned further forward, teetering perilously close to an upright position. A sudden epiphany struck Yunjie. If this creature were to overturn, would it not resemble a turtle, incapable of righting itself? He scrutinized the beetle's sturdy legs, discerning the absence of reverse joints. Undoubtedly, this was the reality. He swiftly darted beneath the beetle, inciting its hind legs to exert greater force. The beetle, indeed, succumbed to the lure, its hind legs reacting to the stimulus, propelling its colossal form backward as its head descended. Like a towering edifice, the upright beetle reached nearly 20 meters in height, swaying precariously before ultimately collapsing. Yunjie began to fret whether his strands of silk could endure such tremendous weight. Crash. Contrary to his anticipations, the beetle's back was rounded. As it fell, it resembled a seesaw, rocking momentarily before settling without incident. Yes, Yunjie was infused with exhilaration. With this turn of events, the task became significantly more manageable. He ascended the armored beetle's body, ensnaring the remaining strands of webbing around its legs, harnessing its strength to bring down the stone pillar, ensuring its own demise. Buzz. An unforeseen twist of fate unfolded as the overturned beetle unfurled its wing covers, revealing its wings. Its wings commenced to flap, and the immense body rebounded violently upon the ground. Yunjie grasped the severity of the situation. He had neglected to remember that this creature possessed wings. What to do now? With the power and rank of the armored beetle, the flapping of its wings would spell catastrophe. Within the lava cave, rocks soared and dust swirled, as if heralding an apocalypse. As its wings gained momentum, the enormous body began to rebound like a ball, producing resounding thuds. Yunjie dared not approach. He cowered in a corner, fearful of opening his eyes. Thump, thump, thump. The armored beetle continuously struck its body against the earth with its wings, harnessing the recoil of the ground to restore its upright position. This technique proved to be remarkably effective. It could beat its wings hundreds of times per second, and the cumulative force generated was formidable. After considerable effort, it managed to overturn itself. Nevertheless, it remained ensnared by the webbing clinging to its head, which drooped dejectedly. Experiencing discomfort, it reverted to its time-honored strategy, flying. The outcome of this flight astonished Yunjie. A tempest erupted, casting the lava cave into disarray. Yunjie withdrew his head, trembling in fear, only able to hear the frantic flapping above and the sound of stones whizzing through the air like bullets. The armored beetle soared low, reminiscent of a moth, spiraling around a central focal point. Ensnared by the webbing, it found itself unable to escape this confined sphere. With each frantic attempt to flee, it became further ensnared, ultimately forsaking its aerial grace and resorting to wild thrashing. Its substantial body careened wildly through the air, while the webbing constricted with each desperate maneuver. After more than half an hour, the armored beetle was thoroughly exhausted. At this juncture, the webbing had been reduced by nearly 5 meters. What were once strands no thicker than a finger had now swollen to the girth of a leg. The beetle could no longer take flight, collapsing beneath the stone pillar. Its wings and carapace lay splayed open, resembling a lifeless entity. The webbing constricted its head, elongating it and exposing the translucent membranes that connected to its thorax. Sensing the stillness beyond, Yunjie cautiously peered out. Upon glimpsing the suspended armored beetle, his heart soared with elation. So now you comprehend my prowess, do you? He mused. He emerged from his concealment and scurried over, gazing up to find the beetle's head nearly severed, its vast body leaning back, teetering on the precipice of demise. He chuckled, reflecting, in the next life, be wiser. With a sense of triumph, Yunjie tapped the beetle's shell with his hoof. Flap. Provoked? The armored beetle unfurled its wings and stubbornly endeavored to struggle once more. Yunjie swiftly retreated to a safe distance, intending to feast once the creature had exhausted itself. Crack! The sound of shattering resonated in his ears, prompting Yunjie to lift his gaze, sensing an ominous fate approaching. The stone pillars anchoring the beetle had fractured under the relentless strain and were poised to collapse. Initially, he had foreseen this eventuality, yet the circumstances had changed. The beetle teetered on the brink of demise, and a fall at this juncture would spell catastrophe. Do not succumb. I beseech you to endure. You are my forebear. Remain steadfast. Yunjie implored in desperation. Alas, his entreaties fell upon deaf ears. The pillars showed no regard for his cries. With a resounding thud, one pillar broke free. Descending swiftly. Thud. The stone pillar collided with the beetle's thorax, penetrating deeply. In response to the agony, the beetle commenced a frantic struggle. The already fractured pillars could not endure the strain, shattering one after another and cascading down like raindrops. Some impaled the beetle's form, while others battered its exterior with relentless force. Yet, amidst this turmoil, the beetle managed to extricate itself from the entangling web, reclaiming its liberty. Yunjie pondered with trepidation. This was a grave predicament, for the beetle's newfound freedom heralded a perilous fate for him. The beetle tumbled backward, fluttering its wings a few times to right itself. Once upright, it directed its gaze toward Yunjie, its mandibles clattering rapidly. Chapter 91. Attaining Level 2 Defense. Yunjie swallowed hard and dashed away. For the armored beetle was advancing upon him. This was a perilous situation. He did not dare to glance back, racing forward with all his strength. The cacophony of clattering bones and the drumming of the beetle's wings resonating behind him. The lava cave was circular, and he raced along its perimeter, fervently striving to evade capture by the relentless beetle. Flap, flap. The resonance of the beetle's wings echoed, and a tempest surged within the cave. Yunjie narrowed his eyes as he sprinted, unable to perceive his surroundings. Abruptly, a towering figure emerged ahead, momentarily startling him. He swiftly evaded and persisted in his frantic escape. After more than a minute, he was astonished to encounter the same giant once again. This time, rather than retreating, he paused and narrowed his gaze to scrutinize it intently. To his astonishment, the giant revealed itself to be the armored beetle. How had he found himself behind it? Yunjie took several steps back, seeking refuge in a corner to observe. The beetle was frantically flapping its wings, yet after a minute, it finally ceased its struggle. Seemingly exhausted, its immense wings drooped to the ground, and its carapace rose upright like an open aircraft, reminiscent of a hard-landing vehicle. What had transpired? Yunjie scrutinized the armored beetle and detected something unusual. The beetle lay on the ground, its legs concealed beneath its belly, entirely obscured from view. This peculiar sight emboldened him to approach cautiously, and upon closer inspection, he made a startling discovery. Beneath the beetle, its 8 legs were ensnared by numerous strands of webbing. The other ends tethered to several stone pillars, binding its limbs completely. This indicated that the creature was immobilized. How marvelous! A grin broke across Yunjie's face as he approached the armored beetle, unable to stifle his laughter. The creature struggled vigorously, yet the webbing remained attached to its head. In its frantic attempts, it had inadvertently elongated its own head. The beetle's head hung low towards its thorax, utterly unaware of Yunjie's impending presence, while the diaphanous membrane unfurled from its shell, seemingly beseeching Yunjie to bring its existence to a close. Yunjie exhaled deeply, shaking his head in disbelief at the ludicrousness of the predicament. A twinge of guilt washed over him. Oh, well, no need for pretense. He bit down. Despite a reduction of 2,000 points in his bite force, breaching the pellucid membrane presented a negligible challenge. With a solitary snap, he bisected the membrane, and verdant ichor gushed forth from the severed artery. Upon sampling the fluid, he discovered it possessed an unexpectedly exquisite taste, evocative of the piquant essence of a human-faced spider, rendering it remarkably palatable. He persisted in his assault. With another decisive bite, he completely severed the remaining connective tissue, and the beetle's capitulum was dislodged from its corpus. A sudden effusion of blood erupted from the beetle's thorax, catching Yunjie unawares and propelling him to the opposite perimeter. The decapitated beetle frenetically flapped its wings, teetering precariously in the atmosphere, its head suspended below its torso, like a fly deprived of its cerebral faculties. The beetle scarcely maintained flight for a fleeting moment before colliding with the cavern wall, plummeting to the earth, where it remained inert. Yunjie composed himself with considerable effort and remained stationary until the beetle's extremities ceased their spasmodic movements. Upon locating the beetle's head, he discerned that it was so severely damaged as to render its original form unrecognizable. He pressed his hoof against its cranium, opened his maw, and crushed the internal tissues, revealing the beetle's mana core, a golden-red orb, approximately the size of a clenched fist. The hue of the magic core was an unprecedented experience for him. He bit down, shattering the core and consuming its essence, the exquisite flavor calming his tumultuous stomach. Congratulations, you have acquired 4,000 experience points and 11,000 defense points. Congratulations. The trap task has been completed, and 200 points have been credited to your donkey form. Congratulations, your defense level has ascended to level 2. Current Phase 3 Late-Stage Alloy Donkey Hooves, 4,000 100,000. Self-Healing Level 6, 4,600. Perception Level 5, 345, 6000. Bite Force Level 2, 4,510 20,000. Wild Donkey Critical Hit Level 5, 6,500. Defense Level 2, 1,000 20,000. Spider Web Level 1, 210. Poison Stinger Level 2. Donkey Form Reserve Value, 1980 10,000. Yunjie did not grasp much of the information, yet he distinctly noted that his defense had elevated to level 2, signifying the highest defense value he had attained since his transformation into a donkey. In that moment, the hair upon his body surged and undulated, as though it possessed life. The skin beneath the donkey fur thickened, doubling in density, with sweat pores nearly evolving to the point of invisibility, emanating a lustrous sheen. It felt as though he were clad in a suit of heavy armor. Yunjie shifted his shoulders, confident that even an explosion could be withstood by this donkey hide. What a delight! Yunjie beamed, feeling that his existence was now secure. He activated the perception hologram, only to be astonished to find that the stone marker remained unchanged and as imposing as before. This was markedly different from his previous encounter with the extreme beehive, where the petal marker had vanished following consumption. After much contemplation, he found no resolution and opted to dismiss the thought. Before him lay the colossal carcass of the iron beetle, and it would be a disservice to himself not to indulge. He delved into the chest cavity of the iron beetle and commenced his feast. As a crustacean, the iron beetle was abundant in protein and quite delectable. Yunjie opened his mouth wide and devoured, entirely oblivious to the enormity of the opening in the beetle's chest. Several hours later, he found himself thoroughly sated, yearning to emerge from the beetle's body for a breath of fresh air, only to discover a rather unfortunate predicament. Due to his gluttony, he was unable to escape. Yunjie inhaled sharply, his frustration manifesting as he struck his head with a hoof. The iron beetle, ensnared by its own insatiable hunger, had inadvertently trapped him within its very form, a poignant twist of fate. The beetle's defensive prowess remained unscathed, and the aperture in its chest was utterly resolute. With no alternative, he could do naught but await the complete demise of the iron beetle, its defensive strength wholly diminished, before he could finally liberate himself from its confines. No more sustenance. He needed to depart this place with alacrity. Scaling the iron beetle's dorsal wings, Yunjie ascended to the opening and leaped forth. He was liberated. Selecting a random entrance to a lava cave, he ventured within. After the passage of more than 30 minutes, he emerged from the subterranean lava tunnel, traversing a molten trench into another cluster of peaks. Between the peaks, extensive molten trenches intertwined. Resembling semicircular conduits hewn from cement, their surfaces adorned with black swamp water and lush moss. As far as the eye could perceive, every low-lying molten trench exhibited such characteristics. Furthermore, within each swamp, there appeared a flower, its emerald layers spiraling with elegance.